A boring history for Sleep's Tale. The brutal winter that changed everything vertical bar. How one family survived 115 days underground. A boring history for Sleep's Tale. How medieval peasants grew fresh food in freezing winter. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a world where survival meant reading the language of frost and snow, where the difference between life and death could be measured in the depth of a furrow or the timing of a seed. Close your eyes and let me take you back to the autumn of 1347, to a small village called Thornwick in the harsh northern reaches of England, where a young man named Thomas Aldrich was about to inherit far more than just a plot of frozen earth. The morning mist clung to the valley like a shroud as Thomas stood at the edge of his grandfather's farm, watching the old man's breath form small clouds in the crisp October air. Grandfather Aldrich, everyone called him Old Aldrich, though his given name was Edmund, moved through the furrows with the deliberate pace of someone who had learned to read the earth's moods across 7 decades of bitter winters. "Feel that, boy," Old Aldrich said, his weathered hands scooping up a handful of dark soil. The earth crumbled between his fingers like coarse meal, releasing the rich, loamy scent that spoke of countless seasons of careful tending. "The ground's telling us something. Can you hear it?" Thomas knelt beside his grandfather, pressing his palm against the cold earth. At 22, he had spent every autumn of his life helping with the harvest, but this year felt different. There was something in the old man's eyes, an urgency that hadn't been there before, as if time itself was pressing against them like the approaching winter. The soil felt firm beneath his touch, not yet frozen, but carrying that particular chill that warned of frost to come. Thomas breathed in deeply, trying to understand what his grandfather meant. All he could smell was the earthy richness of turned soil, the faint sweetness of decomposing leaves, and the sharp, clean scent of approaching winter. "I'm not sure, grandfather," Thomas admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. The admission felt like a confession of failure. Old Aldrich's eyes crinkled at the corners, not with disappointment, but with something that looked almost like relief. "Good," he said, surprising Thomas. "Honesty is the first tool of a true farmer. The soil speaks in whispers, lad. It takes years to learn its language." They worked together in comfortable silence as the sun climbed higher, its pale light filtering through the bare branches of the oak trees that bordered the property. Thomas had always loved this time of year, when the frantic energy of harvest gave way to the quieter work of preparation. There was something almost meditative about the rhythm of their movements. The steady scrape of the hoe against earth, the soft thud of clods being turned, the whispered conversations between grandfather and grandson that seemed to blend with the rustle of dying leaves. But today, something felt different. Old Aldrich kept pausing in his work, his gaze drifting toward the horizon where dark clouds were gathering like a promise of storms to come. His movements, usually so sure and economical, carried a tremor that Thomas had never noticed before. "Grandfather," Thomas said during one of these pauses, "are you feeling well?" The old man straightened slowly, one hand pressed against his lower back. For a moment, his face showed every one of his 73 years, the deep lines carved by decades of squinting into harsh winds, the permanent stoop from a lifetime of bending over crops, the calloused hands that bore the scars of countless seasons of hard labor. "I'm feeling the weight of knowledge, boy," Old Aldrich said finally, "and the fear that I might not have time to pass it all along." The words sent a chill through Thomas that had nothing to do with the October air. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering directly, old Aldrich walked toward the small stone cottage that had sheltered 3 generations of Aldrichs. The building itself seemed to grow from the earth, its walls built from the same gray stone that dotted the surrounding fields. Smoke rose from the chimney in a thin, straight line, a sign that the wind was calm, though Thomas could feel the pressure change that spoke of weather moving in from the north. Inside, the cottage was warm and dim, filled with the scents of dried herbs hanging from the rafters and the lingering aroma of the morning's porridge. Old Aldrich moved to a wooden chest that sat beneath the single window, its surface worn smooth by generations of hands. Thomas had seen the chest countless times, but had never paid it much attention. It was simply part of the cottage's furniture, as permanent and unremarkable as the stone walls themselves. "Sit, lad," old Aldrich said, his voice carrying a formality that made Thomas's stomach tighten with apprehension. The old man lifted the chest's heavy lid, and Thomas caught a glimpse of carefully folded cloth, a few pieces of simple jewelry that had belonged to his grandmother, and beneath it all, a leather-bound book that looked far older than anything else in the cottage. "This," old Aldrich said, lifting the book with the reverence usually reserved for holy relics, "is why our family has survived when others have starved, why our crops grow when others fail, why we know things that the learned men in their warm halls have forgotten." The book was bound in dark leather that had been worn smooth by countless hands. Its pages were thick parchment, yellowed with age, and covered in careful script that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. But what struck Thomas most was the smell. Not just the expected mustiness of old paper, but something else. Something that reminded him of turned earth and growing things, as if the very knowledge contained within had somehow absorbed the essence of the fields themselves. "Your great-great-grandfather began this journal," old Aldrich explained, his fingers tracing the worn cover with infinite gentleness. "Every generation has added to it, every hard-won lesson, every technique that kept us alive when the winters were cruel and the summers too short. This is our true inheritance, Thomas. Not the land. Land can be taken, but knowledge. Knowledge endures." Thomas leaned forward, trying to make sense of the cramped writing on the page his grandfather had opened. The script was archaic, difficult to read, but he could make out references to soil preparation, seed storage, and techniques for growing food in conditions that seemed impossible. "Why are you showing me this now?" Thomas asked, though part of him already knew the answer. Old Aldrich was quiet for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames in the hearth. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of certainty that comes only with age and hard experience. "Because this winter will test us in ways we haven't been tested before," he said. "I can feel it in my bones, in the way the birds are flying south earlier than usual, in the thickness of the squirrels' coats. This will be a winter that separates the prepared from the desperate." He turned the pages slowly, each one revealing new secrets. Thomas saw detailed drawings of root cellars, instructions for preserving seeds through the harshest cold, techniques for growing food even when the ground was frozen solid. There were notes about reading weather patterns, about understanding the subtle signs that preceded the worst storms. But more than that, old Aldrich continued, "I can feel my own winter approaching. My hands shake more each morning. My back protests every time I bend to tend the crops. I may not see another spring, Thomas, and if I don't pass this knowledge to you now, it dies with me." The words hit Thomas like a physical blow. He had always assumed his grandfather would be there, a constant presence as reliable as the changing seasons. The thought of facing the coming winter, or any winter, without the old man's guidance felt impossible. "Don't talk like that," Thomas said, his voice rougher than he intended. "You're strong. You'll outlive us all." Old Aldrich smiled, but it was a sad smile, full of understanding and acceptance. "Strength isn't about refusing to acknowledge reality, lad. It's about preparing for what's coming, whether we like it or not. And what's coming is a winter that will require every bit of knowledge in this book, and more besides." As if summoned by his words, the wind began to pick up outside, rattling the shutters and sending a shower of leaves skittering across the cottage's stone floor. Thomas could hear the sound of branches creaking, and somewhere in the distance, the lowing of cattle as they sensed the approaching storm. "The first lesson," old Aldrich said, his finger pointing to a passage near the beginning of the journal, "is that the earth never truly sleeps. Even in the depths of winter, when everything appears dead, life continues beneath the surface. The secret is learning to work with that hidden life, to nurture it and protect it until spring returns." Thomas read the passage his grandfather indicated, struggling with the archaic script, but gradually making sense of the words. It described techniques for preparing soil before the freeze, for creating microclimates that could protect vulnerable plants, for understanding the subtle differences between different types of cold. "But how do you know when to plant, when to harvest, when to prepare?" Thomas asked. "How do you read the signs you're always talking about?" Old Aldrich stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the darkening sky. "Come," he said, "let me show you." They stepped back outside into air that had grown noticeably colder in just the short time they had been indoors. The wind carried the scent of snow, though none was falling yet. Old Aldrich pointed to the horizon, where the dark clouds Thomas had noticed earlier were building into towering formations. "See how the clouds are stacking up there, like stones in a wall?" Old Aldrich said, "and notice how the wind has shifted. It's coming from the northwest now, bringing the cold down from the mountains. The pressure is dropping too. Can you feel it in your ears?" Thomas concentrated, and indeed, he could feel a subtle change, a sense of heaviness in the air that seemed to press against his eardrums. "Yes, I think so. That's the first sign of a major storm system moving in. But look closer. See how the light is changing?" Thomas followed his grandfather's gaze and noticed that the afternoon sun, which had been pale but clear earlier, now seemed filtered through an invisible haze. The light had taken on a peculiar quality, as if it were coming from very far away. "The air is full of ice crystals, too small to see but enough to change the light," old Aldrich explained. "That means the storm is bigger than it appears. We'll have snow by nightfall, and it will be heavy." As if to confirm his prediction, the first few flakes began to fall. Not the gentle, lazy snowfall of early winter, but the purposeful, driven snow that spoke of serious weather ahead. Thomas caught one of the flakes on his palm and watched it melt, marveling at how something so small and delicate could be the harbinger of conditions that might determine whether they lived or died. "Now," old Aldrich said, "let me show you how we prepare." They spent the remaining hours of daylight in a flurry of activity that seemed choreographed by decades of experience. Old Aldrich moved through the preparations with an efficiency that belied his age, and Thomas found himself swept up in the rhythm of tasks that had been performed by countless generations of his family. First, they secured the animals. The small flock of sheep was moved from the outer pasture to the shelter of the barn. their thick wool coats already showing the signs of winter growth. The cow, a sturdy brown beast named Bessie, who had been with the family for 7 years, was settled in her stall with extra hay and a thick layer of straw for warmth. "Animals know," old Aldrich said as they worked. "Watch how they're behaving. See how the sheep are huddling together, how Bessie keeps looking toward the north. They can sense the storm coming hours before we can see it." Next, they turned their attention to the crops that were still in the ground. The turnips and parsnips could withstand a moderate frost, but a heavy snow might make them impossible to harvest until spring. Working quickly, they pulled the largest roots, their hands growing numb in the cold air as they shook the dark earth from the pale vegetables. "These will keep in the root cellar until spring," old Aldrich explained, "but only if we store them properly. Too warm and they'll rot. Too cold and they'll freeze. The temperature has to be just right. Cold enough to slow decay. Warm enough to prevent freezing." The root cellar was a marvel of practical engineering that Thomas had never fully appreciated. Built into the hillside behind the cottage, it maintained a constant temperature just above freezing throughout the winter. The walls were lined with stone, and the floor was covered with sand that could absorb excess moisture. Wooden shelves held crocks of preserved foods, sacks of grain, and now the freshly harvested roots. As they worked, old Aldrich shared the subtle knowledge that made the difference between success and failure. How to tell when a turnip was at the perfect stage of maturity for winter storage. How to arrange the vegetables so that air could circulate around them, preventing rot. How to check for signs of spoilage that could spread and ruin an entire winter's supply of food. "The key," he said, "is understanding that preservation is not just about keeping food from spoiling. It's about maintaining the life force within the food, keeping it as close to fresh as possible for as long as possible." By the time they finished their preparations, the snow was falling steadily, and the world had taken on the muffled quality that comes with a heavy snowfall. The familiar landscape of the farm was already beginning to disappear under a blanket of white, and Thomas could feel the temperature continuing to drop. Back inside the cottage, they sat by the fire, sharing a simple meal of bread, cheese, and ale while the storm built outside. The wind had picked up considerably, and Thomas could hear it howling around the corners of the building, rattling the shutters and sending occasional puffs of smoke back down the chimney. "This is when the real work begins," old Aldrich said, opening the journal again. "Anyone can farm in good weather. The true test comes when conditions turn against you." He turned to a section of the book that dealt with winter cultivation, and Thomas found himself drawn into a world of knowledge he had never imagined. There were techniques for growing food in the depths of winter, methods for creating warm microclimates even when the outside temperature dropped far below freezing, secrets for keeping animals healthy and productive when feed was scarce. "Your great-grandfather developed this technique," old Aldrich said, pointing to a detailed drawing of what appeared to be a greenhouse built partially underground. He called it a winter garden. By digging down below the frost line and using the Earth's natural warmth combined with heat from composting organic matter, he could grow fresh vegetables even in the coldest months. Thomas studied the drawing, trying to understand the principles involved. "Does it really work? We'll find out," old Aldrich said with a smile that was both mysterious and slightly mischievous. "Because we're going to build one." The idea seemed impossible. Outside, the storm was raging with increasing intensity, and Thomas could barely imagine venturing out into such conditions, let alone undertaking a major construction project. But there was something in his grandfather's voice, a confidence born of experience, that made him believe it might actually be possible. "When?" Thomas asked. "Tomorrow, if the storm passes. If not, we wait. But not too long. Once the ground freezes solid, digging becomes nearly impossible." They spent the rest of the evening poring over the journal, and Thomas began to understand that what he had always thought of as simple farming was actually a complex science that required understanding of soil chemistry, weather patterns, plant biology, and a dozen other disciplines. Every page revealed new layers of knowledge, techniques that had been refined over generations of trial and error. There were methods for determining the exact composition of soil by its color, smell, and texture. Techniques for predicting weather patterns by observing the behavior of animals, the formation of clouds, and the direction of the wind. Instructions for creating fertilizers from kitchen scraps and animal waste that could dramatically improve crop yields. "Why don't other farmers know these things?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich was quiet for a moment, staring into the fire. "Some do," he said finally. "But knowledge like this is often kept within families, passed down from father to son, grandfather to grandson. And sometimes—" He paused, his expression growing troubled. "Sometimes it's deliberately suppressed." "What do you mean?" "There are those who profit from scarcity, lad. Merchants who buy grain cheap in good years and sell it dear in bad ones. Lords who control the mills and charge what they please for grinding grain. If everyone knew how to grow food efficiently, how to store it properly, how to survive the lean times, well, there would be less profit and hunger." The words sent a chill through Thomas that had nothing to do with the cold wind outside. He had never thought about farming in terms of politics and power, but as his grandfather spoke, he began to understand that knowledge itself could be a form of wealth. And, like all wealth, it could be hoarded by those who sought to maintain their advantage over others. "Is that why you've never shared what's in this journal with the other farmers in the village?" Old Aldrich sighed. "I've shared what I could, when I could. But there's a difference between teaching a technique and passing on a lifetime of accumulated wisdom. And there's always the risk that knowledge given freely will be used against you." As if to emphasize his point, a particularly strong gust of wind shook the cottage, and Thomas heard something crash outside, probably a branch torn from one of the oak trees. The storm was reaching its peak, and he was grateful for the solid stone walls that protected them from the worst of the weather. "But I'm sharing it with you," Old Aldrich continued, "because you're family, and because I believe you'll use it wisely. The knowledge in this journal has kept our family alive through famines that killed thousands, through winters so harsh that entire villages were abandoned. It's your inheritance, Thomas, but it's also your responsibility." The weight of that responsibility settled over Thomas like a heavy cloak. He looked at the journal, its pages filled with the accumulated wisdom of generations, and felt both honored and terrified. What if he couldn't live up to the trust his grandfather was placing in him? What if he failed to understand some crucial piece of knowledge, and people died as a result? "I don't know if I'm ready for this," he admitted. Old Aldrich reached across the table and placed his weathered hand over Thomas's. "No one ever is, lad. Readiness isn't something you achieve. It's something you grow into, one season at a time, one challenge at a time. The important thing is to begin." Outside, the storm continued to rage, but inside the cottage, warmed by the fire and surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of his ancestors, Thomas felt a strange sense of peace settling over him. This was his inheritance. Not just the land, but the knowledge to make it productive, the wisdom to read its moods and work with its rhythms. As the night deepened and the fire burned lower, old Aldrich closed the journal and set it carefully on the table between them. "Tomorrow," he said, "we begin your real education. Tonight, rest. Listen to the storm. Feel how the cottage protects us from it. And remember that shelter is not just about walls and roofs. True shelter comes from understanding the land, the weather, the cycles of growth and rest that govern all life." Thomas nodded, though he wasn't sure he fully grasped what his grandfather meant. But as he lay in his narrow bed that night, listening to the wind howl around the cottage and the snow hiss against the shutters, he began to understand that he was on the threshold of something much larger than he had imagined. The storm outside was just weather, but the storm of knowledge and responsibility that was about to engulf him would shape the rest of his life. In the darkness, with the journal lying on the table just a few feet away, Thomas felt the weight of generations pressing down on him. But it wasn't an oppressive weight. It was the weight of roots, of connection, of belonging to something larger than himself. Tomorrow, he would begin to learn the true secrets of the earth. Tonight, he would rest in the shelter of his ancestors' wisdom, protected by walls built not just of stone, but of knowledge passed down through the generations like a sacred trust. The storm raged on, but inside the cottage all was warm and still. And in that stillness, Thomas began to understand what his grandfather had meant about the earth never truly sleeping. Even now, beneath the frozen ground, life was waiting, patient and persistent, for the chance to emerge once again into the light, reading the signs. The morning after, the storm dawned clear and bitter cold, with a silence so profound it seemed to press against Thomas's ears like a physical presence. He woke to find frost covering the inside of the cottage windows in delicate, fern-like patterns that caught the early sunlight and threw it back in tiny rainbows of color. Old Aldrich was already up, standing at the window with a steaming cup of herbal tea in his hands, studying the transformed landscape with the intensity of a scholar reading an ancient text. The storm had deposited nearly 2 feet of snow, transforming the familiar contours of the farm into something alien and beautiful. "Come, lad," his grandfather said without turning around. "The earth is speaking this morning, and we need to listen carefully." But Thomas dressed quickly in the cold air, pulling on the thick woolen clothes that would be his uniform for the months ahead. The cottage felt different this morning, smaller somehow, as if the vast white world outside had compressed their living space into this single warm room. When they stepped outside, Thomas's breath caught in his throat. The world had been completely transformed. The oak trees stood like ancient sentinels, their bare branches heavy with snow that caught the morning light and scattered it in brilliant flashes. The familiar paths were gone, buried under the smooth white blanket that covered everything with deceptive uniformity. But old Aldrich moved through this transformed landscape with the confidence of someone who could read its hidden messages. For instance, old Aldrich said, pointing to a bare patch of ground where the wind had blown the snow away, "Look at how the mice have been active here. See these tiny tracks? They're foraging more heavily than usual, which means they sense that more severe weather is coming. Animals always know before we do." Thomas looked more closely and could indeed see the delicate tracery of tiny paw prints in the exposed earth. "How do you know they're foraging more than usual?" "Because I've been watching them for 70 years, old Aldrich replied with a chuckle. You learn to notice patterns, to see the subtle changes that most people miss. The mice are normally much less active once the snow starts, but these tracks are fresh from this morning. That tells me they're stocking up for something worse than what we've already had. As they walked around the farm, old Aldrich continued to point out signs that Thomas had never noticed. The way the bark on the north side of the oak trees was thicker than on the south side, indicating the direction of the prevailing winter winds. The height at which certain birds had built their nests, which correlated with the depth of snow they expected. The behavior of the farm's cat, who had been sleeping closer to the fire than usual, a sign that she sensed colder weather ahead. But the most important signs, old Aldrich said, come from the plants themselves. He led Thomas to a section of the garden where several different types of vegetables were growing in neat rows. Even under the snow, Thomas could see the subtle differences in how the plants had prepared for winter. Some had developed thicker, more waxy leaves. Others had changed color, developing deep purple or red pigments that helped them absorb more heat from the weak winter sun. He knelt and scooped up a handful of snow, examining it closely before tasting it with the tip of his tongue. "Good," he said, surprising Thomas. "This is the right kind of snow, dry and light. It will insulate the ground without crushing the plants underneath. See how it sparkles. That means the air is clear and cold, which is better than the heavy, wet snow that comes with warmer storms." Thomas tried to see what his grandfather saw, but to him, snow was simply snow. "How can you tell the difference?" "Experience, mostly," old Aldrich replied, "but also understanding what snow really is. It's not just frozen water, it's a complex system that affects everything it touches. The temperature at which it forms, the humidity in the air, the wind patterns that shape it as it falls. All of these factors determine what kind of snow you get and how it will behave." He led Thomas to a section of the garden where the snow had drifted against a low stone wall. With his hands, he carefully brushed away the top layer of snow, revealing the plants underneath. Thomas was amazed to see that the kale and Brussels sprouts they had left in the ground were not only alive, but actually looked healthier than they had before the storm. "The snow is like a blanket," old Aldrich explained. "It traps the earth's warmth and keeps the temperature around the plants much more stable than it would be in the open air. Under here, it might be 30 degrees warmer than the air temperature above the snow." Thomas knelt beside his grandfather and felt the difference for himself. The air just above the snow was so cold it made his eyes water, but when he reached down through the snow to touch the soil, it felt almost warm by comparison. "But how do you know which plants can survive this and which can't?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich smiled and pulled the journal from inside his coat. Even in the harsh conditions, he handled it with the same reverence Thomas had noticed the night before. "This is where the real knowledge begins," he said, opening to a page covered with detailed drawings of different plants and careful notes about their cold tolerance. "Your great-great-grandfather was a careful observer," old Aldrich said. "He tested everything, kept detailed records of what worked and what didn't. Look here. He's noted the exact temperature at which different vegetables will die, the amount of snow cover they need for protection, even the specific varieties that perform best in harsh conditions." Thomas studied the page, marveling at the precision of the observations. There were notes about root vegetables that could survive being frozen solid as long as they thawed slowly, leafy greens that actually became sweeter after exposure to frost, and techniques for protecting more tender plants through the worst of the winter weather. "But this is just the beginning," old Aldrich continued, turning to another section of the journal. The real skill is in reading the signs that tell you what's coming next. He pointed to a series of observations about animal behavior, weather patterns, and natural phenomena that Thomas had never paid attention to. There were notes about the thickness of animal fur, the direction birds flew when migrating, the color of sunset clouds, and dozens of other subtle indicators that could predict weather days or even weeks in advance. Plants are much more sensitive to environmental changes than we are, old Aldrich explained. They can't move to escape harsh conditions, so they've developed incredibly sophisticated ways of sensing and preparing for what's coming. If you know how to read these signals, the plants will tell you everything you need to know about the weather ahead. He knelt beside a row of winter wheat that had been planted in late summer. The young plants were barely visible under the snow, but when old Aldrich brushed the snow away, Thomas could see that they had developed a deep red coloration that was quite different from their summer green. This red pigment is called anthocyanin, old Aldrich said. The plants produce it when they're preparing for extreme cold. The deeper the red, the more severe the cold they're expecting. And look at this. He pointed to the base of the plants, where Thomas could see that they had developed a thick, almost woody stem. They're putting all their energy into strengthening their roots and crowns, preparing to survive conditions that would kill them in their normal state. Thomas was fascinated by this hidden world of plant communication and adaptation. How do they know what's coming? They respond to changes we can barely detect, old Aldrich replied. Shifts in barometric pressure, changes in the length of daylight, subtle variations in temperature and humidity. They're constantly monitoring their environment and adjusting their growth accordingly. As they continued their tour of the snow-covered farm, Thomas began to see it with new eyes. What had appeared to be a dormant, lifeless landscape was actually a complex system of communication and preparation. Every plant, every animal, every natural feature was part of an intricate network of information about current conditions and future weather. This is why the journal is so valuable, old Aldrich said as they paused near the barn to check on the animals. It contains generations of observations about these natural signs and what they mean. Your ancestors learned to read the landscape like a book, to understand the subtle language that nature uses to communicate. Inside the barn, the animals were calm and comfortable, their body heat helping to warm the enclosed space. Old Aldrich checked each animal carefully, looking for signs of stress or illness that might indicate problems ahead. Healthy animals are your best insurance against a hard winter, he said, running his hands along Bessie's flanks to check her condition. They provide milk, eggs, meat when necessary, and their manure is essential for maintaining soil fertility. The animals have grown thicker coats than I've ever seen. The trees produced an unusually heavy crop of nuts and berries, which they do when they sense a long, difficult season ahead. Even the insects have behaved differently. The bees sealed their hives earlier than usual, and the ants have built their hills higher and more elaborate. Thomas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air. How bad do you think it will be? Bad enough that we'll need every technique in this journal, and probably some that aren't written down yet, old Aldrich replied. But that's why we're having this conversation now, while there's still time to prepare properly. As the afternoon wore on, the clouds old Aldrich had spotted that morning grew larger and more threatening. The wind began to pick up, and Thomas could feel the temperature dropping. The animals became increasingly restless, and even the cottage's cat sought out the warmest spot near the fire. But more than that, their early warning systems for weather and other dangers. As if to illustrate his point, the sheep suddenly became restless. clustering together and looking toward the north with obvious anxiety. Old Aldrich noticed immediately and stepped outside to scan the horizon. "There," he said, pointing to a barely visible line of clouds on the northern horizon. The sheep sensed the pressure change from that approaching system. "We probably have 6 to 8 hours before it arrives." Thomas looked at the distant clouds, which seemed insignificant compared to the clear blue sky overhead. "How can you tell it's going to be a problem?" "The sheep told me," old Aldrich replied with a smile. "But look more closely at those clouds. See how they're moving. They're coming from the northwest, which means they're bringing Arctic air. And notice the color. That gray-green tint indicates they're carrying a lot of moisture. When Arctic air meets moisture, you get either freezing rain or heavy snow." He pulled out the journal again and showed Thomas a page devoted to cloud formations and their meanings. There were detailed drawings of different types of clouds, with notes about the weather patterns they typically brought. Thomas was amazed by the precision of the observations. His ancestors had essentially created their own meteorological system based on careful observation of natural phenomena. "But the most important thing," old Aldrich said, "is learning to integrate all these different signs into a coherent picture. Any single indicator might be misleading, but when you see multiple signs pointing in the same direction, you can be confident in your predictions." They spent the rest of the morning practicing this skill, with old Aldrich pointing out various signs and asking Thomas to interpret them: the direction of the wind, the behavior of the birds, the way the smoke from the cottage chimney was dispersing. All of these provided clues about current and future weather conditions. "It's like learning a new language," Thomas said, as they headed back toward the cottage for the midday meal. "Exactly," old Aldrich replied. "And like any language, it takes time and practice to become fluent. But once you learn to speak it, you'll never feel helpless in the face of weather again. You'll always know what's coming and how to prepare for it." As they ate their simple meal of bread, cheese, and preserved vegetables, old Aldrich continued Thomas's education by sharing stories from previous winters. He told of the great storm of 1323, when snow fell continuously for 6 days and drifted so high that people had to tunnel from house to house. He described the ice storm of 1334, when freezing rain coated everything in a layer of ice so thick that tree branches snapped under the weight, and the roads became impassable for weeks. "But we survived all of it," old Aldrich said, "because we knew how to read the signs and prepare accordingly." The families that didn't have this knowledge, well, many of them didn't make it through those hard winters. The stories were sobering reminders of how precarious life could be in this harsh climate. Thomas began to understand that the knowledge in the journal wasn't just interesting information. It was literally a matter of life and death. "What about this winter?" Thomas asked. "What are the signs telling you?" Old Aldrich was quiet for a moment, his eyes focused on the fire. "This winter will test us," he said finally. "All the signs point to it being one of the harshest in memory. Time for the next lesson," old Aldrich said, standing and reaching for his heavy coat. "We need to check the winter garden site and begin preparations for construction." Thomas was surprised. "In this weather?" "Especially in this weather," old Aldrich replied. "Part of learning to read the signs is understanding when you have windows of opportunity and when you need to act quickly. We have maybe 2 hours before the next storm hits. That's enough time to do the initial site preparation, but only if we start now." They bundled up in their warmest clothes and headed out into the increasingly cold afternoon. The wind was picking up steadily, and Thomas could see the distant clouds growing larger and darker. The sheep had moved into the shelter of the barn, and even the hardy chickens had sought refuge in their coop. Old Aldrich led him to a spot on the south side of the cottage, where the building would provide some protection from the north wind. The location had been carefully chosen, close enough to the house for easy access, but far enough away to avoid any structural problems. The key to a successful winter garden, old Aldrich said, kneeling in the snow and beginning to brush it away from the chosen spot, is understanding how heat moves through the earth and how to capture and hold it. Thomas knelt beside his grandfather, his hands already growing numb despite his thick gloves. The snow was deeper here, nearly 3 feet in some places where it had drifted against the cottage wall. As they cleared it away, Thomas could see that the ground underneath was not frozen solid as he had expected, but merely hard-packed and cold. "Feel this," old Aldrich said, pressing his hand against the exposed earth. "The ground holds heat from the summer sun deep below the surface. Even in the worst winter, if you dig down far enough, you'll find soil that's warm enough for roots to grow." Thomas pressed his own hand against the earth, and was surprised to feel that it was indeed noticeably warmer than the air around them. "How deep do we need to dig?" 4 feet, maybe 5, old Aldrich replied, consulting the journal. "Deep enough to get below the frost line, but not so deep that we lose the benefit of the Earth's stored heat. Your great-grandfather experimented with different depths and found that 4.5 feet was optimal for this location." The idea of digging a hole 4.5 feet deep in the approaching winter seemed daunting, but old Aldrich had already begun marking out the dimensions with stakes and string. The planned winter garden would be roughly 12 feet long by 8 feet wide, large enough to grow a significant amount of food, but small enough to heat effectively. "We'll need to work quickly," old Aldrich said, glancing at the darkening sky. "The next storm will make digging much more difficult, and once the ground freezes solid, it becomes nearly impossible." They worked with the focused intensity of men racing against time. Old Aldrich wielded his spade with the efficiency of decades of practice, while Thomas followed behind, breaking up the larger clods and removing stones. The physical labor warmed them despite the cold air, and Thomas found himself falling into the rhythm of the work. As they dug, old Aldrich continued to share the knowledge that made the winter garden possible. "The secret," he said, pausing to catch his breath, "is creating a microclimate that's completely different from the conditions above ground. Down here, we'll have stable temperatures, protection from wind, and the ability to control moisture levels." Thomas was beginning to see the logic of the design. By digging below the frost line, they were accessing the Earth's natural insulation. The walls of the excavation would be lined with stones to prevent cave-ins and provide thermal mass that would store and release heat. A roof of salvaged wood and thatch would keep out snow and rain while allowing some light to filter through. "But how do we keep it warm enough for plants to actually grow?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich smiled and pointed to a section of the journal that described the heating system. "Composting," he said. "Fresh manure and organic matter generate heat as they decompose. We'll create a composting system along the north wall that will provide steady heat throughout the winter." The concept was ingenious in its simplicity. Fresh manure from the animals, combined with kitchen scraps, fallen leaves, and other organic matter, would be layered in a carefully constructed pile. As the materials decomposed, they would generate heat, sometimes enough to raise the temperature by 20 or 30 degrees. Your great-grandfather discovered that different materials compost at different rates and generate different amounts of heat, old Aldrich explained. Horse manure burns hot but fast. Cow manure burns cooler but lasts longer. Chicken manure is the hottest of all, but it needs to be mixed with other materials or it will burn the plants. Thomas was fascinated by the complexity of the system. What had seemed like a simple idea, growing food in winter, was actually a sophisticated integration of soil science, thermodynamics, and plant biology. As they continued digging, the wind grew stronger and the temperature continued to drop. Thomas could see his breath forming thick clouds in the cold air, and his hands were beginning to lose feeling despite his gloves, but old Aldrich seemed energized by the urgency of the situation, working with a determination that belied his age. This is what separates those who survive from those who don't, old Aldrich said during a brief rest. The willingness to work when conditions are difficult, to push through discomfort and fatigue when the stakes are high. Anyone can farm when the weather is perfect. It takes real skill and determination to grow food when nature is working against you. By the time they had excavated about half of the planned winter garden, the first snowflakes of the approaching storm were beginning to fall. The wind was now strong enough to make their eyes water, and Thomas could feel the cold penetrating through his layers of clothing. "That's enough for today," old Aldrich said, surveying their progress with satisfaction. "We've made good headway, and we can finish the excavation tomorrow if the weather permits." As they gathered their tools and prepared to head back to the cottage, Thomas looked at the hole they had dug and tried to imagine it as a productive garden. It seemed impossible that this raw excavation could be transformed into a place where vegetables could grow in the depths of winter. "I know it doesn't look like much now," old Aldrich said, reading his thoughts. "But by the time we're finished, this will be one of the most productive pieces of ground on the farm. Your great-grandfather grew enough food in his winter garden to feed the family fresh vegetables all winter long." Back inside the cottage, they warmed themselves by the fire, while old Aldrich showed Thomas more details of the winter garden construction. There were drawings of the stone retaining walls, plans for the wooden framework that would support the roof, and detailed instructions for managing the composting system. "The key to success," old Aldrich said, "is understanding that you're not just building a structure. You're creating an entire ecosystem. Every element has to work together. The thermal mass of the stones, the insulation of the earth, the heat from the compost, the protection of the roof. If any one element fails, the whole system fails." Thomas studied the drawings, beginning to understand the sophisticated engineering involved. The winter garden was essentially a solar greenhouse built into the ground, using the Earth's natural insulation and the heat from decomposing organic matter to create growing conditions that were completely independent of the weather above ground. "How long does it take to build?" Thomas asked. "If we work steadily and the weather cooperates, about 2 weeks," old Aldrich replied. As he drifted off to sleep, Thomas found himself thinking about the winter garden they had begun that day. Tomorrow, if the weather permitted, they would continue the work of creating a space where life could flourish even in the depths of winter. It seemed like a metaphor for the knowledge itself, a way of creating warmth and growth in the midst of harsh conditions, a technique for nurturing life when everything around seemed dormant and dead. The storm continued through the night, but Thomas slept peacefully, protected not just by the stone walls of the cottage, but by the growing understanding that he was part of a tradition that had survived countless winters, countless challenges. The knowledge in the journal was his inheritance, but it was also his responsibility. Tomorrow, he would take another step toward becoming worthy of that trust. But we need to have it finished and planted before the really cold weather sets in. Once the temperature drops below zero and stays there, even the winter garden won't be warm enough for most plants. Outside, the storm was intensifying. Thomas could hear the wind howling around the cottage and the steady hiss of snow against the shutters. The contrast between the harsh conditions outside and the warm, comfortable interior of the cottage made him appreciate even more the knowledge and preparation that made such comfort possible. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, assuming the storm passes, we'll finish the excavation and begin building the walls. But tonight, there's more you need to learn about reading the signs. He opened the journal to a section Thomas hadn't seen before, filled with detailed observations about plant behavior and growth patterns. Plants don't just react to current conditions, old Aldrich explained. They also respond to subtle changes that indicate what's coming. If you know how to read these signals, you can predict weather and growing conditions weeks in advance. The pages were filled with notes about how different plants changed their growth patterns in response to environmental cues. Some plants would begin producing cold-hardy compounds weeks before the first frost. Others would alter their root growth patterns in response to changes in soil moisture that preceded major weather systems. For instance, old Aldrich said, pointing to a detailed drawing of a cabbage plant, look at how the leaves change color and texture as winter approaches. The plant is actually changing its cellular structure to survive freezing temperatures. The leaves become thicker and more waxy, and they produce natural antifreeze compounds that prevent ice crystals from forming inside the cells. Thomas was amazed by the complexity of these adaptations. How do the plants know to do this? They're responding to signals we can barely detect, old Aldrich replied. Changes in day length, shifts in temperature patterns, variations in soil chemistry. Plants are incredibly sensitive to their environment, much more sensitive than we are. As the evening wore on, old Aldrich continued to share the accumulated wisdom of generations. He showed Thomas how to identify the subtle signs that indicated when plants were stressed, when they were preparing for dormancy, and when they were ready to begin growing again after winter. There were techniques for encouraging plants to develop cold hardiness, methods for protecting vulnerable crops during sudden temperature drops, and strategies for extending the growing season well into winter. The most important thing to remember, old Aldrich said as they prepared for bed, is that farming is not about imposing your will on nature. It's about understanding natural processes and working with them. The farmers who try to fight against nature usually fail. The ones who learn to read nature's signals and adapt their practices accordingly are the ones who thrive. Thomas lay in his bed that night, listening to the storm rage outside. But instead of feeling anxious about the harsh weather, he felt a growing sense of confidence. The knowledge his grandfather was sharing with him was like a map of the natural world, a guide that would help him navigate the challenges ahead. In his dreams, Thomas saw the completed winter garden, green and flourishing beneath its protective roof while snow swirled outside. He saw himself as an old man, passing the same knowledge on to his own grandson, adding his own observations and discoveries to the accumulated wisdom of generations. The cycle would continue, the knowledge would endure, and the earth would continue to provide for those who learned to read its subtle language. The wind howled and the snow fell, but inside the cottage all was warm and still. And in that stillness, the seeds of understanding continued to grow, preparing to flourish in the spring of Thomas's awakening awareness. Thomas woke to an unusual sound, the steady drip of melting snow from the cottage eaves. After 3 days of bitter cold and driving wind, the morning brought an unexpected reprieve. Pale sunlight streamed through the frost-covered windows, and the air itself seemed to have softened, carrying with it the faint promise of warmth. Old Aldrich was already dressed and studying the sky through the cottage's single window. His weathered face creased with concentration. "False spring," he said without turning around. "Nature's last gift before the real cold sets in." Thomas dressed quickly and joined his grandfather at the window. The world outside looked different in the gentle morning light. The harsh, wind-sculpted snow had softened into gentler curves, and you could see dark patches where the sun had already begun to melt the thinner drifts. Steam rose from the barn roof, and somewhere in the distance he could hear the musical sound of water running. The first time in days that anything had been liquid enough to flow. "How long will it last?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich consulted the journal, turning to a page filled with observations about these temporary warm spells. "A day, maybe 2 if we're lucky. Your great-grandfather called these borrowed days, stolen from spring and given to winter. They're precious because they give you one last chance to finish preparations before the real cold locks everything down." Thomas could see the wisdom in this. The past 3 days had been too harsh for any outdoor work beyond the most essential chores. The winter garden excavation had remained untouched, filled with snow and frozen solid. But now, with the temperature rising and the snow beginning to melt, they would have a brief window to complete the project. "Then we'd better not waste it," Thomas said, reaching for his coat. "Not so fast," old Aldrich replied with a smile. "First, we need to understand what this weather means and how to make the most of it. False springs can be as dangerous as they are helpful if you don't handle them properly." He led Thomas outside into air that felt almost balmy after the recent bitter cold. The temperature had risen to perhaps 40 degrees, warm enough to melt snow, but not warm enough to fool the plants into thinking spring had truly arrived. Thomas could feel the difference immediately. His breath still formed small clouds, but the air didn't bite at his lungs the way it had for the past several days. "The danger," old Aldrich explained as they walked toward the winter garden site, "is that warm spells like this can trigger premature growth in plants that should remain dormant. If a fruit tree starts to bud during a false spring, and when the cold returns, which it always does, those buds will be killed, and the tree may not produce fruit the following year." Thomas looked around at the farm with new understanding. The apple trees near the cottage showed no signs of swelling buds, their branches still locked in winter dormancy. But he could see that some of the hardier plants were beginning to show subtle signs of response to the warmer temperatures. How do you protect against that? Mostly by choosing the right varieties and planting them in the right locations, old Aldrich replied. Plants that have evolved in harsh climates have learned not to be fooled by temporary warm spells. But you can also help by understanding microclimates and using them to your advantage. He pointed to 2 similar shrubs planted on opposite sides of the cottage. The one on the south side, which received more direct sunlight, was showing slight signs of new growth. Tiny green buds just beginning to swell. The one on the north side, protected from the sun's warming rays, remained completely dormant. Same plant, same genetics, but completely different responses to the same weather, old Aldrich observed. The one on the north side will survive whatever cold comes next. The one on the south side might not. Thomas was beginning to understand that successful farming required thinking several moves ahead, like a chess player anticipating his opponent's strategy. Every decision, where to plant, when to harvest, how to protect crops, had to take into account not just current conditions, but all the possible future scenarios that might unfold. At the winter garden site, they found that the recent snow had actually helped their cause. The thick layer of insulation had prevented the excavated soil from freezing as deeply as it might have otherwise. When old Aldrich probed the bottom of the hole with a metal rod, it penetrated the earth relatively easily. "Good," he said with satisfaction. "We can finish the digging today and maybe even get the stone walls started. But we'll need to work fast. I can feel the pressure changing already." Thomas looked up at the sky, which seemed clear and benign, but old Aldrich was studying cloud formations on the distant horizon that were barely visible. "How can you tell?" "Experience, mostly. But also this," old Aldrich said, pulling a small piece of metal from his pocket. Thomas recognized it as a fragment from an old horseshoe, worn smooth by years of handling. "My grandfather gave this to me when I was about your age. It's not magic, but metal is sensitive to changes in humidity and atmospheric pressure. Feel how it's slightly damp. That means moisture is moving in, even though we can't see it yet." Thomas took the metal fragment and felt the subtle dampness old Aldrich had described. It was barely perceptible, but it was there, a sign that the clear morning was deceptive, that change was already on the way. They worked with focused intensity, taking advantage of every moment of the borrowed warmth. The soil, softened by the recent thaw, came away from their shovels much more easily than it had during their previous digging session. Thomas found himself falling into the rhythm of the work, his body warming from the exertion despite the cool air. As they dug, old Aldrich continued to share the knowledge that would make the winter garden successful. "The depth is critical," he said, measuring carefully with a wooden rod marked with notches. "Too shallow, and the frost will reach the plants. Too deep, and you lose the benefit of the sun's warmth filtering down through the covering." Thomas was impressed by the precision required. Every measurement had to be exact, every angle carefully calculated. The winter garden was as much engineering as it was agriculture, requiring understanding of thermodynamics, soil mechanics, and plant biology. "Your great-grandfather spent 3 winters perfecting this design," old Aldrich said as they reached the proper depth. "The first year, he made it too shallow and lost half his crops to frost. The second year, he made it too deep and the plants grew slowly because they didn't get enough light. The third year, he got it right, and from then on, we never went without fresh vegetables in winter." As the morning progressed, Thomas began to notice subtle changes in the weather. The breeze, which had been gentle and warm, began to carry a sharper edge. The snow was still melting, but more slowly than it had earlier, and the distant clouds old Aldrich had spotted were growing larger and more defined. "Time to start on the walls," old Aldrich announced, setting down his shovel and surveying their completed excavation with satisfaction. The stone walls would serve multiple purposes. They would prevent the earthen sides of the excavation from collapsing. They would provide thermal mass to store and release heat, and they would create a stable foundation for the wooden framework that would support the roof. Old Aldrich had been collecting suitable stones for weeks, choosing each one for its size, shape, and thermal properties. "Not all stones are created equal," he explained as they began laying the first course. "Some hold heat better than others. Some are more resistant to freezing and thawing. You want dense, fine-grained stones that won't crack when the temperature changes. Thomas was amazed by the knowledge required even for this seemingly simple task. Each stone had to be positioned precisely, with careful attention to how it would fit with its neighbors and how it would contribute to the overall stability of the wall. Old Aldrich worked with the skill of a master mason, testing each stone's fit before setting it permanently in place. The key, Old Aldrich said, is thinking like the stone, understanding how it wants to sit, how the weight will be distributed, how it will respond to temperature changes. Force a stone into the wrong position, and it will eventually work itself loose. As they worked, Thomas began to understand that this principle applied to much more than just stone walls. Successful farming required understanding the natural tendencies of every element in the system: soil, plants, water, weather, and working with those tendencies rather than against them. By midday, they had completed 2 full courses of stone around the perimeter of the excavation. The walls were beginning to take shape, and Thomas could see how the finished winter garden would look. But the weather was changing more rapidly now. The gentle breeze had become a steady wind, and the temperature was beginning to drop noticeably. "We'll get 1 more course finished, then we need to prepare for what's coming," Old Aldrich said, glancing at the sky with increasing concern. The clouds on the horizon were no longer distant. They had grown into towering formations that stretched across a significant portion of the sky, and Thomas could see that they were moving steadily in their direction. The borrowed warmth of the morning was being systematically erased by the approaching weather system. As they worked on the 3rd course of stones, Old Aldrich shared more of the accumulated wisdom about reading weather signs. "See how the wind has shifted from south to west," he said. "That means the warm air that gave us this reprieve is being pushed out by colder air from the north. And notice how the light has changed. It's becoming more diffuse, which means high clouds are moving in ahead of the main storm." Thomas looked up and realized that Old Aldrich was right. The sharp, clear light of early morning had given way to a softer, more filtered illumination that made everything look slightly hazy. The change had been so gradual that he hadn't noticed it happening, but now that it was pointed out, it was obvious. "How long do we have?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich consulted his metal fragment again, then wet his finger and held it up to test the wind direction. 2 hours, maybe 3. Enough time to finish this course and get the basic framework in place, but not enough to complete the roof. They worked with renewed urgency, but Old Aldrich insisted on maintaining the same careful attention to detail. "Better to do less work properly than more work poorly," he said. "A wall built in haste will fail when you need it most." As the afternoon progressed, the signs of approaching severe weather became more pronounced. The wind grew stronger and more variable, shifting direction unpredictably. The temperature continued to drop, and Thomas could feel the moisture in the air increasing. Most telling of all, the animals were becoming restless again, clustering together and seeking shelter just as they had before the previous storm. "That's enough," Old Aldrich announced as they finished the 3rd course of stones. "We need to secure what we've done and prepare for the next phase of winter." They covered the partially completed winter garden with salvaged boards and weighted them down with additional stones. The structure looked crude and unfinished, but Thomas could see the potential in what they had created. The stone walls were solid and level. The excavation was the proper depth, and the location took advantage of the cottage's protection from the north wind. "When will we be able to finish it?" Thomas asked as they gathered their tools. "When the weather gives us another opportunity. Old Aldrich replied. That might be next week, or it might not be until spring, but the foundation is solid now, and that's the most important part. The rest can wait. As they walked back toward the cottage, Thomas felt a deep sense of satisfaction despite the incomplete state of the project. He had learned more in the past few days about reading weather signs, understanding plant behavior, and working with natural systems than he had in all his previous years of farming. More importantly, he was beginning to develop the patience and long-term thinking that successful farming required. This is the hardest lesson for young farmers to learn, Old Aldrich said, as if reading his thoughts. The willingness to work with nature's timing rather than your own. You can't force the weather to cooperate, and you can't rush processes that require time to develop properly. Success comes from being ready when opportunities arise and being patient when they don't. Inside the cottage, they warmed themselves by the fire while Old Aldrich showed Thomas the next sections of the journal. There were detailed plans for the roof structure, instructions for managing the composting system that would provide heat, and careful notes about which plants grew best in the unique environment of a winter garden. Lettuce and spinach do well because they don't need much heat, Old Aldrich explained. Root vegetables like carrots and turnips can be stored in the garden and harvested as needed throughout the winter. And herbs. Herbs are wonderful in a winter garden because they actually become more flavorful when grown in cool conditions. Thomas studied the plant lists and growing schedules, beginning to understand the careful orchestration required to maintain a productive winter garden. Different plants had different temperature requirements, different light needs, different spacing requirements. Managing them all successfully required the same kind of precise timing and attention to detail that they had used in building the stone walls. Outside, the wind was picking up steadily, and Thomas could hear the first tentative snowflakes beginning to tap against the shutters. The borrowed day was ending, and winter was reasserting its dominance over the landscape. Tomorrow, Old Aldrich said, we'll focus on other preparations. There are seeds to sort and store, tools to maintain, and more sections of the journal to study. The winter garden will wait for us. It's not going anywhere. As evening approached and the storm intensified outside, Thomas reflected on the day's lessons. He had learned about reading weather signs, about working with stone and soil, about the patience required for long-term projects. But more than that, he had begun to understand the deeper philosophy that guided his grandfather's approach to farming. It wasn't about conquering nature or imposing human will on natural processes. It was about understanding natural systems so thoroughly that you could work within them, finding ways to achieve human goals while respecting natural limits and cycles. The winter garden was a perfect example. It didn't fight against winter's cold, but rather used the Earth's natural insulation and the heat from decomposing organic matter to create a small pocket of growing conditions within the larger context of dormancy and rest. The Earth teaches patience, Old Aldrich said as they prepared for bed. Seeds don't sprout the moment you plant them. Trees don't bear fruit the first year. Even the hardiest plants need time to establish their roots before they can withstand harsh conditions. If you try to rush these processes, you usually end up with weak plants that fail when they're tested. Thomas nodded, understanding that the lesson applied to more than just plants. His own education in the deeper mysteries of farming was like a seed that had been planted. It would take time to germinate, time to grow, time to develop the deep roots that would sustain him through whatever challenges lay ahead. As he lay in bed that night, listening to the wind howl and the snow hiss against the shutters, Thomas felt a profound sense of gratitude for the borrowed day they had been given. In those few hours of unexpected warmth, they had accomplished more than just digging a hole and laying some stones. They had taken a crucial step in creating a system that would provide fresh food throughout the winter. And Thomas had taken an equally crucial step in his own development as a farmer, who could read the subtle language of the natural world. The storm raged outside, but Thomas slept peacefully, warmed by the knowledge that he was becoming part of something larger than himself. A tradition of careful observation, patient work, and deep respect for the natural systems that sustained all life. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new lessons, but tonight he was content to rest in the shelter of accumulated wisdom, protected by walls built not just of stone, but of understanding passed down through generations like a sacred trust. In his dreams, Thomas saw the completed winter garden in full production, its green plants thriving beneath their protective roof, while the world above lay locked in winter's grip. He saw himself as a master of the subtle arts his grandfather was teaching him, able to read the weather in the behavior of animals, the color of clouds, and the feel of metal in his pocket. And he saw the knowledge continuing to flow from generation to generation, an unbroken stream of wisdom that would ensure survival no matter how harsh the conditions became. The wind howled and the temperature dropped, but inside the cottage all was warm and still. And in that stillness, the seeds of mastery continued to grow, preparing to flourish in the spring of Thomas's full understanding. As Thomas drifted into deeper sleep, the storm outside seemed to whisper promises of the trials to come. The borrowed day had ended, but its gifts, knowledge gained, progress made, understanding deepened, would endure through whatever winter might bring. In the morning, the real work would begin. End of Part 1. The Inheritance. The foundation has been laid, not just in stone and earth, but in understanding. Thomas has received his inheritance of knowledge and begun to comprehend the depth of wisdom required to survive in harmony with nature's harsh rhythms. But the winter ahead will test everything he has learned and demand even more than his ancestors' accumulated wisdom can provide. The earth sleeps, but beneath the surface, life persists, waiting for the skilled hand and patient heart that can nurture it through the darkest months. Tomorrow brings new challenges, new lessons, and the beginning of Thomas's true education in the ancient arts of winter survival. Part 2. The Winter Garden Seeds in Snow. The storm that ended their borrowed day lasted 5 days, and when it finally passed, Thomas woke to a world transformed beyond recognition. Snow had fallen continuously, driven by winds that sculpted it into fantastic shapes. Drifts that reached nearly to the cottage's eaves on the north side, while other areas were swept almost bare by the relentless gusts. Old Aldrich stood at the window in the pale dawn light, his breath forming small clouds in the suddenly frigid air inside the cottage. The fire had burned low during the night, and Thomas could see frost beginning to form on the inside of the windows, a sure sign that the temperature had dropped far below anything they had experienced so far this winter. "How cold?" Thomas asked, pulling his blankets tighter around his shoulders. "Cold enough to kill," old Aldrich replied simply. "The metal fragment is so cold it burns to touch, and look." He pointed to a cup of water that had been left on the table. A thin skin of ice had formed on its surface during the night. Thomas dressed quickly in layers of wool and linen, his fingers already stiff with cold despite the cottage's stone walls. Outside, the world had become an alien landscape of white and blue shadows, sculpted by wind into shapes that bore no resemblance to the familiar contours of the farm. "The winter garden?" Thomas asked, though he dreaded the answer. "Buried," old Aldrich said, "but that might be a blessing. The snow will insulate what we've built and keep the stones from cracking in this cold." They ventured outside into air so cold it seemed to crystallize in Thomas's lungs. His breath formed thick clouds that hung in the still air, and he could feel the moisture in his nostrils beginning to freeze. The snow crunched under their feet with the distinctive sound that came only with the most severe cold. A sharp, squeaking protest that spoke of temperatures well below zero. The winter garden site was completely invisible, buried under a smooth drift that showed no trace of their careful excavation. But old Aldrich seemed unconcerned, even pleased. "Perfect insulation," he said, probing the drift with a long stick. "The stones will stay at a stable temperature under all this snow, and when we're ready to continue work, we'll just need to dig down to them." Thomas marveled at his grandfather's ability to find advantage in what seemed like disaster. Where he saw only setback and delay, old Aldrich saw protection and opportunity. "But how do we continue the work in this cold?" Thomas asked. "Surely we can't build in these conditions." Old Aldrich smiled, that mysterious expression Thomas was learning to associate with knowledge about to be revealed. "Who said anything about building outside? Come, let me show you something your great-grandfather discovered during the terrible winter of 1314. He led Thomas not toward the buried winter garden, but toward the cottage itself. At the back of the building, partially hidden by a lean-to structure that Thomas had always assumed was just storage, old Aldrich began brushing snow away from what appeared to be a wooden door set horizontally in the ground. "A root cellar?" Thomas asked. "Much more than that," old Aldrich replied, lifting the heavy door to reveal stone steps leading down into darkness. "Your great-grandfather called it the winter sanctuary. Come, bring a lantern." Thomas fetched a lantern from the cottage and followed his grandfather down the stone steps. The air grew warmer as they descended, and by the time they reached the bottom, perhaps 8 feet below ground level, Thomas could feel a remarkable difference in temperature. The underground space was not warm exactly, but it was far more comfortable than the bitter cold above. The chamber was larger than Thomas had expected, perhaps 15 feet square, with stone walls and a vaulted ceiling that spoke of careful construction. Along one wall, shelves held crocks of preserved food, sacks of grain, and bundles of dried herbs. But what caught Thomas's attention were the wooden boxes arranged along the opposite wall, each one carefully labeled and filled with what appeared to be soil. "Growing boxes," old Aldrich explained, lighting additional lanterns to illuminate the space. "Your great-grandfather discovered that you could grow food down here even in the worst weather. The Earth's warmth keeps the temperature stable, and with enough lanterns, you can provide the light plants need to grow." Thomas examined the boxes more closely and was amazed to see that several of them contained plants. Not the dormant, winter-killed vegetation he expected, but actual green, growing plants. Lettuce, spinach, and what appeared to be small onions were thriving in the underground environment. "How is this possible?" Thomas asked, touching one of the lettuce leaves and finding it crisp and fresh. "The same principles that will make the winter garden work," old Aldrich replied, "but taken underground where the conditions are even more stable. The temperature down here never varies more than a few degrees, even in the worst weather. And these plants," he gestured to the growing boxes, are varieties that have been selected over generations for their ability to grow in low light and cool conditions. Thomas was beginning to understand that what he had thought of as a single technique, the winter garden, was actually part of a much larger system of winter food production. The underground growing chamber, the planned winter garden, the root cellar storage, and the careful preservation techniques all work together to ensure a steady supply of fresh food throughout the coldest months. But where did these plants come from? Thomas asked. When did you plant them? Old Aldrich's eyes twinkled with the satisfaction of a teacher whose student was asking the right questions. I started these from seed 6 weeks ago, just after the first frost. The secret is timing. You have to start the plants while there's still enough natural light filtering down from above. Then gradually transition them to lantern light as the days get shorter. He showed Thomas how the system worked. The growing boxes were filled with a carefully prepared mixture of soil, compost, and sand that provided excellent drainage while retaining nutrients. Each box had a series of small holes drilled in the bottom to prevent waterlogging, and they were arranged on wooden platforms that allowed air to circulate underneath. The key to success down here, old Aldrich explained, is understanding that you're creating an entirely artificial environment. Everything has to be controlled. Temperature, light, moisture, air circulation. It's more like tending a sick patient than farming in the traditional sense. Thomas was fascinated by the precision required. Each type of plant had slightly different requirements, and old Aldrich had developed techniques for meeting those needs in the confined underground space. The lettuce boxes were positioned closest to the lanterns, where they received the most light. The spinach, which could tolerate lower light levels, was arranged along the walls. The onions, which needed the least light of all, were placed in the corners where the illumination was dimmest. How do you know how much light each plant needs? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich consulted the journal, turning to a section filled with detailed notes about plant requirements and growing techniques. Trial and error, mostly, accumulated over several generations. Your great-grandfather tried growing dozens of different plants down here and kept careful records of what worked and what didn't. The notes were incredibly detailed, recording not just which plants succeeded, but exactly how much light they received, how often they were watered, what type of soil mixture produced the best results, and how long it took for seeds to germinate and mature in the underground environment. Look at this, old Aldrich said, pointing to a particularly detailed entry. He discovered that lettuce grown down here actually has a better flavor than lettuce grown outside, because the controlled conditions allow the plants to develop more slowly and concentrate their flavors. Thomas tasted one of the lettuce leaves and was surprised to find that it was indeed more flavorful than any lettuce he had eaten before. Crisp and sweet with a subtle complexity that he had never noticed in field-grown vegetables. But this is just the beginning, old Aldrich continued, leading Thomas to another section of the underground chamber. The real innovation is the seed sprouting system. In the far corner of the chamber, Thomas saw an arrangement of shallow wooden trays, each one lined with what appeared to be damp cloth. Some of the trays contained seeds in various stages of germination, from barely swollen seeds to sprouts several inches long, fresh sprouts in the middle of winter, old Aldrich said with obvious pride, packed with nutrients, ready to eat in just a few days, and you can keep producing them continuously as long as you have seeds and water. Thomas examined the sprouting trays more closely. The system was elegantly simple. Seeds were spread on damp cloth, kept warm by the stable underground temperature, and misted regularly with water. Within days, they produced tender, nutritious sprouts that could be eaten fresh or added to cooked dishes. "What kinds of seeds work best?" Thomas asked. "Almost any kind," old Aldrich replied, "but some are better than others. Mung beans produce the most tender sprouts. Wheat and barley sprouts are more nutritious. Radish and mustard sprouts add flavor to winter meals. And the best part is that sprouting actually increases the nutritional value of the seeds." Thomas was amazed by the sophistication of the system. What had appeared to be a simple root cellar was actually a complex food production facility that could provide fresh, nutritious food throughout the winter months. The combination of growing boxes, sprouting trays, and storage areas created a comprehensive system for winter nutrition. "How much food can you produce down here?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich gestured around the chamber. "Enough to keep a family healthy through the worst winter. Not enough to replace all other food sources, but enough to prevent the nutritional deficiencies that kill as many people as starvation itself." Thomas was beginning to understand that winter survival was not just about having enough calories to stay alive, but about maintaining health and nutrition when fresh food was scarce. The underground growing system provided vitamins and minerals that were impossible to get from stored grains and preserved meats alone. "But the most important thing," old Aldrich continued, "is that this system is completely independent of weather conditions. No matter how cold it gets outside, no matter how much snow falls, you can continue producing fresh food down here." As if to emphasize his point, they could hear the wind howling above ground, rattling the wooden door that covered the entrance to the chamber. But down in the underground sanctuary, all was calm and warm, with the steady glow of lanterns illuminating the green plants that thrived in defiance of the harsh conditions above. "Now," old Aldrich said, "let me show you how to expand the system." He led Thomas to a section of the chamber where additional growing boxes were stacked, waiting to be put into use. "We'll start new plantings every week," he explained, "so that we have a continuous harvest throughout the winter. Some plants will be ready to eat while others are just sprouting, and new seeds will be starting just as the mature plants are harvested." Thomas helped his grandfather prepare new growing boxes, mixing soil and compost in the precise proportions that years of experimentation had shown to be optimal. The work was satisfying in a way that was different from outdoor farming. More precise, more controlled, but also more intimate. Every seed was placed individually, every plant tended with personal attention. "The seeds are the key to everything," old Aldrich said as they worked. "Without good seeds, properly stored, none of this is possible. That's why seed saving and storage is one of the most important skills a farmer can master." He showed Thomas the seed storage area, where hundreds of different varieties were kept in labeled containers, each one carefully maintained at the proper temperature and humidity to ensure viability. Some seeds were stored in clay pots sealed with wax, others in wooden boxes lined with aromatic herbs that repelled insects, still others in leather pouches that allowed them to breathe while protecting them from moisture. "Every seed tells a story," old Aldrich said, picking up a small clay pot labeled "Lettuce, Hardy Winter Variety, 1346. This variety was developed by your great-great-grandmother, who selected the plants that survived the harsh winter of 1323 and saved their seeds. Over the years, she created a strain of lettuce that could grow in conditions that would kill ordinary varieties." Thomas was amazed by the idea that his ancestors had not just grown plants, but had actually created new varieties through careful selection and seed saving. How long does it take to develop a new variety? Years, old Aldrich replied. Sometimes decades. You start by selecting the best plants from each harvest, the ones that grow fastest, taste best, resist disease, or survive harsh conditions. You save seeds only from those plants, and gradually, over many generations, you develop varieties that are perfectly adapted to your specific conditions. Thomas examined some of the other seed containers, each one representing years or even decades of careful selection and improvement. There were beans that could tolerate cold better than any commercial variety, carrots that grew well in heavy clay soil, and herbs that had been selected for their medicinal properties as well as their flavor. This is why the journal is so important, old Aldrich said. It contains not just growing techniques, but the complete history of every variety we've developed. Without that information, the seeds are just seeds. With it, they're the key to survival. As they continued working in the underground chamber, Thomas began to understand that he was not just learning farming techniques, but becoming part of a living tradition of plant breeding and selection that stretched back generations. Every seed he planted, every plant he tended, was part of an ongoing experiment in adaptation and improvement. But there's something else you need to see, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a section of the chamber he hadn't noticed before. Behind a wooden partition, Thomas found what appeared to be a small workshop, complete with tools for woodworking, metalworking, and other crafts. Winter is the time for maintenance and preparation, old Aldrich explained. Tools need to be repaired, new equipment built, improvements planned for the coming year. Your ancestors learned that survival required not just growing food, but maintaining the tools and infrastructure that made food production possible. Thomas examined the workshop more closely. There were hand tools for every conceivable task, spare parts for equipment that might break during the busy growing season, and partially completed projects that would be finished during the long winter months. Everything was organized with the same careful attention to detail that characterized the growing systems. Self-sufficiency, old Aldrich said, means being able to maintain and repair everything you depend on. If your plow breaks in the middle of planting season, you can't wait for a blacksmith to fix it. You need to be able to do the work yourself, with materials you have on hand. Thomas was beginning to understand that winter survival required not just food production, but a complete system of skills and resources that could sustain a family through months of isolation. The underground chamber was not just a growing facility, but a complete survival center that provided everything needed to maintain life and health when the outside world became hostile. As the day progressed, old Aldrich continued to reveal the secrets of the winter sanctuary. There were techniques for preserving fresh vegetables in sand, methods for drying herbs to concentrate their medicinal properties, and systems for managing water and waste that kept the underground environment clean and healthy. The most important lesson, old Aldrich said as they prepared to return to the surface, is that winter is not a time of death and dormancy, but a time of different kinds of life and activity. The plants growing down here are proof that life continues even in the harshest conditions, if you understand how to create the right environment. Thomas looked around the chamber one more time, marveling at the green plants thriving in their artificial environment, the sprouting seeds that would provide fresh nutrition in just a few days, and the carefully organized systems that made it all possible. It was like a secret world, hidden beneath the frozen surface, where life continued in defiance of winter's apparent dominion. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, we'll start expanding the system and begin your real education in seed, starting, and plant management. But tonight, we feast on fresh salad in the middle of winter. They climbed back up the stone steps into the bitter cold of the cottage, carrying with them fresh lettuce, spinach, and sprouts that would transform their evening meal from simple survival fare into something approaching luxury. The contrast between the harsh conditions outside and the abundance they had harvested from the underground sanctuary was almost magical. As they prepared their meal, Thomas reflected on the day's revelations. He had discovered that his family's survival strategies were far more sophisticated than he had imagined, involving not just food storage and preservation, but active food production throughout the winter months. The underground growing system was like having a piece of summer preserved beneath the frozen earth, ready to provide fresh nutrition when it was needed most. "This is just the beginning," old Aldrich said as they sat down to their meal of fresh winter salad. "Tomorrow, I'll show you the real secret: how to create spring in the middle of winter, how to fool plants into thinking the seasons have changed, and how to produce enough fresh food to keep a family not just alive, but healthy and strong." Thomas ate his fresh salad with a sense of wonder, tasting the crisp lettuce and tender sprouts that had been growing just a few feet beneath his own home. The flavors were clean and bright, a sharp contrast to the preserved and dried foods that normally dominated winter meals. It was like eating hope itself, proof that life could flourish even when everything above ground appeared dead. Outside, the wind continued to howl and the temperature continued to drop. But inside the cottage, warmed by the fire and nourished by fresh food grown in defiance of winter's grip, Thomas felt a profound sense of security. The knowledge his grandfather was sharing with him was more than just farming techniques. It was a complete philosophy of survival that recognized no season as truly barren, no conditions as completely hostile to life. As he prepared for bed that night, Thomas thought about the seeds sprouting in the darkness below, the green plants thriving in their artificial environment, and the vast store of knowledge still waiting to be revealed. The winter was far from over, but he was beginning to understand that it was not something to be simply endured, but something to be actively engaged with, worked with, and ultimately mastered. In his dreams, Thomas saw the underground chamber expanded into a vast network of growing spaces, each one perfectly adapted to different types of plants and different stages of growth. He saw himself as a master of these hidden arts, able to produce abundance even in the depths of winter, able to create spring whenever it was needed. And he saw the knowledge spreading, shared with others who needed it, ensuring that no one would ever again have to face winter's challenges without the tools and techniques needed for survival. The wind howled, and the cold deepened. But beneath the earth, life continued its patient work of growth and renewal, tended by hands that understood its needs, and guided by wisdom accumulated over generations of careful observation and experimentation. At the underground, 3 weeks into the deep freeze, Thomas had settled into the rhythm of underground cultivation with an enthusiasm that surprised even himself. Each morning, after tending to the animals and checking the cottage's defenses against the cold, he would descend into the winter sanctuary to tend his growing empire of green life. The chamber had been transformed since that first revelation. What had begun as a few growing boxes and sprouting trays had expanded into a complex system of production that seemed to generate more food each day. Thomas had learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when plants were ready for harvest, when new seeds should be started, and when adjustments needed to be made to light, water, or nutrients. "You're developing the touch," old Aldrich observed, as Thomas carefully transplanted seedlings that had outgrown their sprouting trays. "See how you're handling those roots? A month ago, you would have damaged half of them." Thomas paused in his work to examine his own hands. They had changed over the past weeks, becoming more sensitive, more precise in their movements. He could feel the difference between healthy roots and stressed ones, could sense when soil was too wet or too dry, could judge the exact amount of pressure needed to firm soil around delicate seedlings without compacting it. "It's like learning a new language," Thomas said, "but with your hands instead of your tongue." "Exactly," old Aldrich replied, "and like any language, the more you practice, the more fluent you become. Eventually, you'll be able to diagnose problems and make adjustments without even thinking about it consciously." The underground sanctuary had revealed new secrets almost daily. Behind another partition, Thomas had discovered a sophisticated water management system that collected and filtered water from the cottage's roof, storing it in stone cisterns that kept it from freezing even in the harshest weather. A series of channels and gutters directed the water to where it was needed, and overflow drains prevented flooding during heavy rains or rapid snowmelts. "Water is life," old Aldrich had explained as he showed Thomas how to maintain the system. Without a reliable source of clean water, none of this would be possible. Your great-grandfather spent years perfecting this system, learning how to collect, store, and distribute water efficiently. Thomas had been amazed by the engineering involved. The entire system operated by gravity, with no need for pumps or other mechanical devices that might break down. Water flowed naturally from collection points to storage areas to distribution channels, regulated by simple but ingenious valves and controls that could be adjusted to direct water exactly where it was needed. But it was the expansion of the growing systems that truly captured Thomas's imagination. Old Aldrich had shown him how to create specialized environments for different types of plants, using variations in light, temperature, and humidity to replicate the conditions that each variety preferred. "Herbs," old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a section of the chamber where the air was noticeably more aromatic, "require different conditions than leafy vegetables. They prefer slightly drier soil, more intense light, and better air circulation." The herb-growing area was a marvel of specialized design. The growing boxes were shallower than those used for vegetables, filled with a sandier soil mixture that drained more quickly. Additional lanterns provided more intense illumination, and a system of carefully positioned openings created air currents that kept the atmosphere from becoming stagnant. Thomas breathed deeply, enjoying the complex blend of aromas from the growing herbs. There was the sharp, clean scent of mint, the warm spiciness of thyme, the pungent bite of garlic chives, and dozens of other fragrances that seemed to change and blend as he moved through the space. But herbs are more than just flavoring, old Aldrich continued, picking a few leaves from different plants and handing them to Thomas to taste. Many of them have medicinal properties that are especially important during winter, when fresh food is scarce and people are more susceptible to illness. Thomas tasted the herbs his grandfather had selected. The mint was refreshing and seemed to clear his sinuses, which had been congested from breathing the cold, dry air above ground. The thyme had a complex, earthy flavor that seemed to warm him from the inside. The garlic chives provided a sharp, pungent bite that made his mouth water and seemed to stimulate his appetite. Vitamin deficiencies, old Aldrich explained, are often more dangerous than simple hunger. A person can have enough calories to survive, but still become sick and weak from lack of proper nutrition. These herbs provide essential nutrients that are difficult to get from stored grains and preserved meats. Thomas was learning that winter survival was far more complex than he had ever imagined. It wasn't enough to simply have food. You needed the right kinds of food in the right combinations to maintain health and strength through the long months of cold and darkness. "Show me the root vegetables," Thomas said, eager to learn about another aspect of the underground growing system. Old Aldrich led him to yet another section of the chamber, where larger, deeper boxes contained plants that Thomas hadn't seen before. These were root vegetables: carrots, turnips, radishes, and others. But they were growing in conditions that seemed impossible for such plants. "Root vegetables in containers?" Thomas asked, puzzled. "I thought they needed deep, loose soil to develop properly." "They do," old Aldrich replied. "But if you understand their needs, you can meet them even in artificial conditions. The key is providing enough depth for the roots to develop, the right soil mixture to allow proper growth, and careful management of water and nutrients." The root vegetable boxes were indeed much deeper than the others Thomas had seen, some of them nearly 3 feet deep. They were filled with a specially prepared mixture of soil, sand, and compost that provided the loose, well-drained conditions that root vegetables required. But the real innovation, old Aldrich said, is the harvesting system. He showed Thomas how the boxes were designed with removable panels on the sides, allowing access to the developing roots without disturbing the entire plant. By carefully removing soil from the side of the box, they could harvest mature roots while leaving smaller ones to continue growing. "Continuous harvest," old Aldrich explained. "Instead of harvesting all the carrots at once, you can take just what you need and leave the rest to keep growing. It extends the harvest season and ensures a steady supply of fresh vegetables." Thomas was fascinated by the ingenuity of the system. Every aspect had been carefully thought out, from the soil mixture to the container design to the harvesting method. It was like a perfectly orchestrated symphony of plant growth and human needs. "But there's something even more important I need to show you," old Aldrich said, his voice taking on the serious tone that Thomas had learned to associate with particularly crucial knowledge. He led Thomas to a section of the chamber that was kept separate from the main growing areas, behind a heavy wooden door that was kept locked. When old Aldrich opened it, Thomas found himself in a smaller room that was noticeably warmer than the rest of the underground sanctuary. "The seed-starting chamber," old Aldrich announced. "This is where we create the next generation of plants, where we experiment with new varieties, and where we preserve the genetic heritage that ensures our survival." The room was filled with an intricate system of heated boxes, each one maintaining a specific temperature optimal for seed germination. Some boxes were kept barely warm. Others were heated to temperatures that felt almost tropical compared to the conditions above ground. The heat came from an ingenious system of hot water pipes that circulated warm water from a reservoir heated by the cottage's main fireplace. Different seeds require different temperatures to germinate, old Aldrich explained, showing Thomas how to check the temperature in each box using a simple thermometer made from a sealed glass tube containing colored liquid. Lettuce seeds germinate best at cool temperatures, while tomato seeds need much more heat. By controlling the temperature precisely, we can start seeds at any time of year and ensure high germination rates. Thomas examined the heated boxes more closely. Each one contained dozens of small pots filled with carefully prepared soil mixtures. Some pots contained seeds that were just beginning to sprout, while others held seedlings in various stages of development. The entire system was organized with the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized everything else in the underground sanctuary. But this is where the real magic happens, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a workbench covered with small tools, magnifying glasses, and carefully labeled containers of seeds. This is where we develop new varieties, where we select for traits that will help plants survive in harsh conditions, where we preserve the genetic diversity that ensures our long-term survival. Thomas watched as old Aldrich demonstrated the delicate work of plant breeding. Using tiny tools and a magnifying glass, he carefully removed pollen from one plant and transferred it to another, creating crosses that might produce offspring with desirable characteristics from both parents. Your great-great-grandmother developed most of our winter-hardy varieties this way, old Aldrich explained. She would cross plants that survived harsh conditions with plants that produced well, gradually creating varieties that combined the best traits of both parents. The process was painstakingly slow and required incredible patience. It might take several generations of plants to see the results of a single cross, and many experiments failed to produce anything useful. But the successful crosses had created varieties that were perfectly adapted to their specific conditions and needs. This is why we can grow food in conditions that would kill ordinary plants, old Aldrich said. These varieties have been selected over generations for their ability to thrive in low light, cool temperatures, and confined spaces. They're not just plants, they're the product of decades of careful breeding and selection. Thomas was beginning to understand that the underground growing system was not just about techniques and equipment, but about the plants themselves. The varieties they were growing had been specifically developed for these conditions, bred over generations to thrive in the artificial environment of the winter sanctuary. "Can you teach me how to do this?" Thomas asked, fascinated by the precise work of plant breeding. "It takes years to master," old Aldrich replied, "but we can start with simple crosses and work up to more complex breeding projects. The most important thing is learning to observe carefully and keep detailed records of everything you do." He showed Thomas the breeding records, page after page of careful notes documenting crosses, results, and the characteristics of different plant lines. Some entries went back decades, recording the gradual development of varieties through multiple generations of selection and improvement. "Every successful variety tells a story," old Aldrich said, pointing to an entry that described the development of their cold, hardy lettuce. This variety started with a single plant that survived an unusually harsh winter in 1298. Your great-great-grandmother saved its seeds and planted them the following year. Most of the offspring died, but a few survived another harsh winter. She saved seeds from those survivors and repeated the process for 15 years, gradually developing a strain of lettuce that could grow in conditions that would kill ordinary varieties. Thomas was amazed by the patience and persistence required for such work. 15 years of careful selection to develop a single variety, with no guarantee of success and many failures along the way. But the result was a plant that could provide fresh food in the depths of winter, when such nutrition might mean the difference between life and death. "This is your inheritance too," old Aldrich said. "Not just the techniques and equipment, but the genetic heritage preserved in these seeds. Some of these varieties exist nowhere else in the world. If they're lost, they can never be recreated." The responsibility of that inheritance weighed heavily on Thomas. He was not just learning to grow food, but becoming the guardian of genetic resources that had been developed over generations. The seeds in their carefully labeled containers represented decades of work by his ancestors, and their survival depended on his ability to maintain and continue their breeding programs. As they worked together in the seed starting chamber, Old Aldrich continued to share the subtle knowledge that made plant breeding successful: how to recognize plants with superior characteristics, how to prevent unwanted crosses that might contaminate pure lines, how to maintain genetic diversity while selecting for specific traits. The key, Old Aldrich said, is understanding that you're not just growing plants for this year or next year, but for generations to come. Every selection you make, every cross you attempt, has implications that will extend far beyond your own lifetime. Thomas was beginning to see plant breeding as a form of conversation with the future, a way of sending genetic messages to descendants he would never meet. The varieties he helped develop might be the ones that ensured his great-grandchildren's survival during some future crisis. As the day progressed, they moved through the different sections of the underground sanctuary, checking on established plants, starting new seeds, and making adjustments to the various systems that kept everything functioning. Thomas was amazed by how much work was required to maintain the artificial environment, but also by how rewarding that work was. "Look at this," Old Aldrich said, harvesting a handful of fresh spinach leaves from one of the growing boxes. 3 weeks ago, these were just seeds. Now they're providing fresh nutrition in the middle of the harshest winter anyone can remember. Thomas tasted the spinach, marveling at its fresh, clean flavor. It was hard to believe that such vibrant, healthy food could be produced in the depths of winter, in an artificial environment lit by lanterns and heated by ingenious systems that his ancestors had developed through generations of experimentation. But the most important thing, Old Aldrich said as they prepared to return to the surface, is understanding that this system is not separate from the natural world, but part of it. We're not fighting against nature, but working with natural processes in a controlled environment. Thomas nodded, understanding that the underground sanctuary was not an escape from nature, but a way of creating optimal natural conditions in a protected space. The plants were still following their natural growth patterns, still responding to light and water and nutrients in the ways that millions of years of evolution had programmed them to respond. The human contribution was simply creating the conditions that allowed those natural processes to continue, even when the surface world had become hostile to life. As they climbed the stone steps back to the cottage, carrying fresh vegetables and herbs that would transform their evening meal, Thomas reflected on the complexity of the system he was learning to manage. It was far more than just growing food. It was a complete integration of plant breeding, environmental control, resource management, and long-term planning that ensured survival and prosperity even in the harshest conditions. Tomorrow, Old Aldrich said, we'll work on expanding the system even further. There are techniques for growing fruit trees in containers, methods for producing fresh eggs throughout the winter, and systems for processing and preserving the food we produce down here. Thomas looked forward to learning these additional skills, but he was also beginning to understand that mastering the underground sanctuary would take years, perhaps decades. Every aspect of the system required deep knowledge and careful attention, and there were always new techniques to learn, new varieties to develop, new problems to solve. That night, as he lay in his bed, listening to the wind howl outside, Thomas thought about the green plants growing in the darkness below, the seeds sprouting in their carefully controlled environment, and the genetic heritage preserved in countless small containers. The underground sanctuary was like a secret world, hidden beneath the frozen surface, where life continued its patient work of growth and renewal. In his dreams, Thomas saw the sanctuary expanded into a vast underground garden, with specialized chambers for every type of plant and every stage of growth. He saw himself as a master of these hidden arts, able to produce abundance in any season, able to create optimal growing conditions for any plant, and he saw the knowledge spreading, shared with others who needed it, ensuring that no community would ever again face winter's challenges without the tools and techniques needed for survival and prosperity. The cold deepened, and the wind continued its relentless assault on the world above. But beneath the earth, in the warm glow of lantern light, life flourished in defiance of winter's apparent dominion, and in that flourishing, Thomas found hope not just for survival, but for a future where human ingenuity and natural processes could work together to create abundance even in the most challenging conditions. Fire and ice. The morning Thomas discovered ice crystals forming on the inside walls of the underground sanctuary. He knew they had entered a new phase of winter's assault. The cold above ground had become so severe that it was beginning to penetrate even their carefully insulated refuge, threatening the delicate balance that kept their hidden garden alive. Old Aldrich examined the ice crystals with the focused attention of a physician diagnosing a patient. "The heat system is losing the battle," he said, his breath forming small clouds even in the underground chamber. "We need to implement the emergency protocols your great-grandfather developed during the winter of 1314. Thomas felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. He had heard stories of that legendary winter, the one that killed livestock in their barns, froze wells solid, and left entire villages abandoned when spring finally came. If their carefully controlled environment was beginning to fail, what hope did they have of surviving conditions that severe? "What kind of emergency protocols?" Thomas asked, though he dreaded the answer. Old Aldrich was already moving toward a section of the chamber that Thomas had never seen opened, a heavy wooden cabinet secured with multiple locks. "Heat generation," Old Aldrich said, producing a ring of keys from inside his coat. "When the passive systems aren't enough, you have to create active heat sources that can maintain growing temperatures even in the worst conditions." The cabinet, when opened, revealed an array of equipment that looked more like the contents of a blacksmith's workshop than farming tools. There were metal braziers of various sizes, bags of charcoal, bellows for controlling airflow, and an assortment of pipes and fittings that Thomas couldn't immediately identify. "Controlled combustion," Old Aldrich explained, lifting out one of the smaller braziers. "The key is generating heat without creating smoke or consuming all the oxygen in the chamber. Your great-grandfather experimented for years to develop techniques that could provide steady heat without poisoning the air or creating fire hazards." Thomas watched as Old Aldrich began assembling what appeared to be a sophisticated heating system. The brazier was connected to a network of metal pipes that would distribute heat throughout the chamber, while a separate system of pipes and valves controlled airflow to ensure complete combustion and proper ventilation. "But how do you prevent smoke from killing the plants?" Thomas asked. "And how do you keep from using up all the oxygen?" "Engineering," Old Aldrich replied, showing Thomas a complex arrangement of baffles and chambers within the brazier itself. The fuel burns in a sealed chamber, and the combustion air is drawn from outside through this pipe system. The smoke and exhaust gases are vented to the surface through these channels, while the heat is captured and distributed through the chamber. Thomas was amazed by the sophistication of the system. What had appeared to be a simple brazier was actually a carefully engineered heating device that could provide warmth without the dangers typically associated with indoor fires. But there's more, old Aldrich continued, showing Thomas additional components of the emergency heating system. Different types of fuel for different situations, techniques for maximizing heat output while minimizing consumption, and methods for maintaining steady temperatures even when the outside conditions are constantly changing. He demonstrated how different materials could be used as fuel, each with its own characteristics and applications. Charcoal burned hot and clean, but was expensive and had to be carefully rationed. Dried animal dung burned cooler but lasted longer and was readily available. Wood burned well but required careful selection to avoid species that produced too much smoke or burned too quickly. The art, old Aldrich said, is learning to blend different fuels to achieve exactly the heat output you need for the conditions you're facing. Too much heat, and you'll cook the plants. Too little, and they'll freeze. Thomas helped his grandfather set up the first heating station, carefully following the detailed instructions from the journal. Every connection had to be perfect, every valve properly adjusted, every safety measure carefully implemented. A mistake in the heating system could destroy everything they had worked to create. As the first brazier began to generate heat, Thomas could feel the temperature in the chamber beginning to stabilize. The ice crystals on the walls stopped growing, and the plants that had been showing signs of cold stress began to perk up noticeably. But this is just the beginning, old Aldrich said. Emergency heating is about more than just keeping the plants alive. It's about maintaining the entire ecosystem we've created down here. He showed Thomas how the heating system affected every aspect of the underground sanctuary. The increased temperature changed the humidity levels, which required adjustments to the watering schedule. The improved air circulation affected how quickly soil dried out, which meant changes to the soil mixture ratios. Even the light requirements of the plants changed as their metabolic rates increased in the warmer conditions. It's all connected, old Aldrich explained. Change one element of the system, and you have to adjust everything else to maintain the balance. That's why your ancestors spent so much time documenting not just the techniques, but the relationships between all the different components. Thomas was beginning to understand that managing the underground sanctuary was like conducting an orchestra, where every instrument had to be perfectly tuned and timed to create harmony. The heating system was just one instrument, but its introduction required adjustments to all the others. As they worked to optimize the heating system, old Aldrich continued to share the deeper knowledge that made such complex management possible. Temperature is not just about keeping plants alive, he said. Different temperatures trigger different responses in plants. Understanding those responses allows you to control growth, flowering, and fruit production even in artificial conditions. He showed Thomas how slight variations in temperature could be used to encourage certain plants to grow faster, others to develop stronger root systems, and still others to begin flowering out of season. It was like having a conversation with the plants, using temperature as a language to communicate specific instructions about how they should grow and develop. But the most important thing, old Aldrich said, is learning to read the signs that tell you when adjustments are needed. Plants will tell you what they need if you know how to listen. Thomas studied the plants more carefully, looking for the subtle signs old Aldrich was describing. Some plants showed stress through changes in leaf color or texture. Others indicated their needs through changes in growth patterns or the way they held their leaves. Learning to read these signals was like learning to understand a foreign language spoken in gestures and expressions rather than words. As the day progressed, they expanded the heating system to cover the entire underground sanctuary. Each section required slightly different temperature management, depending on the types of plants being grown and their current stage of development. The seed starting area needed the most heat, while the storage areas required just enough warmth to prevent freezing. "Now comes the real test," old Aldrich said as they completed the installation, maintaining the system through the worst of the winter. The fuel consumption will be significant, and we'll need to monitor everything constantly to prevent problems. Thomas was beginning to understand the enormous amount of work required to maintain their artificial growing environment. Every day would require checking fuel levels, adjusting temperatures, monitoring plant health, and making countless small adjustments to keep everything in balance. But there's another aspect of emergency heating that's even more important, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a different section of the underground complex. Personal survival when the conditions become life-threatening. Behind another locked door, Thomas found what appeared to be a complete survival shelter, equipped with everything needed to sustain human life during the most extreme conditions. There were sleeping areas with thick insulation, food storage for emergency rations, water storage systems, and, most importantly, a sophisticated heating system designed specifically for human comfort and survival. When the cold becomes severe enough to threaten life itself, old Aldrich explained, you need more than just techniques for growing food. You need systems that can keep the people alive when the surface world becomes uninhabitable. The survival shelter was a marvel of practical engineering. The sleeping areas were designed to conserve body heat while providing adequate ventilation. The food storage included not just preserved foods, but systems for preparing hot meals that could warm people from the inside. The heating system was designed to provide steady, comfortable warmth without the dangers associated with open fires in confined spaces. How long could a family survive down here? Thomas asked. Months, if necessary, old Aldrich replied. Your great-grandfather designed this system after the winter of 1314, when families who didn't have adequate shelter froze to death in their own homes. He was determined that no member of our family would ever face that fate. Thomas was sobered by the thought of conditions so severe that people could freeze to death inside their own houses. It made him realize how precarious their situation really was, despite all the preparations and systems they had developed. But survival is about more than just staying alive, old Aldrich continued. It's about maintaining health, morale, and the ability to continue productive work even under the most challenging conditions. He showed Thomas how the survival shelter was designed not just for basic survival, but for maintaining quality of life during extended periods of confinement. There were areas for exercise, spaces for crafts and productive work, and systems for maintaining cleanliness and hygiene that were essential for both physical and mental health. People who are confined for long periods without productive activity often develop what we call winter madness, old Aldrich explained. They become depressed, anxious, and sometimes violent. The key to preventing this is maintaining routines, staying productive, and ensuring that people have meaningful work to do, even when they're confined to small spaces. Thomas could see the wisdom in this approach. The survival shelter was designed not just as a place to wait out harsh conditions, but as a place where people could continue to live productive, meaningful lives, even when the outside world had become hostile to human existence. As they explored the survival systems, Old Aldrich continued to share the psychological and social knowledge that was as important as the technical skills. Survival is as much about maintaining hope and purpose as it is about staying warm and fed, he said. People need to believe that conditions will improve, that their efforts have meaning, and that they're working toward something better than just staying alive. Thomas was beginning to understand that the knowledge his grandfather was sharing went far beyond farming techniques. It was a complete philosophy of survival that addressed not just physical needs, but emotional and spiritual needs as well. But the most important thing, old Aldrich said as they prepared to return to the main growing areas, is understanding that all these systems work together: the food production, the heating, the shelter, the preservation techniques. They're all part of a single, integrated approach to surviving and thriving in harsh conditions. As they checked on the plants in the newly heated growing areas, Thomas could see the immediate benefits of the emergency heating system. Plants that had been showing signs of stress were already beginning to recover. New growth was visible on many of the vegetables, and the overall health of the entire underground garden had improved dramatically. But maintaining this system will require constant attention, old Aldrich warned. Fuel consumption, temperature monitoring, air quality management. It all requires daily attention and frequent adjustments. Are you ready for that level of responsibility? Thomas looked around the underground sanctuary with its complex systems of heating, lighting, water management, and plant care. The responsibility was daunting, but he was beginning to feel confident in his growing understanding of how everything worked together. "I'm ready to learn," Thomas said. "Whatever it takes." Old Aldrich smiled, the expression of a teacher who sees his student beginning to grasp not just the techniques, but the deeper principles that make those techniques effective. Then, tomorrow, we'll begin the advanced lessons: heat management in extreme conditions, crisis response when systems fail, and the techniques for maintaining productivity even when everything seems to be working against you. That night, as Thomas lay in his bed, listening to the wind howl outside with unprecedented fury, he felt a complex mixture of anxiety and confidence. The conditions outside were more severe than anything he had ever experienced, but the systems they had activated gave him hope that they could not only survive, but continue to thrive even in the face of winter's worst assault. In the underground sanctuary below, the heating system maintained steady temperatures while the plants continued their patient work of growth and production. The emergency protocols developed by his ancestors were proving their worth, providing the tools and techniques needed to maintain life and productivity, even when the surface world had become a frozen wasteland. Thomas drifted off to sleep with the sound of the wind above and the quiet hum of the heating system below, two competing forces that represented the eternal struggle between human ingenuity and natural extremes. In that struggle, knowledge was the deciding factor, the accumulated wisdom of generations that provided the tools needed to tip the balance in favor of survival and prosperity. In his dreams, Thomas saw himself as a master of fire and ice, able to create warmth in the coldest conditions, able to maintain life when everything around him seemed frozen and dead. He saw the underground sanctuary expanded into a vast network of heated, growing spaces, each one perfectly controlled and endlessly productive. And he saw the knowledge spreading, shared with others who needed it, ensuring that no community would ever again face winter's worst challenges without the tools and techniques needed for survival. The wind raged, and the cold deepened, but beneath the earth, In the warm glow of controlled fires and thriving plants, life continued its ancient dance of adaptation and persistence. And in that dance, Thomas found not just hope for survival, but confidence in humanity's ability to work with natural forces to create abundance even in the most challenging conditions. End of part. The Winter Garden. The underground sanctuary stands as testament to human ingenuity working in harmony with natural processes. Thomas has learned not just to grow food in winter, but to create entire ecosystems that thrive in artificial environments. The emergency heating systems now hum quietly in the depths, maintaining life when the surface world has become hostile to all but the most hardy creatures. But the winter is far from over, and the greatest tests still lie ahead. The knowledge flows deeper, the challenges grow more severe, and Thomas must prepare not just for survival, but for the responsibility of preserving and passing on the accumulated wisdom of generations. Above ground, the world sleeps under a blanket of ice and snow. Below ground, life flourishes in defiance of winter's dominion, tended by hands that have learned to read the subtle language of plants and seasons, guided by wisdom that transforms the harshest conditions into opportunities for growth and abundance. Part 3. The Deepest Cold When the Earth Sleeps. The morning Thomas woke to find the water bucket beside his bed frozen solid. He knew they had entered the heart of winter's fury. The cold had become something alive and malevolent, seeping through stone walls that had stood for generations, turning breath into ice crystals that fell like snow inside the cottage itself. Old Aldrich was already awake, sitting beside the fire that had burned continuously for weeks now, feeding it with the careful precision of someone who understood that their lives depended on maintaining that small circle of warmth. The flames cast dancing shadows on walls that glistened with frost, creating an otherworldly beauty that would have been enchanting if it weren't so dangerous. "The great cold," old Aldrich said without looking up from the fire. "Your great-great-grandfather wrote about it in the journal. A cold so severe it changes the very nature of the world around us." Thomas dressed quickly, his fingers stiff and clumsy in the frigid air. Even with the fire burning constantly, the temperature inside the cottage had dropped to levels that made every movement an effort. His breath formed thick clouds that hung in the air, and he could feel the cold trying to steal the warmth from his body with every breath. "How cold?" Thomas asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Old Aldrich consulted a simple thermometer made from a sealed glass tube filled with colored liquid, one of the few instruments that could function in such extreme conditions. "Cold enough that the liquid is nearly at the bottom of the tube," he said. "Colder than I've ever seen it, and probably colder than anyone alive has experienced." Thomas looked at the thermometer and felt a chill that went beyond the physical cold. The colored liquid had dropped to a level that seemed impossible, indicating temperatures that were life-threatening even with their careful preparations. "The animals?" Thomas asked, thinking of Bessie the cow, the sheep, and the chickens that depended on them for survival. "We'll check them first," old Aldrich said, pulling on layers of clothing that transformed him into a bulky, almost unrecognizable figure. "But I suspect we'll need to bring some of them into the cottage if they're going to survive." The idea of sharing their living space with livestock would have seemed absurd just weeks ago, but Thomas was beginning to understand that survival in conditions this extreme required abandoning normal conventions and focusing solely on preserving life. They bundled themselves in every piece of warm clothing they owned, wrapping their faces and hands until only their eyes were exposed. Even so, the cold hit them like a physical blow when they opened the cottage door. The air was so cold it seemed to burn Thomas's lungs, and he could feel the moisture in his nostrils beginning to freeze immediately. The world outside had been transformed into something alien and hostile. The familiar landscape of the farm was buried under snow that had been sculpted by wind into fantastic shapes, some smooth and flowing like frozen waves, others sharp and angular like crystalline mountains. The trees stood like ice sculptures, their branches encased in layers of frost so thick they looked like they had been carved from crystal. But it was the silence that was most unsettling. The cold had stilled everything. No wind, no animal sounds, no creaking of wood or rustling of leaves. It was as if the world itself had been frozen into absolute stillness, waiting for some sign that life might continue. The barn, when they reached it, was only marginally warmer than the outside air. Thomas could see his breath forming thick clouds in the dim interior, and frost covered every surface like a coating of silver paint. But the animals were alive, huddled together for warmth, and looking at their human caretakers with eyes that seemed to plead for help. Bessie the cow was in the worst condition, her breath forming great clouds of steam that immediately condensed and froze on her muzzle and around her eyes. She was shivering despite her thick winter coat, and Thomas could see that she was using enormous amounts of energy just to maintain her body temperature. "She won't survive another night out here," old Aldrich said, running his hands along the cow's flanks to assess her condition. "We'll need to bring her into the cottage." The logistics of moving a full-grown cow into their living space seemed overwhelming, but old Aldrich was already planning the operation with the calm efficiency that Thomas had learned to associate with survival in extreme conditions. "The sheep are hardier," old Aldrich continued, checking on the small flock that had clustered together in the corner of the barn. "But they'll need extra feed and bedding to generate enough body heat to survive. And the chickens—" He looked at the small flock of birds that had stopped laying eggs weeks ago, and now spent their time huddled together in a feathered mass. "The chickens will need to come inside too." Thomas was amazed by the practical decisions that extreme cold forced upon them. Considerations of cleanliness, convenience, and normal living arrangements became irrelevant when the alternative was watching their livestock freeze to death. They spent the morning reorganizing their living space to accommodate the animals that couldn't survive outside. A section of the cottage was cleared and lined with straw to house Bessie, while the chickens were given a corner near the fire where they could benefit from the warmth while being contained enough to prevent chaos. The process of moving the animals was exhausting work in the extreme cold. Every trip outside required careful preparation and quick execution to minimize exposure to the life-threatening temperatures. Thomas found himself gasping for breath after just a few minutes in the open air, and his hands and feet began to lose feeling despite his thick gloves and boots. But the most challenging part was maintaining the fire that was now their lifeline. The extreme cold meant that fuel consumption had increased dramatically, and they were burning through their carefully hoarded supply of wood at an alarming rate. "We need to implement the deep cold protocols," old Aldrich said, as they worked to reorganize their fuel supplies. "Techniques your ancestors developed for surviving the most extreme conditions." He showed Thomas methods for maximizing the heat output from their limited fuel supply. Different types of wood burned at different rates and produced different amounts of heat. By carefully selecting and combining different species, they could create fires that burned hotter and longer than simple wood fires. "Oak," burns hot and long, but it's slow to catch, old Aldrich explained, demonstrating the technique. Birch catches quickly and burns bright, but it doesn't last. Pine burns fast and hot, but it can create dangerous sparks. The art is in combining them to get exactly the heat you need for the conditions you're facing. Thomas watched as his grandfather built fires that seemed to burn with supernatural efficiency, producing steady, intense heat while consuming relatively small amounts of fuel. It was like watching a master craftsman at work, using knowledge accumulated over generations to achieve results that seemed almost magical. But fuel conservation is only part of the solution, old Aldrich continued. The real key to surviving extreme cold is heat retention, keeping the warmth you generate from escaping into the environment. He showed Thomas techniques for insulating their living space that went far beyond simply closing doors and windows. They hung thick blankets and animal hides to create multiple layers of insulation, sealed every crack and gap that might allow warm air to escape, and arranged their furniture to create smaller spaces that could be heated more efficiently. Think of heat as a precious liquid, old Aldrich said. Every bit that escapes is lost forever, and in conditions like this, you can't afford to waste any of it. Thomas was learning to see their cottage with new eyes, understanding how heat moved through the space and where it was being lost to the outside environment. Every improvement they made, every additional layer of insulation, every sealed gap, every strategic rearrangement of furniture, made a noticeable difference in their ability to maintain comfortable temperatures. But the most crucial lesson was about managing their own body heat. Your body is a furnace, old Aldrich explained. But it's a furnace that can be overwhelmed if you don't manage it properly. He taught Thomas techniques for maintaining body temperature that went far beyond simply wearing warm clothes. How to layer clothing for maximum insulation while maintaining mobility. How to recognize the early signs of frostbite and hypothermia. How to use physical activity to generate heat without exhausting precious energy reserves. The key, old Aldrich said, is understanding that your body heat is your most important resource. Everything else, food, shelter, fuel, is just a way of supporting your body's ability to generate and retain heat. As the day progressed, Thomas began to understand that survival in extreme cold required a completely different mindset than normal winter survival. Every action had to be evaluated in terms of its heat cost. Every decision had to consider the energy required and the warmth that might be gained or lost. But there's something else, old Aldrich said as they settled in for what would be a long, cold night. The underground sanctuary. We need to check on our plants and make sure the heating systems are functioning properly. The thought of venturing into the underground chamber in such extreme conditions seemed daunting, but Thomas realized that their carefully cultivated food supply was just as important as their immediate survival. Without the fresh nutrition provided by their underground garden, they would gradually weaken and become more susceptible to the cold. The descent into the underground sanctuary was like entering a different world. The temperature difference was immediately noticeable. While still cold, the underground chamber was warm enough that they could remove some of their outer layers and work with reasonable comfort. But Thomas could see that even their sophisticated heating system was being challenged by the extreme conditions above ground. Ice crystals were forming in areas that had never been cold before, and some of the more delicate plants were showing signs of stress despite the emergency heating they had installed. "We need to increase the heat output," old Aldrich said, examining the heating system with the focused attention of an engineer diagnosing a complex machine. but we also need to be careful not to create conditions that are too warm for the plants or that consume fuel faster than we can supply it. Thomas helped his grandfather adjust the heating system, adding additional fuel and modifying the airflow to increase heat production. It was delicate work that required understanding not just the mechanical aspects of the system, but the needs of the plants they were trying to protect. The plants are actually more resilient than you might think, old Aldrich said as they worked. Many of them can tolerate brief periods of cold stress as long as the overall conditions remain favorable. The key is maintaining stable conditions and preventing sudden temperature swings that can shock the plants into dormancy or death. As they moved through the underground sanctuary, checking on different sections and making adjustments to the various systems, Thomas was struck by the complexity of maintaining their artificial ecosystem. Every element had to be carefully balanced. Temperature, humidity, light, air circulation, water, nutrients, and changes to one element affected all the others. This is why the journal is so important, old Aldrich said, consulting the detailed notes that documented how the system should function under different conditions. Without the accumulated knowledge of generations, it would be impossible to manage all these variables successfully. Thomas studied the journal entries that dealt with extreme cold conditions, marveling at the detailed observations and careful documentation that his ancestors had maintained even under the most challenging circumstances. Every problem they were facing had been encountered before, and solutions had been developed and tested over multiple generations. But there's something new we need to try, old Aldrich said, turning to a section of the journal that Thomas had never seen before: techniques for maintaining plant growth when the surface conditions become life-threatening. The pages described methods for creating ultra-controlled growing environments that could function independently of surface conditions for extended periods. These were not just heated growing spaces, but completely sealed systems that recycled air, water, and nutrients to create self-sustaining ecosystems. Your great-grandfather developed these techniques during the winter of 1314, old Aldrich explained. When the cold became so severe that even the underground sanctuary was threatened, he created sealed growing chambers that could maintain plant life even if the surface world became completely uninhabitable. Thomas was amazed by the sophistication of the systems described in the journal. They involved not just heating and lighting, but complex methods for managing air quality, recycling water, and maintaining soil fertility in completely closed environments. "Can we build these systems now?" Thomas asked, studying the detailed drawings and instructions. "We can try," old Aldrich replied, "but it will require materials and techniques that push our capabilities to their limits. And if we make mistakes, we could lose everything we've worked to create." The decision to attempt such an advanced system was not made lightly. It would require using precious resources and taking risks that could jeopardize their existing food production. But the extreme conditions above ground made it clear that their current systems might not be adequate for what was coming. "Tomorrow," old Aldrich said, "we'll begin construction of the sealed growing chambers. But tonight, we need to focus on maintaining what we have and ensuring that we survive until morning." As they returned to the cottage, Thomas reflected on the day's lessons. He had learned about surviving in conditions that threatened life itself, about managing resources when every decision could mean the difference between survival and death, and about the incredible complexity of maintaining artificial ecosystems under extreme stress. The cottage, when they returned to it, felt almost tropical compared to the underground sanctuary. despite the presence of livestock and the constant battle to maintain adequate heating. Bessie the cow had settled into her corner and seemed comfortable, while the chickens had arranged themselves near the fire in a feathered huddle that occasionally produced soft, clucking sounds. "This is what survival looks like," old Aldrich said as they prepared their evening meal using vegetables harvested from their underground garden. Not heroic battles against nature, but careful adaptation to conditions that would otherwise be fatal. Thomas ate his fresh salad with a profound sense of gratitude, understanding that the crisp lettuce and tender spinach represented not just nutrition, but triumph over conditions that had defeated countless others. The knowledge and systems his ancestors had developed were proving their worth in the ultimate test of extreme survival. As they settled in for the night, with the fire burning steadily and the animals breathing quietly in their corners, Thomas felt a complex mixture of anxiety and confidence. The conditions outside were more severe than anything in recorded memory, but they had the tools and knowledge needed to survive and even thrive in such extremes. "Tomorrow will be the real test," old Aldrich said as they banked the fire for the night. "If we can maintain our systems through another day of this cold, we'll know that we can survive anything winter can throw at us." Thomas lay in his bed that night, listening to the absolute silence outside and the quiet sounds of life continuing inside their refuge. The cows breathing, the soft rustle of chickens adjusting their positions, the steady crackle of the fire. All signs that life persisted even in conditions that seemed designed to extinguish it. In his dreams, Thomas saw the sealed growing chambers functioning perfectly, producing abundant food in completely controlled environments that were independent of any surface conditions. He saw himself as a master of extreme survival, able to maintain life and productivity, even when the world above had become a frozen wasteland. And he saw the knowledge spreading, shared with others who needed it, ensuring that no community would ever again face such extreme conditions without the tools and techniques needed for survival. The cold deepened and the silence stretched on, but inside their carefully maintained refuge, life continued its patient work of persistence and adaptation. And in that persistence, Thomas found not just hope for survival, but confidence in humanity's ability to adapt to any conditions through knowledge, preparation, and the accumulated wisdom of generations. The sealed world. On the third day of the great cold, when the thermometer's colored liquid had dropped so low it was barely visible, and the very air seemed to crystallize around them, old Aldrich made a decision that would test everything Thomas had learned about survival and adaptation. "We're going to seal ourselves in," old Aldrich announced as they huddled around the fire, sharing body heat with Bessie the cow and the cluster of chickens that had become their unlikely roommates. Create a completely closed system that can function independently of outside conditions. Thomas looked around their cottage, which had already been transformed into something that bore little resemblance to a normal home. Every window was sealed with multiple layers of cloth and hide, every gap stuffed with whatever insulating material they could find. The interior had been divided into zones, a warm zone near the fire where they lived and worked, a cooler zone where the animals were housed, and storage areas where their supplies were carefully rationed and protected. "How do we seal ourselves in without suffocating?" Thomas asked, understanding that air circulation was essential for survival, but also knowing that every opening allowed precious heat to escape. Old Aldrich smiled, that expression Thomas had learned to associate with knowledge about to be revealed. "Your great-grandfather faced the same problem during the winter of 1314. The solution is in the journal. Techniques for managing air quality in sealed environments. He opened the leather-bound book to a section Thomas had never seen before, filled with detailed drawings of what appeared to be complex ventilation systems. The diagrams showed methods for bringing in fresh air while warming it to prevent heat loss, and techniques for removing stale air without allowing warm air to escape. Controlled air exchange, old Aldrich explained, pointing to a drawing that showed a series of chambers and passages. Fresh air comes in through this system, gets warmed by passing through chambers heated by the fire, and stale air goes out through a different system that captures and reuses as much heat as possible. Thomas studied the diagrams, trying to understand the engineering principles involved. The system was incredibly sophisticated, using the physics of heat transfer and air circulation to maintain breathable air while minimizing heat loss. But that's just the beginning, old Aldrich continued, turning to additional pages that showed even more complex systems. When you're completely sealed in, you also need to manage humidity, prevent the buildup of harmful gases, and maintain air quality that will keep both humans and animals healthy. The pages described techniques that seemed almost magical in their sophistication, methods for using plants to purify air, systems for managing moisture to prevent condensation and mold, and techniques for monitoring air quality using simple but effective indicators. Plants, old Aldrich said, are natural air purifiers. They consume carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. They absorb harmful gases, and they help regulate humidity. In a sealed environment, the right combination of plants can actually improve air quality while providing food. Thomas was beginning to understand that their underground sanctuary was not just a place to grow food, but an integral part of their life support system. The plants below were not only producing nutrition, but also helping to maintain the air quality that would keep them alive in their sealed refuge. But implementing these systems will require major modifications to both the cottage and the underground sanctuary, old Aldrich warned. And once we seal ourselves in, we'll be committed to the system until conditions improve enough to safely open up again. The decision was not made lightly. Sealing themselves in would mean cutting off all contact with the outside world, relying entirely on their stored supplies and internal production systems. If something went wrong, if the heating system failed, if their food supplies ran out, if the air management system malfunctioned, they would have no options for escape or rescue. How long might we need to stay sealed? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich consulted weather records in the journal, comparing current conditions to historical patterns. The winter of 1314 required 6 weeks of complete isolation, he said. But conditions this year seem even more severe. We should prepare for 2 months, possibly more. 2 months of complete isolation, living in a sealed environment with their livestock, depending entirely on systems they would build themselves using techniques developed by ancestors who had faced similar extremes. The challenge seemed almost impossible, but Thomas was beginning to understand that impossible was simply another word for techniques not yet mastered. Then we'd better start building, Thomas said, surprised by his own confidence. They began with the air management system, using materials salvaged from around the farm and techniques described in meticulous detail in the journal. The work was challenging in the extreme cold, requiring brief forays outside to gather materials and make modifications to the cottage's structure. The fresh air intake system was a marvel of practical engineering. Cold, outside air was drawn through a series of chambers that were heated by the cottage's main fire, warming the incoming air to a comfortable temperature before it entered their living space. The system used the principle of heat exchange, capturing warmth from outgoing stale air to heat the incoming fresh air. The key, old Aldrich explained as they worked, is understanding that air, like water, follows the predictable patterns of flow. If you understand those patterns, you can control them to achieve exactly the results you need. Thomas was fascinated by the physics involved. Warm air rose naturally, creating circulation patterns that could be harnessed and directed. Cold air sank, creating pressure differentials that could drive ventilation systems. By understanding and working with these natural forces, they could create effective air management without requiring any mechanical devices that might break down. The exhaust system was equally sophisticated, using a series of baffles and heat exchangers to capture as much warmth as possible from outgoing air before venting it to the outside. The system was designed to maintain steady air circulation while minimizing heat loss, a delicate balance that required precise engineering and careful adjustment. But air management is only a part of the sealed system, old Aldrich said, as they completed the basic ventilation work. We also need to integrate the underground sanctuary into our life support system. The connection between the cottage and the underground sanctuary became the heart of their sealed environment. Fresh air was drawn down into the growing chambers, where the plants purified it and added oxygen. The warmed, purified air then circulated back up into the cottage, creating a closed loop that maintained air quality while supporting both human life and plant growth. It's like creating our own atmosphere, Thomas said, marveling at the complexity of the integrated system. Exactly, old Aldrich replied. We're creating a miniature world that can function independently of outside conditions. Everything has to work together: air, water, heat, food production, waste management, to create a sustainable environment. The water management system was equally complex. They needed to conserve every drop of water while ensuring adequate supplies for drinking, cooking, cleaning, and plant cultivation. The system they developed captured and recycled water from multiple sources: melted snow, condensation from cooking and breathing, even moisture from animal waste. Water is life, old Aldrich said as they installed the water recycling system. In a sealed environment, every drop is precious. The techniques for capturing, purifying, and reusing water can mean the difference between survival and death. Thomas learned to see water as a resource that flowed through their sealed environment in carefully managed cycles. Fresh water came in as melted snow, was used for various purposes, was purified and recycled, and eventually was used to support plant growth in the underground sanctuary. Nothing was wasted. Everything was reused, and the entire system was designed to be sustainable for extended periods. But the most challenging aspect of creating their sealed world was food production and management. They needed to maintain their underground growing systems, while also carefully rationing their stored supplies to ensure adequate nutrition throughout their period of isolation. Food is not just about calories, old Aldrich explained as they reorganized their food storage and production systems. In a sealed environment, you need to maintain nutritional balance, prevent deficiencies, and ensure that your food production systems can continue functioning even under stress. The underground sanctuary became even more crucial as they prepared for complete isolation. Every growing box was optimized for maximum production. Every sprouting tray was kept in continuous use, and new techniques were implemented to increase yields and extend growing seasons. But there's something else we need to consider, old Aldrich said as they worked in the underground chambers. Psychological survival. Being sealed in a confined space for months can be as dangerous to mental health as extreme cold is to physical health. Thomas hadn't considered the psychological challenges of extended isolation, but as old Aldrich explained the potential problems, he began to understand that maintaining mental health would be as important as maintaining physical health. People confined in small spaces for long periods can develop anxiety, depression, and sometimes violent behavior, old Aldrich said. Your ancestors learned that survival required not just keeping the body alive, but keeping the mind healthy and engaged. The journal contained detailed notes about managing the psychological challenges of extended isolation, techniques for maintaining routines that provided structure and purpose, methods for staying mentally active and engaged, and strategies for managing the stress and anxiety that naturally arose from being cut off from the outside world. Productive work is essential, old Aldrich explained. People need to feel that they're accomplishing something meaningful, that their efforts have a purpose beyond just staying alive. That's why we'll continue expanding and improving our systems even while we're sealed in. Thomas was beginning to understand that their period of isolation would not be a time of simply waiting for conditions to improve, but a time of continued learning, development, and improvement of their survival systems. As they completed the final preparations for sealing themselves in, Thomas felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. They were about to embark on an experiment in survival that would test every system they had developed and every skill they had learned. "Are we ready?" old Aldrich asked as they stood at the cottage door, preparing to make the final seal that would cut them off from the outside world. Thomas looked around their transformed living space. The carefully managed air circulation system, the integrated heating and ventilation, the livestock that had become part of their survival team, the connection to the underground sanctuary that would provide fresh food throughout their isolation. Everything they needed to survive was contained within their sealed environment. "We're ready," Thomas said, and meant it. Old Aldrich sealed the door with a complex system of barriers and insulation that would prevent any air exchange with the outside environment. The final seal was like crossing a threshold into a different world, a world where they would be completely dependent on their own knowledge, skills, and carefully crafted systems. As the seal was completed, Thomas felt the atmosphere in the cottage change subtly. The air seemed different. Not stale, but somehow more intimate, more contained. They were now breathing air that was being recycled and purified by their own systems, drinking water that was being captured and reused, eating food that was being grown in their underground sanctuary. "Welcome to our sealed world," old Aldrich said. "For the next several weeks, possibly months, this will be our entire universe. Everything we need to survive is contained within these walls and the chambers below." Thomas looked around their sealed environment with new eyes, understanding that they had created something remarkable, a completely self-sustaining system that could support life even when the outside world had become hostile to all living things. That night, as they settled in for their first evening in complete isolation, Thomas felt a profound sense of accomplishment. They had not just survived the extreme cold, but had created a thriving, self-contained world that could function independently of any outside conditions. In the underground sanctuary below, plants continued to grow and produce food. The air circulation system hummed quietly, maintaining perfect atmospheric conditions. The water recycling system captured and purified every drop of moisture, and in the warm glow of their carefully managed fire, life continued not just to survive, but to flourish. "Tomorrow," old Aldrich said, we begin the real work, optimizing our systems, expanding our capabilities, and preparing for whatever challenges the rest of winter might bring. Thomas lay in his bed that night, listening to the quiet sounds of their sealed world. The gentle circulation of air, the soft breathing of animals, the subtle crackle of their fire. Outside, the great cold continued its assault on the world, but inside their carefully crafted refuge, all was warm and alive and full of possibility. In his dreams, Thomas saw their sealed world expanded into a vast underground city, with chambers for every type of plant and every aspect of human life. He saw communities of people living in harmony with carefully managed ecosystems, producing abundance even in the harshest conditions, and he saw the knowledge spreading, shared with others who needed it, ensuring that no one would ever again face extreme conditions without the tools and techniques needed not just for survival, but for prosperity. The great cold raged on outside, but inside their sealed world, life had found a way not just to persist, but to thrive. And in that thriving, Thomas found hope for a future where human ingenuity and natural processes could work together to create abundance under any conditions, no matter how challenging they might appear. The long dark 6 weeks into their sealed isolation, Thomas woke to a silence so complete it seemed to press against his eardrums like a physical presence. The absolute quiet that had initially been unsettling had become a constant companion, broken only by the gentle sounds of their carefully managed life support systems and the quiet breathing of their animal companions. Old Aldrich was already awake, as he always was, tending to the fire that had burned continuously since they sealed themselves in. The flames had become more than just a source of heat. They were the heart of their sealed world, the central component that made all their other systems possible. "How long has it been?" Thomas asked, though he had been keeping careful track of the days on a wooden calendar they had created. 43 days, old Aldrich replied, consulting his own records. "Longer than the winter of 1314, but the systems are holding steady. We're not just surviving, we're thriving." Thomas looked around their transformed living space, marveling at how completely it had been adapted to their needs. What had once been a simple cottage had become a sophisticated life support system. Every element carefully designed and maintained to support life in complete isolation from the outside world. The air was clean and fresh, circulated and purified by their integrated ventilation system. The temperature was comfortable and stable, maintained by their carefully managed heating system. Fresh food appeared daily from their underground growing chambers, and their water recycling system provided all the clean water they needed. But perhaps most remarkably, they had not just maintained their health and comfort. They had actually improved their situation during the weeks of isolation. The underground sanctuary had been expanded and optimized. New growing techniques had been developed and tested, and their understanding of sealed environment management had reached levels that seemed almost magical. "Show me the new growing chambers," Thomas said, eager to see the latest improvements they had made to their food production systems. Old Aldrich led him down into the underground sanctuary, which had been transformed during their weeks of isolation into something that resembled a vast, sophisticated laboratory. New growing chambers had been constructed using techniques developed through constant experimentation and refinement. The latest innovation was a series of vertical growing systems that maximized food production in minimal space. Plants grew in carefully designed towers that allowed multiple layers of cultivation, each layer receiving exactly the right amount of light, water, and nutrients for optimal growth. efficiency, old Aldrich explained as they examined the vertical gardens. When space is limited, you have to think in 3 dimensions. These systems produce 5 times as much food per square foot as traditional growing methods. Thomas was amazed by the productivity of the vertical systems. Lettuce, spinach, herbs, and even small root vegetables grew in abundance, creating a green wall of food production that seemed to generate more nutrition than they could possibly consume. But the real breakthrough, old Aldrich continued, leading Thomas to another section of the expanded sanctuary, is the closed-loop nutrient system. The new system was a marvel of practical engineering that recycled all organic waste into nutrients for plant growth. Kitchen scraps, animal waste, even human waste was processed through a carefully designed system that broke down organic matter and converted it into fertilizer for their growing plants. Nothing is wasted, old Aldrich explained. Every organic molecule that enters our sealed system is eventually recycled into food production. It's a completely sustainable cycle that can continue indefinitely. Thomas studied the nutrient recycling system, trying to understand the biological and chemical processes involved. Organic waste was composted in carefully controlled conditions, creating rich fertilizer that was then dissolved in water and delivered directly to plant roots through an intricate irrigation system. "How did you figure all this out?" Thomas asked, marveling at the sophistication of the integrated systems. "Trial and error, mostly," old Aldrich replied, "combined with principles described in the journal and techniques developed through constant experimentation. When you're sealed in for weeks with nothing but time and necessity, you learn to innovate quickly." Thomas was beginning to understand that their period of isolation had been not just about survival, but about pushing the boundaries of what was possible in controlled environment agriculture. Every day had brought new experiments, new techniques, new improvements to their already sophisticated systems. "But there's something else," old Aldrich said, his voice taking on the serious tone that Thomas had learned to associate with particularly important knowledge. "We've learned something that goes beyond just growing food in sealed environments." He led Thomas to a section of the sanctuary that had been set up as a workshop and laboratory, filled with equipment for testing and experimentation. Charts and diagrams covered the walls, documenting their discoveries and innovations. "We've learned how to create optimal growing conditions for any plant, under any circumstances," old Aldrich said. "Temperature, humidity, light, nutrients, air circulation. We can control every variable to create exactly the conditions each plant needs to thrive." Thomas examined the charts and documentation, amazed by the precision of their environmental control. They had developed techniques for creating microclimates within their sealed environment, each one perfectly tailored to the needs of specific plants. "Look at this," old Aldrich said, pointing to a growing chamber where tomato plants were flowering and beginning to set fruit. Tomatoes in the middle of winter, in a sealed underground chamber. "We've created artificial summer conditions that allow warm-season crops to grow year-round." Thomas tasted one of the small tomatoes that had already ripened, marveling at its fresh, sweet flavor. It seemed impossible that such vibrant, summer-like food could be produced in the depths of winter, in complete isolation from the outside world. "But the most important discovery," old Aldrich continued, "is that we can scale these techniques up to support much larger populations. What we've learned here could be applied to entire communities." Thomas was beginning to understand the broader implications of their work. The techniques they had developed during their isolation were not just about personal survival. but about creating sustainable food production systems that could support communities even under the most challenging conditions. Imagine, old Aldrich said, entire villages with underground growing systems like this one. Communities that could survive any weather, any disaster, any crisis, because they had the knowledge and systems needed to produce their own food under any conditions. The vision was compelling. Communities that were truly self-sufficient, able to thrive regardless of external conditions because they had mastered the art of creating optimal growing environments through human knowledge and ingenuity. As they continued their tour of the expanded sanctuary, Thomas was struck by how much they had accomplished during their weeks of isolation. What had begun as an emergency survival measure had evolved into a sophisticated research and development project that had pushed the boundaries of sustainable agriculture. But we're not done yet, old Aldrich said. There are still techniques to perfect, systems to optimize, and knowledge to document. Our isolation has given us the opportunity to focus completely on innovation and improvement. Thomas was excited by the prospect of continued development. Every day brought new ideas, new experiments, new possibilities for improving their systems and expanding their capabilities. "What's next?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich smiled, that expression of anticipation that Thomas had learned to associate with new knowledge about to be revealed. "Seed development," he said. "We're going to create new varieties of." Old Aldrich smiled, that expression of anticipation that Thomas had learned to associate with new knowledge about to be revealed. "Seed development," he said. "We're going to create new varieties of plants that are specifically adapted to sealed environment cultivation." He led Thomas to yet another section of the sanctuary that had been converted into a sophisticated plant breeding laboratory. The space was filled with carefully labeled plants in various stages of development, each one representing a different experiment in genetic selection and improvement. Traditional plant breeding takes years, old Aldrich explained. But in a controlled environment like this, we can accelerate the process dramatically. We can create multiple generations per year, select for specific traits, and develop new varieties in a fraction of the time it would normally take. Thomas examined the breeding plants more closely, amazed by the systematic approach his grandfather had taken. Each plant was labeled with detailed information about its parentage, characteristics, and breeding goals. Some were being selected for improved flavor, others for better growth in low-light conditions, still others for increased nutritional content. "Look at this lettuce line," old Aldrich said, pointing to a series of plants that looked subtly different from their normal lettuce varieties. "I've been selecting for plants that grow well in very low light conditions. After just 6 generations, we have lettuce that produces excellent yields with half the light requirements of normal varieties." Thomas tasted leaves from the low-light lettuce and was surprised to find that they were not only tender and flavorful, but actually seemed more nutritious than regular lettuce. The leaves were darker green and had a more complex, satisfying taste. "Controlled stress," old Aldrich explained. "When plants have to adapt to challenging conditions, they often become more nutritious as they develop compounds to help them survive. By selecting plants that thrive under stress, we're actually creating more nutritious food." The concept was fascinating. Using environmental challenges to improve plants rather than simply trying to eliminate all difficulties. It was like training plants to become stronger and more resilient through careful exposure to controlled stress. But the real breakthrough, old Aldrich continued, is what we've learned about rapid generation cycling. He showed Thomas a system that allowed them to grow plants from seed-to-seed production in record time. By carefully controlling temperature, light, and nutrients, they could compress normal growing seasons into just a few weeks, allowing multiple generations of breeding work to be completed in a single year. Normally, it might take 5 to 10 years to develop a new variety, old Aldrich said. With these techniques, we can do the same work in 1 or 2 years. We're not just growing food, we're evolving plants to meet our specific needs. Thomas was amazed by the implications. They were not just using existing plant varieties, but actively creating new ones that were perfectly adapted to their unique growing conditions. It was like having a conversation with evolution itself, guiding the development of plants through careful selection and breeding. "Show me the most successful varieties," Thomas said, eager to see the results of their breeding work. Old Aldrich led him to a display area where their most successful breeding achievements were growing side by side with their parent varieties for comparison. The differences were remarkable. Plants that were more productive, more nutritious, more resistant to stress, and better adapted to their controlled environment conditions. "This spinach variety," old Aldrich said, pointing to plants that were noticeably more vigorous than normal spinach, produces twice as much food per plant, and has 3 times the iron content of regular spinach. And this carrot variety grows perfectly in shallow containers and has enhanced vitamin content. Thomas tasted samples from each of the improved varieties, marveling at their superior flavor and apparent nutritional density. It was like eating concentrated nutrition, food that had been optimized not just for yield, but for maximum health benefits. But perhaps the most important development, old Aldrich said, is this. He led Thomas to a special growing chamber where plants were growing that Thomas had never seen before. They looked familiar, yet different, like variations on plants he knew, but with characteristics that seemed almost too good to be true. Hybrid vigor, old Aldrich explained. By crossing different varieties and selecting the best offspring, we can create plants that are superior to either parent. These plants combine the best traits of multiple varieties into single, highly productive plants. The hybrid plants were indeed remarkable. They grew faster, produced more food, and seemed more resistant to stress than any plants Thomas had seen before. It was like seeing evolution in fast forward, with human guidance directing the process toward optimal results. "How do you know which crosses will be successful?" Thomas asked. "Experience, intuition, and systematic experimentation," old Aldrich replied. "Oh, but mostly, it's about understanding what traits are most important for our specific conditions and selecting parents that complement each other." Thomas was beginning to understand that plant breeding was both art and science, requiring not just technical knowledge, but also intuitive understanding of plant genetics and development. It was like being a matchmaker for plants, bringing together varieties that would produce superior offspring. But there's something even more important than individual varieties, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to another area of the breeding laboratory: ecosystem design. The new area contained what appeared to be miniature ecosystems, carefully designed combinations of plants that worked together to create optimal growing conditions for each other. Some plants provided nitrogen fixation for others. Some created beneficial shade. Others attracted beneficial insects or provided natural pest control. Companion planting, old Aldrich explained, but taken to a much more sophisticated level. We're creating plant communities that are more productive and resilient than any individual plants could be alone. Thomas studied the plant ecosystems, trying to understand the complex relationships between different species. Some plants seemed to grow better when planted near certain companions, while others provided benefits that weren't immediately obvious. This combination, old Aldrich said, pointing to a grouping of herbs, vegetables, and flowering plants, creates its own microclimate. The larger plants provide shade for the smaller ones. The flowering plants attract beneficial insects, and the herbs provide natural pest control. The result is higher yields and healthier plants for everyone. The concept of designing plant ecosystems was revolutionary. Instead of growing individual crops in isolation, they were creating complex communities of plants that supported and enhanced each other's growth and productivity. But the most exciting possibility, old Aldrich said, is scaling this up to create entire underground ecosystems that could support large populations. He showed Thomas preliminary designs for vast underground growing complexes that could produce enough food to support entire communities. The designs incorporated everything they had learned about controlled environment agriculture, plant breeding, ecosystem design, and sustainable resource management. Imagine underground cities, old Aldrich said, with growing chambers that produce abundant food year-round, air purification systems based on living plants, and closed-loop resource cycling that wastes nothing. Communities that could thrive independently of surface conditions, weather, or climate. The vision was breathtaking. Human settlements that were completely integrated with carefully designed ecosystems, creating abundance and sustainability through the application of accumulated knowledge and innovative techniques. Could such systems really work? Thomas asked. We're proving they can work right here, old Aldrich replied. Everything we've built and developed during our isolation demonstrates that these techniques are not just theoretical, but practical and scalable. Thomas looked around their underground sanctuary with new appreciation. What he had initially seen as an emergency survival measure was actually a prototype for a completely new way of human settlement. Communities that could thrive under any conditions through the application of sophisticated ecological knowledge. But there's still more to learn, old Aldrich said. Our isolation has given us the opportunity to push these techniques to their limits, to discover what's really possible when human knowledge and natural processes work together in perfect harmony. As they continued their exploration of the expanded sanctuary, Thomas was struck by how much their understanding had deepened during their weeks of isolation. What had begun as techniques for survival had evolved into a comprehensive system for creating abundance under any conditions. The most important thing we've learned, old Aldrich said, is that limitations often lead to innovations. Being sealed in, cut off from outside resources, has forced us to become more creative, more efficient, more innovative than we ever would have been under normal conditions. Thomas understood what his grandfather meant. The constraints of their sealed environment had pushed them to develop solutions they never would have discovered otherwise. Necessity had become the mother of invention, leading to breakthroughs that might have taken years to achieve under normal circumstances. But we're not just developing techniques, old Aldrich continued. We're developing a new relationship with the natural world, one based on deep understanding, careful observation, and respectful collaboration rather than domination or exploitation. Thomas was beginning to see their work as more than just agriculture or survival techniques. It was a new way of thinking about the relationship between humans and nature, based on partnership and mutual benefit rather than conflict and control. As they prepared to return to the cottage level of their sealed world, Thomas reflected on how much had changed during their weeks of isolation. They had not just survived extreme conditions, they had used those conditions as an opportunity for innovation, development, and discovery. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, we'll begin documenting everything we've learned. The techniques, the varieties, the systems, the innovations. All of it needs to be recorded so that this knowledge can be preserved and shared. Thomas looked forward to the documentation work, understanding that their discoveries were too valuable to be lost. The knowledge they had developed during their isolation could benefit not just their own family, but entire communities that might face similar challenges in the future. That night, as they settled in for another evening in their sealed world, Thomas felt a profound sense of accomplishment. They had not just endured their isolation. They had used it as an opportunity for growth, learning, and innovation that had pushed the boundaries of what seemed possible. In the underground sanctuary below, their improved plant varieties continued to grow and produce abundant food. The closed-loop systems recycled every resource with perfect efficiency. The breeding programs continued to develop new varieties with enhanced characteristics, and the ecosystem designs created productive plant communities that seemed to thrive with minimal human intervention. "We've created something remarkable," old Aldrich said as they prepared for sleep. "Not just a survival system, but a new model for how humans can live in harmony with natural processes while creating abundance and sustainability." Thomas lay in his bed that night, listening to the quiet sounds of their sealed world and thinking about the innovations they had developed during their isolation. The techniques they had mastered could revolutionize agriculture. The varieties they had developed could feed communities more nutritiously than ever before. And the systems they had created could provide the foundation for entirely new ways of human settlement. In his dreams, Thomas saw their innovations spreading across the world, shared with communities that needed them, adapted to different conditions and climates, and continuously improved through the accumulated experience of countless practitioners. He saw underground cities that produced abundance while living in perfect harmony with natural cycles, and surface communities that used similar techniques to create sustainability and prosperity under any conditions. The great cold continued its assault on the world above, but in their sealed sanctuary, life had not just survived, but flourished beyond all expectations. And in that flourishing, Thomas found hope for a future where human knowledge and natural wisdom could work together to create abundance, sustainability, and prosperity under any conditions that might arise. Their isolation was teaching them that limitations could become opportunities, that constraints could spark innovation, and that the deepest understanding often came from the most challenging circumstances. In the warmth of their sealed world, surrounded by thriving plants and innovative systems, they were discovering that the future of human settlement might lie not in conquering nature, but in learning to dance with it in ever more sophisticated and harmonious ways. End of Part 3. The Deepest Cold. In the sealed world they have created, Thomas and old Aldrich have discovered that extreme conditions can become catalysts for innovation and growth. Their underground sanctuary has evolved from a survival shelter into a sophisticated laboratory for sustainable living, where new plant varieties are born, ecosystems are designed, and the boundaries between human ingenuity and natural processes dissolve into collaborative abundance. The great cold rages on above, but below the earth, in chambers lit by lanterns and warmed by carefully tended fires, a new model of human settlement is taking shape. One that promises not just survival, but prosperity and harmony with the deepest patterns of life itself. The knowledge flows deeper still, the innovations multiply, and Thomas prepares to inherit not just techniques for survival, but blueprints for a future where scarcity becomes abundance through understanding, patience, and the accumulated wisdom of generations. But the winter is not yet finished with its lessons, and the greatest revelations still await in the depths of the season's heart. Part 4. The Spring Beneath the Underground Spring. On the 70th day of their sealed isolation, Thomas woke to a sound he hadn't heard in months, the gentle drip of water. Not the careful, controlled flow of their recycling systems, but the random, musical sound of water, finding its own path through stone and earth. Old Aldrich was already investigating the source of the sound, his ear pressed against the stone wall of the underground sanctuary. His expression was one of intense concentration, as if he were listening to a conversation in a language only he could understand. "What is it?" Thomas asked, though something in his grandfather's posture suggested this was not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be revealed. "Spring," Old Aldrich said simply. "The earth is beginning to wake up." Thomas looked around their sealed world, trying to understand how spring could be arriving when they had no contact with the outside world and no way of knowing what conditions existed beyond their carefully maintained barriers. "How can you tell?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich smiled, that expression Thomas had learned to associate with knowledge that went beyond simple observation. "The earth has its own rhythms," he said. "Deep underground, below the frost line, below the reach of even the most severe cold, the seasonal cycles continue. And if you know how to listen, the earth will tell you when those cycles are changing." He led Thomas to a section of the underground sanctuary where the sound of dripping water was most pronounced. The stone walls here were different from the rest of the chamber. Darker, more porous, with mineral deposits that suggested the presence of underground water sources. "Your great-grandfather discovered this during his long isolation," Old Aldrich explained. "The underground springs that feed our water systems are connected to much larger water sources deep in the earth. When those deep sources begin to move more freely, it means the seasonal transition is beginning, even if the surface world is still locked in winter." Thomas pressed his ear to the stone wall and listened carefully. Beyond the dripping, he could hear other sounds, subtle movements of water through rock, the settling and shifting of stone, and what seemed like a deep, almost inaudible humming that might have been the sound of the earth itself coming alive. "But there's more," Old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to another area where the sounds were even more pronounced. "The underground springs don't just tell us about seasonal changes, they can provide us with resources we haven't been able to access before." Behind a section of stone wall that Thomas had always assumed was solid, Old Aldrich revealed a hidden chamber that had been sealed since their isolation began. The chamber contained what appeared to be a natural spring, with clear water bubbling up from deep underground sources. "Fresh water," Old Aldrich said, "but more than that. Mineral-rich water that can enhance our growing systems and provide nutrients that are difficult to obtain from other sources." Thomas tasted the spring water and was surprised by its clean, refreshing flavor and the subtle mineral taste that seemed to energize him immediately. It was completely different from their recycled water, alive in a way that processed water could never be. "But the most important thing," Old Aldrich continued, "is what this spring represents. It's a connection to the larger systems that sustain life on Earth. The deep water cycles, the mineral flows, the underground networks that connect all living things. Thomas was beginning to understand that their sealed world was not as isolated as he had thought. Through the underground springs, they were connected to vast networks of water and minerals that flowed through the earth, carrying information and resources from distant places. "Show me how to use this," Thomas said, eager to learn how the spring water could enhance their growing systems. Old Aldrich demonstrated techniques for incorporating the mineral-rich spring water into their plant nutrition systems. The water contained trace elements that were essential for plant health, but difficult to provide in artificial growing environments. Iron, calcium, magnesium, and dozens of other minerals that plants needed in small quantities. Plants grown with spring water, Old Aldrich explained, are not just more productive, but more nutritious. The minerals that come from deep underground sources are incorporated into the plant tissues, creating food that provides better nutrition for the people who eat it. Thomas helped his grandfather modify their irrigation systems to incorporate the spring water, carefully blending it with their recycled water to create optimal growing solutions for different types of plants. The work was delicate, requiring precise understanding of plant nutrition and water chemistry. But there's something else the spring provides, Old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to yet another hidden chamber that had been revealed by the flowing water. Access to underground growing spaces that we didn't even know existed. The new chamber was larger than any they had discovered before, with natural stone formations that created perfect growing environments. The space was naturally ventilated by underground air currents, naturally irrigated by the spring water, and naturally heated by the Earth's own warmth. A natural growing chamber, Thomas said, marveling at the perfect conditions that existed without any human engineering. "Your great-grandfather suspected these chambers existed," Old Aldrich said, "but he never found the entrance. The spring water has opened pathways that have been sealed for generations." Thomas explored the natural growing chamber, amazed by its potential. The space was vast enough to significantly expand their food production, with growing conditions that were in some ways superior to their carefully engineered systems. "We could grow trees down here," Thomas said, looking at the high ceiling and the rich soil deposits that had accumulated over centuries. "Exactly," Old Aldrich replied. "Fruit trees, nut trees, even timber trees that could provide materials for construction and fuel. This chamber could support a complete underground forest ecosystem." The possibility of growing trees underground seemed almost magical, but Thomas could see that the conditions were indeed suitable. The ceiling was high enough to accommodate substantial tree growth, the soil was rich and deep, and the spring water provided abundant irrigation. But trees are just the beginning, Old Aldrich continued, showing Thomas other areas of the natural chamber. This space could support entire ecosystems, plants, animals, even fish in the underground streams. Thomas followed his grandfather to an area where the spring water had formed natural pools and streams. The water was clear and clean, with conditions that seemed perfect for supporting aquatic life. "Fish farming," Old Aldrich said. "Your great-great-grandmother experimented with raising fish in underground pools. The spring water provides perfect conditions, stable temperature, clean water, and natural food sources." The concept of underground fish farming was revolutionary. Fresh fish year-round, produced in completely controlled conditions, with no dependence on weather or seasonal cycles. "What kinds of fish?" Thomas asked. "Trout, primarily," Old Aldrich replied, "but also other species that thrive in cool, clean water." The key is understanding which species are best adapted to underground conditions and how to create optimal environments for their growth and reproduction. Thomas was beginning to see their underground sanctuary not as a single growing space, but as a complex ecosystem that could support multiple forms of life in integrated, mutually beneficial relationships. But the most exciting possibility, old Aldrich said, is what we could accomplish by combining all these elements: plants, trees, fish, and the natural systems that support them all. He showed Thomas preliminary plans for developing the natural chamber into a complete underground ecosystem. Trees would provide structure and oxygen production. Plants would provide food and air purification. Fish would provide protein and help process organic waste. And the spring water would tie everything together in natural cycles that required minimal human intervention. A self-sustaining ecosystem, Thomas said, understanding the vision. More than that, old Aldrich replied. An ecosystem that produces more resources than it consumes, that improves its environment over time, and that becomes more productive and resilient as it matures. The concept was breathtaking, creating underground environments that not only sustained themselves but actually improved over time, becoming more productive and more stable as the various elements learned to work together in harmony. How long would it take to establish such a system? Thomas asked. Years, old Aldrich admitted. But we could start immediately with the basic elements and add complexity over time. The key is understanding that we're not just planting individual crops, but establishing living systems that will continue to develop and improve long after we're gone. Thomas was excited by the long-term vision. They were not just solving immediate survival problems, but creating systems that would benefit future generations for decades or even centuries to come. But there's something else the spring has revealed, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to an area where the flowing water had exposed what appeared to be ancient stonework. Evidence of previous inhabitants who understood these same principles. The stonework was clearly human-made but very old, with techniques and designs that were different from anything Thomas had seen before. The stones were fitted together with incredible precision, creating structures that had survived for what must have been centuries. Who built this? Thomas asked, running his hands over the ancient stones. We may never know, old Aldrich replied, but they clearly understood underground agriculture and ecosystem management. These structures are designed to support the same kinds of systems we've been developing. Thomas studied the ancient stonework more carefully, trying to understand the techniques that had been used. The builders had clearly been master engineers, creating structures that worked in harmony with natural water flows and underground air currents. Look at this, old Aldrich said, pointing to channels carved into the stone that directed water flow in precise patterns. They understood hydraulic engineering principles that we're only beginning to rediscover. Why? The ancient water management systems were incredibly sophisticated, using gravity and natural pressure to move water exactly where it was needed without requiring any mechanical devices. It was engineering that worked with natural forces rather than against them. But the most important thing, old Aldrich said, is that this proves our techniques are not just theoretical experiments, but practical methods that have been tested and refined over centuries, or even millennia. Thomas was awed by the realization that they were part of a tradition of underground agriculture that stretched back through generations of practitioners who had faced similar challenges and developed similar solutions. We're not inventing these techniques, old Aldrich continued. We're rediscovering them. The knowledge has always existed. We're just learning to access it again. As they explored more of the ancient structures, Thomas found evidence of growing systems, water management, air circulation, and even what appeared to be living quarters designed for extended underground habitation. The ancient builders had created a complete underground civilization. How did this knowledge get lost? Thomas asked. Wars, disasters, changes in climate and population, old Aldrich replied. Knowledge is fragile. It can be lost in a single generation if it's not carefully preserved and passed on. That's why the journal is so important, and why you need to learn not just the techniques, but how to teach them to others. Thomas understood the responsibility that came with the knowledge he was gaining. He was not just learning techniques for his own survival, but becoming a guardian of knowledge that could benefit countless others. But the spring is giving us the opportunity to do more than just preserve old knowledge, old Aldrich said. We can build on what the ancients knew, improve their techniques, and create systems that are even more effective and sustainable. As they continued their exploration of the newly revealed chambers, Thomas was struck by the integration of ancient wisdom and modern innovation. They were using techniques developed by previous generations while adding their own improvements and adaptations. This is what real progress looks like, old Aldrich said. Not abandoning the wisdom of the past, but building on it to create something even better. Thomas spent the rest of the day helping his grandfather plan the development of the natural chamber into a complete underground ecosystem. They would start with the basic elements, establishing growing areas for plants and trees, setting up fish pools, and creating the infrastructure needed to support more complex systems. But we need to be patient, old Aldrich warned. Ecosystems take time to establish and mature. We're not just planting crops, we're creating living communities that need time to find their balance and develop their full potential. Thomas understood that they were embarking on a project that would take years to complete and decades to reach full maturity. But the vision of a complete underground ecosystem that could support multiple families while continuously improving its own productivity was compelling enough to justify the long-term commitment. That evening, as they prepared their meal using vegetables from their established growing systems and fresh spring water from their newly discovered source, Thomas reflected on the day's revelations. The discovery of the underground spring had opened up possibilities that seemed almost limitless. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, we'll begin the real work of ecosystem establishment, but tonight we celebrate the discovery of the spring beneath, the source of life that connects us to the deeper rhythms of the earth itself. Thomas lay in his bed that night, listening to the sound of spring water flowing through ancient channels and thinking about the vast underground world they were only beginning to explore. The sealed environment that had initially seemed like a prison had revealed itself to be a doorway to possibilities he had never imagined. In his dreams, Thomas saw the underground chambers expanded into a vast network of interconnected ecosystems, each one perfectly balanced and endlessly productive. He saw communities of people living in harmony with carefully designed natural systems, producing abundance while improving their environment with every passing year. The spring water continued its ancient flow, carrying minerals and life from deep underground sources, connecting their sealed world to the vast networks of water and nutrients that sustained all life on Earth. And in that connection, Thomas found hope for a future where human settlements could work in perfect harmony with natural systems, creating abundance and sustainability that would last for generations to come. The discovery of the underground spring had revealed that their isolation was not as complete as they had thought. Through the deep water sources, they were connected to the larger systems that sustained life on Earth. And through that connection, they were learning that true sustainability came not from isolation, but from understanding and working with the deeper patterns that connected all living things. The living architecture. The morning after discovering the underground spring, Thomas woke to find old Aldrich already deep in consultation with the ancient journal, comparing the old diagrams with sketches he was making of the newly revealed chambers. The pages were spread across their makeshift table, creating a map of knowledge that spanned generations. The ancients, old Aldrich said without looking up, didn't just build underground growing spaces. They created living architecture, structures that were designed to grow and change over time, becoming more effective and more beautiful as they aged. Thomas examined the sketches his grandfather was making, trying to understand the principles behind the ancient stonework they had discovered. The structures were unlike anything he had seen before. Not just functional, but elegant in their integration with natural systems. "What do you mean by living architecture?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich pointed to a section of ancient wall where plants had grown into and around the stonework, creating a seamless integration of built and natural elements. They designed their structures to work with living systems, not against them. The buildings were meant to be inhabited by plants, to be shaped by water flow, to evolve over time as the ecosystem developed. Thomas studied the ancient walls more carefully, beginning to see the sophisticated design principles involved. The stones were arranged to create perfect growing conditions for certain plants, while the plants in turn helped stabilize and protect the stonework. It was architecture that improved with age rather than deteriorating. But how did they know which plants to use? Thomas asked. Trial and error over many generations, old Aldrich replied, but also deep understanding of plant behavior and ecosystem relationships. They knew which plants would strengthen stone structures, which would provide the best air purification, which would create optimal growing conditions for food crops. He showed Thomas examples of plants that had been growing in the ancient structures for what must have been decades or even centuries. The plants were not just surviving, but thriving in conditions that had been specifically designed to support them. "Look at this moss," old Aldrich said, pointing to a thick, healthy growth that covered one of the ancient walls. It's not just decorative. It's providing insulation, moisture regulation, and air purification. The ancients understood that plants could be functional building materials. Thomas was beginning to see the ancient structures with new eyes. What had initially appeared to be simple stonework was actually a complex integration of mineral and living elements, each one supporting and enhancing the others. But the most remarkable thing, old Aldrich continued, is how they used plants to create structural strength. These walls are actually stronger now than when they were first built because the plant roots have grown into and around the stones, creating a living reinforcement system. The concept was revolutionary. Buildings that became stronger and more stable over time, rather than gradually deteriorating. It was architecture that worked with natural processes of growth and development rather than fighting against them. Can we use these same principles in our own construction? Thomas asked. We can do better than that, old Aldrich replied. We can combine their techniques with our own innovations to create living architecture that's even more sophisticated and effective. He showed Thomas plans he had been developing for expanding their underground sanctuary using living architecture principles. The new structures would be designed to support plant growth from the beginning, creating integrated systems that would become more productive and more beautiful over time. But first, old Aldrich said, we need to understand the plants themselves, which species work best for different applications, how to establish them in new structures, and how to manage their growth to achieve the results we want. Thomas spent the morning learning to identify the plants that had colonized the ancient structures, studying their growth patterns and understanding their roles in the integrated systems. Each plant had been selected for specific characteristics that made it valuable for architectural applications. This vine, old Aldrich explained, pointing to a plant that had grown in intricate patterns across one of the ancient walls, provides structural reinforcement while also creating channels for air circulation. And this moss regulates humidity while providing insulation. Every plant has multiple functions. Thomas was amazed by the sophistication of the plant selection. The ancients had clearly understood plant behavior at a level that allowed them to predict and manage complex interactions between different species and structural elements. But the real innovation, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to an area where they could begin implementing living architecture principles, is learning to design structures that guide plant growth in exactly the directions we want. He showed Thomas techniques for creating stone frameworks that would encourage plants to grow in specific patterns, creating living walls that provided exactly the functions needed for optimal growing conditions. The stonework was designed to channel water flow, direct air circulation, and support plant growth in precisely controlled ways. It's like creating a conversation between stone and plant, Thomas said, beginning to understand the principles involved. Exactly, old Aldrich replied. The stone provides structure and stability, while the plants provide flexibility and adaptation. Together, they create systems that are stronger and more resilient than either could be alone. Thomas helped his grandfather begin construction of their first living architecture project, a growing wall that would expand their food production while also improving air circulation and humidity control in the underground sanctuary. The work required careful attention to both engineering and biological principles. The key, old Aldrich explained as they worked, is understanding that we're not just building a structure, but establishing a living system that will continue to develop and improve over time. We have to think not just about how it looks now, but how it will evolve over months and years. The construction process was unlike anything Thomas had experienced before. Instead of simply arranging stones for maximum structural strength, they were creating frameworks that would guide and support plant growth in specific directions. Each stone had to be placed with consideration for how plants would grow around and through it. This is going to take much longer than regular construction, Thomas observed. But it will also last much longer, old Aldrich replied, and it will become more valuable over time, rather than requiring constant maintenance and repair. As they worked, old Aldrich continued to share the deeper principles behind living architecture. The ancients understood that the best human settlements were those that worked with natural processes rather than against them. They designed their buildings to be part of the ecosystem, not separate from it. Thomas was beginning to see their construction work as ecosystem establishment rather than simple building. They were creating conditions that would support complex communities of plants and other organisms, all working together to create optimal conditions for human habitation. But there's another aspect of living architecture that's even more important, old Aldrich said, showing Thomas sections of the ancient structures that had clearly been designed for specific human activities. The buildings were designed to support human health and well-being, not just provide shelter. Thomas examined the ancient living spaces more carefully, beginning to see how the plant-integrated architecture created optimal conditions for human comfort and health. The air was cleaner and more humid than in their sealed cottage. The temperature was more stable, and there was a sense of vitality that came from being surrounded by living systems. Plants don't just provide food, old Aldrich explained. They also provide psychological and physical benefits that are essential for human health. The ancients understood that people need to live in close contact with living systems to maintain optimal health and well-being. The concept made intuitive sense to Thomas. After months in their sealed environment, he had noticed that time spent in the underground sanctuary, surrounded by growing plants, left him feeling more energetic and optimistic than time spent in the purely artificial environment of the cottage. But the most remarkable thing, old Aldrich said, is how living architecture creates abundance rather than just providing shelter. These structures actually produce more resources than they consume. He showed Thomas examples of how the plant-integrated structures produced food, medicine, building materials, and other useful resources while also providing shelter and improving environmental conditions. It was architecture that gave back more than it took. Imagine, old Aldrich said, entire communities built using these principles. Buildings that produce food and medicine, that purify air and water, that become more beautiful and more productive over time. Settlements that enhance their environment rather than degrading it. The vision was compelling. Human communities that worked in perfect harmony with natural systems, creating abundance and beauty while providing optimal conditions for human flourishing. But implementing these principles requires knowledge that goes far beyond simple construction techniques, old Aldrich warned. You need to understand plant biology, ecosystem relationships, water management, soil chemistry, and dozens of other specialized areas. Thomas was beginning to understand that living architecture represented a complete integration of multiple knowledge systems: engineering, biology, agriculture, ecology, and human psychology, all working together to create optimal human settlements. How long does it take to master all these different areas? Thomas asked. A lifetime, old Aldrich replied. But you don't need to master everything before you can begin implementing the principles. You start with simple projects and gradually build your knowledge and skills as you gain experience. Thomas was encouraged by this approach. The complexity of living architecture seemed overwhelming when considered as a complete system, but it became manageable when approached as a series of smaller, interconnected projects. What should we work on next? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich consulted his sketches and plans, considering the various possibilities for expanding their living architecture systems. Air purification, he said. We need to create plant-based systems that can maintain optimal air quality in our sealed environment. The air purification project involved selecting and establishing plants that were particularly effective at removing pollutants and producing oxygen. But it also required understanding how to integrate these plants into their existing structures in ways that maximized their effectiveness. Different plants remove different types of pollutants, old Aldrich explained as they worked. Some are good at removing carbon dioxide, others excel at filtering out harmful chemicals. Still others are effective at regulating humidity. The key is creating combinations that address all the air quality issues we might face. Thomas helped establish the air purification plants in carefully designed growing systems that maximized their contact with the air that circulated through their sealed environment. The work required understanding both plant biology and air circulation principles. But the most important thing, old Aldrich said, is understanding that air purification is not just about removing harmful substances, but about creating air that actively promotes health and well-being. He showed Thomas plants that not only cleaned the air, but also released beneficial compounds, natural aromatics that reduced stress, antimicrobial substances that prevented disease, and other compounds that enhanced human health and performance. The ancients understood that the air inside human settlements should be better than the air outside, old Aldrich said. They designed their living architecture to create optimal atmospheric conditions for human flourishing. As they worked on the air purification systems, Thomas was struck by how each improvement they made enhanced multiple aspects of their sealed environment. The plants that purified air also provided food, medicine, and beauty. The structures that supported the plants also improved water management and temperature control. Everything is connected, Thomas observed. That's the key to living architecture, old Aldrich replied. Every element serves multiple functions, and all the functions work together to create systems that are more effective and more resilient than the sum of their parts. Thomas was beginning to see their underground sanctuary not as a collection of separate systems, but as a single, integrated organism that was constantly growing and evolving. Each new addition enhanced the performance of existing elements while adding new capabilities. But there's still more to learn, old Aldrich said as they completed their work on the air purification systems. Water management, waste processing, food production, medicine production, all of these can be integrated into living architecture systems that make human settlements more sustainable and more productive. Thomas looked forward to learning these additional applications, understanding that each new skill would enhance their ability to create truly sustainable human settlements. The knowledge was vast and complex, but it was also practical and immediately applicable. That evening, as they prepared their meal in air that had been purified by their newly established plant systems, Thomas reflected on the day's work. They were not just building structures, but creating living systems that would continue to grow and improve over time. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, we'll work on water purification and management systems, but tonight, breathe deeply and appreciate the clean, healthy air that our living architecture is already providing. Thomas did breathe deeply, noticing that the air in their sealed environment had indeed become cleaner and more refreshing since they had established the air purification plants. It was like breathing the air of a forest glade, rich with oxygen and beneficial compounds. In his dreams that night, Thomas saw vast underground cities built using living architecture principles, with buildings that were indistinguishable from gardens, streets that were flowing streams, and air that was perfumed with the fragrances of beneficial plants. He saw communities where every structure contributed to the health and well-being of the inhabitants, while creating abundance and beauty that increased over time. The living architecture was teaching them that the future of human settlement lay not in conquering nature, but in learning to dance with it in ever more sophisticated and harmonious ways. Each stone they placed, each plant they established, each system they integrated brought them closer to a vision of human communities that enhanced rather than degraded their environment. And in that vision, Thomas found hope for a future where scarcity would become abundance, where human settlements would become sources of life and beauty, and where the accumulated wisdom of generations would guide the creation of communities that could thrive in harmony with the deepest patterns of life itself. Works in the seed of tomorrow. On the 90th day of their sealed isolation, Thomas discovered something that would change everything he thought he knew about their situation. While tending to the newest section of their living architecture, he noticed that one of the ancient stones had shifted, revealing a small chamber behind it that glowed with a soft, natural light. Old Aldrich was immediately at his side, examining the opening with the intense focus Thomas had learned to associate with significant discoveries. The light coming from the hidden chamber was unlike anything they had seen in their sealed world. Not the warm yellow glow of their lanterns, but a cool, silvery illumination that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. What could be producing light down here? Thomas asked, though he suspected his grandfather already knew the answer. Bioluminescence, old Aldrich replied, his voice filled with wonder. Living light, produced by organisms that have adapted to underground conditions. Your great-grandfather wrote about it in the journal, but I never thought we would actually find it. Thomas squeezed through the opening into the hidden chamber and found himself in a space that seemed like something from a dream. The walls were covered with a soft, phosphorescent growth that provided gentle illumination throughout the chamber. The light was steady and reliable, but also somehow alive, responding to movement and touch with subtle changes in intensity and color. How is this possible? Thomas asked, running his hand along one of the glowing walls and watching the light ripple in response to his touch. Old Aldrich consulted the journal, finding the pages that described the bioluminescent organisms his great-grandfather had discovered during his own period of isolation. Fungi, he said, but fungi that have evolved in partnership with other organisms to create stable, long-lasting light sources. Thomas examined the glowing growth more closely, trying to understand the biological processes that could produce such steady illumination. The organisms appeared to be a complex community of different species, each one contributing to the overall light production. But this is more than just natural lighting, old Aldrich said, pointing to sections of the chamber where the bioluminescent growth had been clearly cultivated and shaped by human hands. The ancients learned to manage and direct the growth of these organisms, creating lighting systems that could be controlled and maintained. Thomas could see evidence of ancient cultivation techniques, channels carved in the stone to direct the growth of the luminescent organisms, areas where different species had been combined to create specific lighting effects, and what appeared to be management systems for maintaining optimal conditions for light production. They created living light, Thomas said, marveling at the sophistication of the ancient biotechnology. And we can learn to do the same, old Aldrich replied. But first, we need to understand how these organisms work and what conditions they need to thrive. Thomas spent the morning learning about bioluminescent organisms, studying their growth patterns, and understanding the ecological relationships that made their light production possible. The organisms were not just producing light, but were part of complex ecosystems that included bacteria, fungi, and other microorganisms working together in carefully balanced communities. The key, old Aldrich explained, is understanding that bioluminescence is not just about individual organisms, but about community relationships. The light is produced by the interaction between different species, each one contributing essential elements to the process. Thomas was fascinated by the complexity of the biological systems involved. The light production required specific nutrients, optimal pH levels, proper moisture content, and the right balance of different organisms. It was like managing a miniature ecosystem dedicated to producing illumination. But the most remarkable thing, old Aldrich said, is that these lighting systems can be completely sustainable. They produce their own energy from organic waste, They reproduce themselves to maintain consistent light levels, and they can be expanded or modified to meet changing needs. The concept of sustainable lighting was revolutionary. Instead of depending on fuel for lanterns or candles, they could create living light sources that maintained themselves while providing steady, reliable illumination. How do we establish these systems in our own spaces? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich showed him techniques for cultivating bioluminescent organisms, starting with small samples from the ancient chamber and gradually expanding them into larger lighting systems. The process required careful attention to environmental conditions and nutrient management. But it was surprisingly straightforward once the basic principles were understood. The organisms want to grow and produce light, Old Aldrich explained. Our job is simply to provide the conditions they need and to guide their growth in directions that serve our purposes. Thomas helped his grandfather establish their first experimental bioluminescent lighting system, carefully transferring samples of the glowing organisms to prepared growing substrates in their own chambers. The work was delicate, requiring sterile techniques to prevent contamination while maintaining the complex ecological relationships that made light production possible. But there's something else these organisms can provide, Old Aldrich said, showing Thomas sections of the ancient chamber where the bioluminescent growth appeared to be integrated with food production systems. They can enhance plant growth while providing illumination. Thomas examined the integrated systems more closely, trying to understand how living light could enhance plant cultivation. The bioluminescent organisms appeared to produce not just visible light, but also specific wavelengths that were particularly beneficial for plant growth. Living grow lights, Thomas said, understanding the implications. Exactly, Old Aldrich replied. Light that's specifically tuned to support plant growth, produced by organisms that can be sustained using organic waste from the plants themselves. It's a completely closed-loop system. The integration of bioluminescent lighting with plant cultivation opened up possibilities that Thomas had never imagined. They could create growing systems that were completely independent of external light sources, powered by the organic waste they produced and optimized for maximum plant productivity. But the most exciting possibility, Old Aldrich said, is what this means for expanding our underground growing capacity. He showed Thomas plans for using bioluminescent lighting to establish growing areas in parts of their underground sanctuary that had previously been too dark for plant cultivation. With living light sources, they could expand their food production into areas that had been unusable before. We could triple our growing capacity, Thomas said, studying the expansion plans. Or more, Old Aldrich replied. And because the lighting systems are biological, they can be adapted and optimized for different types of plants and different growing conditions. Thomas was excited by the possibilities for expansion, but he was also beginning to understand the broader implications of bioluminescent technology. If they could create sustainable lighting systems, what other biological technologies might be possible? What else did the ancients develop using living systems? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich smiled. That expression Thomas had learned to associate with knowledge that went far beyond what he had imagined possible. Everything, he said. Heating systems based on biological processes, water purification using living organisms, food preservation using beneficial bacteria, medicine production using cultivated fungi. They had learned to work with living systems to meet all their basic needs. The scope of ancient biotechnology was breathtaking. Instead of relying on mechanical devices and external energy sources, the ancients had developed biological solutions that were sustainable, self-maintaining, and continuously improving. But why was this knowledge lost? Thomas asked. Complexity, old Aldrich replied. These systems require deep understanding of biological processes and careful management of living communities. When conditions became difficult, people often abandoned the complex biological solutions in favor of simpler mechanical ones, even though the mechanical solutions were less sustainable in the long run. Thomas understood the challenge. Biological systems required patience, knowledge, and careful attention to maintain properly. In crisis situations, it was often easier to burn wood for heat than to maintain the complex biological communities that could provide sustainable heating. But we have the time and the knowledge to redevelop these systems, old Aldrich continued. Our isolation has given us the opportunity to focus on mastering biological technologies that could revolutionize how human communities meet their basic needs. Thomas spent the afternoon learning about other biological technologies described in the journal. Heating systems that used controlled decomposition to generate warmth. Water purification systems that used beneficial bacteria to remove contaminants, and food preservation techniques that used cultivated microorganisms to prevent spoilage while enhancing nutrition. The key to all these systems, old Aldrich explained, is understanding that we're not just using biological organisms as tools, but entering into partnership relationships with them. We provide what they need to thrive, and they provide services that meet our needs. Thomas was beginning to see biological technology as a form of agriculture, not growing plants for food, but cultivating microorganisms and other biological systems for specific services and products. But there's something else, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a section of the bioluminescent chamber where the ancient cultivation systems were most sophisticated. The ancients didn't just use biological systems for practical purposes, they learned to enhance and improve the organisms themselves. Thomas found himself looking at what appeared to be a biological laboratory, with carefully arranged growing chambers that contained bioluminescent organisms unlike any they had seen before. These organisms produced brighter light, in different colors, and with patterns that seemed almost artistic in their complexity. Selective breeding, old Aldrich explained, but applied to microorganisms instead of plants or animals. They developed strains of bioluminescent organisms that were more efficient, more beautiful, and more useful than the wild varieties. Thomas examined the enhanced organisms more closely, marveling at the variety of light colors and patterns they produced. Some glowed with steady blue-white light perfect for reading and detailed work. Others produced warm golden light ideal for living spaces, and still others created shifting patterns of multiple colors that were both functional and beautiful. How did they manage to breed microorganisms? Thomas asked. The same principles that apply to plant breeding, old Aldrich replied, but requiring much more careful observation and documentation. They selected organisms with desirable traits, encouraged them to reproduce, and gradually developed strains that were optimized for specific purposes. Thomas was amazed by the patience and skill that such work would have required. Breeding programs for microorganisms would take enormous dedication and careful record-keeping over many generations of organisms. But the most remarkable achievement, old Aldrich said, pointing to a section of the laboratory where different strains of organisms had been combined, was learning to create hybrid communities that were more effective than any individual species. The hybrid communities were indeed remarkable, producing light that was brighter and more stable than single-species cultures, while also providing additional benefits like air purification and nutrient cycling. They created designer ecosystems, Thomas said, understanding the sophistication of the ancient biotechnology. Exactly, old Aldrich replied. Biological communities that were specifically designed to provide multiple services while maintaining perfect ecological balance. Thomas spent the rest of the day learning about the principles of ecosystem design, studying how different organisms could be combined to create communities that were more productive and more stable than natural ecosystems. The key, old Aldrich explained, is understanding that every organism in the community must benefit from the relationship. If any species is being exploited rather than supported, the system will eventually become unstable. Thomas was learning that sustainable biotechnology required not just understanding individual organisms, but understanding the complex web of relationships that allowed different species to work together productively. But there's something else we need to discuss, old Aldrich said, his tone becoming more serious. The responsibility that comes with this knowledge. Thomas looked up from the bioluminescent cultures he had been studying, sensing that his grandfather was about to share something of crucial importance. This knowledge, old Aldrich continued, represents the accumulated wisdom of generations of people who faced challenges similar to ours. But it also represents power. The power to create abundance or scarcity, to enhance life, or to disrupt it. Thomas was beginning to understand that the biological technologies they were learning could be used for beneficial purposes or harmful ones, depending on the knowledge and intentions of the people who applied them. The ancients understood this responsibility, old Aldrich said. That's why they were so careful about how they shared their knowledge and with whom they shared it. He showed Thomas sections of the journal that dealt not with techniques, but with ethics and responsibility. The pages described careful protocols for evaluating whether someone was ready to receive advanced knowledge and guidelines for ensuring that biological technologies were used only for beneficial purposes. Knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, old Aldrich said. The power to manipulate living systems must always be balanced with deep respect for life and commitment to using that power for the benefit of all living things. Thomas was sobered by the responsibility he was inheriting. The knowledge they were discovering could indeed revolutionize how human communities met their basic needs, but it could also be misused in ways that might cause great harm. How do I know if I'm ready for this responsibility? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich smiled, but it was a serious expression that conveyed both confidence and concern. The fact that you ask that question suggests you are beginning to understand what's required, he said. True readiness comes not from mastering techniques, but from developing the wisdom to use those techniques appropriately. Thomas understood that his education was about more than learning practical skills. He was also learning to think about the broader implications of his actions and to consider the welfare of future generations in every decision he made. But there's something else, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a final section of the bioluminescent chamber that contained what appeared to be a seed bank. The ultimate responsibility, preserving and protecting the genetic heritage that makes all this possible. The seed bank was unlike anything Thomas had seen before. Instead of simple storage containers, it was a living system that maintained seeds and other genetic material in optimal conditions, while also allowing for careful breeding and improvement programs. Seeds, old Aldrich said, but not just plant seeds. The genetic material of all the organisms that make our biological technologies possible. The bioluminescent fungi, the nitrogen-fixing bacteria, the beneficial microorganisms that purify water and process waste, Thomas examined the seed bank more closely, trying to understand the sophisticated preservation techniques that had kept genetic material viable for what must have been decades or centuries. "This is the real treasure," old Aldrich continued. "Not gold or silver, but the genetic heritage that makes sustainable abundance possible. Without these organisms, all the techniques in the world would be useless." Thomas was beginning to understand that they were not just learning to use existing biological systems, but becoming guardians of the genetic resources that made those systems possible. But maintaining a seed bank requires more than just storage, old Aldrich explained. You have to continuously grow out samples to maintain viability, select for improved traits, and develop new strains adapted to changing conditions. The seed bank was actually a dynamic breeding program that continuously improved and adapted the genetic resources while preserving their essential characteristics. It was like maintaining a library of life that was constantly being updated and expanded. "This will be your most important responsibility," old Aldrich said. "Not just using these organisms, but ensuring that they continue to evolve and improve for the benefit of future generations." Thomas felt the weight of the responsibility settling on his shoulders. He was being entrusted not just with knowledge, but with the living heritage that made that knowledge practical and effective. "But you won't be alone," old Aldrich continued. "The journal contains detailed instructions for every aspect of seed bank management, and there are others who share this responsibility." Thomas was surprised to learn that there were other people who possessed similar knowledge and maintained similar seed banks. Their isolation had seemed so complete that he had assumed they were the only ones preserving these ancient techniques. "How many others?" Thomas asked. "I don't know exactly," old Aldrich replied, "but the journal contains references to a network of knowledge keepers who have maintained these traditions through the most difficult periods of history." The idea of a network of knowledge keepers was both comforting and exciting. They were not alone in their work, but part of a larger community dedicated to preserving and developing sustainable technologies. "When conditions improve," old Aldrich said, "we'll need to make contact with others in the network. Knowledge grows stronger when it's shared and tested by multiple practitioners." Thomas looked forward to eventually meeting others who shared their commitment to biological sustainability, understanding that collaboration would accelerate the development and refinement of their techniques. As they prepared to return to their main living areas, Thomas reflected on the day's discoveries. The bioluminescent chamber had revealed not just new technologies, but a complete philosophy of working with living systems to create sustainable abundance. "Tomorrow," old Aldrich said, "we'll begin establishing our own bioluminescent lighting systems and planning the expansion of our growing areas. But tonight, sit quietly in the living light and think about the responsibility you're accepting." Thomas did sit quietly in the soft glow of the bioluminescent organisms, thinking about the knowledge he was inheriting and the responsibility that came with it. The living light seemed to pulse with the rhythm of life itself, reminding him that he was becoming part of an ancient tradition of working in partnership with the natural world. In his dreams that night, Thomas saw the network of knowledge keepers spread across the world, each one maintaining seed banks and developing biological technologies adapted to their local conditions. He saw communities powered by living light, heated by biological processes, and fed by optimized ecosystems that produced abundance while enhancing their environment. But he also saw the responsibility that came with such knowledge, the need for wisdom, patience, and deep respect for life in all its forms. The biological technologies they were learning were powerful tools that could create great benefit or great harm, depending on how they were used. The bioluminescent organisms continued to glow softly through the night, their living light a reminder that the future of human sustainability lay not in conquering nature, but in learning to dance with it in ever more sophisticated and harmonious ways. And in that dance, Thomas found his calling, not just as a farmer or a survivor, but as a guardian of the genetic heritage that made sustainable abundance possible for all living things. The seed of tomorrow was not just the genetic material preserved in the ancient seed bank, but the knowledge and wisdom needed to nurture that material into technologies that could support thriving human communities while enhancing rather than degrading the natural world. And Thomas was ready to accept the responsibility of planting that seed and tending its growth for the benefit of generations yet to come. End of Part 4. The Spring Beneath. In the depths of their sealed world, Thomas and old Aldrich have discovered that isolation can become revelation, that constraint can spark innovation, and that the deepest wisdom often lies hidden beneath the surface of apparent limitation. The underground spring has opened pathways not just to water and minerals, but to ancient knowledge that transforms scarcity into abundance through partnership with living systems. The bioluminescent chamber glows with living light. The seed bank preserves the genetic heritage of sustainable technologies, and the living architecture demonstrates that human settlements can enhance rather than degrade their environment. Thomas has inherited not just techniques for survival, but responsibility for preserving and developing the biological wisdom that could revolutionize how human communities meet their needs. But the greatest discovery is yet to come. The realization that their sealed world is not a prison, but a chrysalis, and that the transformation taking place within its walls will emerge to change not just their own lives, but the future of human settlement itself. The spring beneath has revealed that abundance flows from the deepest sources, and those who learn to tap those sources become guardians of life's endless creativity. The winter above continues its ancient dance, but below the earth, in chambers lit by living light and warmed by biological processes, the future is taking shape. A future where human ingenuity and natural wisdom work together to create prosperity that enhances rather than diminishes the web of life that sustains us all. Part 5. The Great Emergence. The first thaw. On the 107th day of their sealed isolation, Thomas woke to a sound that had become so foreign he almost didn't recognize it. The drip of melting water from above. Not the controlled flow of their underground springs, but the random, musical sound of ice surrendering to warmth somewhere in the world above their sealed refuge. Old Aldrich was already awake, his ear pressed against the ceiling of their cottage, listening with the intense concentration Thomas had learned to associate with significant changes in their environment. His expression was one of careful evaluation, as if he were interpreting a complex message written in the language of water and stone. The surface thaw has begun, old Aldrich said, though his tone carried more caution than celebration. But we need to understand what kind of thaw this is before we make any decisions about opening our sealed world. Thomas listened more carefully to the sounds from above, trying to understand what his grandfather was evaluating. The dripping was irregular and intermittent, suggesting that the warming was gradual and possibly temporary, rather than the steady, sustained thaw that would indicate the true end of winter. "How can we tell the difference?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich consulted the journal, finding pages that dealt with the complex patterns of late winter weather. and the signs that indicated genuine seasonal transition versus temporary warming periods that could be followed by even more severe cold. The ancients learned to read the signs very carefully, old Aldrich explained. A false thaw can be more dangerous than continued cold, because it can tempt people to abandon their survival preparations before conditions have truly stabilized. Thomas studied the detailed observations in the journal, learning to distinguish between the sounds and patterns that indicated different types of thaw conditions. The speed of melting, the consistency of dripping, the duration of warming periods, all provided information about whether the seasonal transition was genuine or temporary. But there's another way to evaluate conditions, old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a section of their underground sanctuary where they had established monitoring systems. The plants themselves can tell us about the changing seasons. Thomas was surprised to discover that some of their plants had begun showing subtle changes in growth patterns and behavior, responding to seasonal cues that were apparently reaching them even in their sealed environment. How are they sensing seasonal changes? Thomas asked. Multiple factors, old Aldrich replied. Changes in groundwater temperature, subtle variations in air pressure, even electromagnetic changes that we can't detect directly, but that plants are sensitive to. Thomas examined the plants more carefully, learning to see the subtle signs that indicated their response to changing conditions. Some were beginning to show new growth patterns. Others were shifting their flowering cycles, and still others were producing different types of leaves adapted to changing light conditions. The plants are like living barometers, Thomas said, understanding how they could provide information about environmental conditions. Exactly, old Aldrich replied. And they're telling us that genuine seasonal transition is beginning, but that it's still in the very early stages. We need to be patient and continue monitoring before we make any major changes to our sealed systems. Thomas was learning that the transition from winter survival to spring emergence was not a simple matter of waiting for warm weather, but a complex process that required careful evaluation and gradual adaptation to changing conditions. But we can begin preparing for emergence, old Aldrich said, showing Thomas plans for gradually transitioning their sealed systems to accommodate changing conditions. The key is maintaining our survival capabilities while slowly adapting to the new environment we'll face. The preparation for emergence was as complex as the preparation for sealing in had been. They needed to maintain their life support systems while gradually introducing connections to the outside environment, test the safety and stability of external conditions, and prepare their biological systems for the different conditions they would face. The most important thing, old Aldrich explained, is understanding that emergence is not about abandoning the systems we've developed, but about expanding them to work with external conditions. Thomas was relieved to learn that they wouldn't be giving up the sophisticated biological technologies they had developed during their isolation. Instead, they would be integrating those systems with the external environment to create even more effective and sustainable operations. Show me how that works, Thomas said, eager to understand the integration process. Old Aldrich led him to areas where they had been preparing connection points between their sealed systems and the outside environment. The connections were designed to allow gradual integration while maintaining the ability to seal off again if conditions became dangerous. Controlled exposure, old Aldrich explained, will gradually introduce external air, water, and other environmental factors while monitoring their effects on our biological systems. If everything remains stable, we can gradually increase the integration. The process was like slowly acclimatizing organisms that had adapted to controlled conditions to the more variable conditions of the external environment. It required patience and careful monitoring to ensure that their biological systems remained healthy and productive. But there's something else we need to prepare for, old Aldrich said, his tone becoming more serious. The outside world may have changed significantly during our isolation. We need to be prepared for conditions that may be very different from what we left behind. Thomas hadn't fully considered how the extreme winter conditions might have affected the broader world beyond their immediate area. Communities that hadn't been prepared for such severe conditions might have faced serious challenges or even disasters. What kinds of changes should we expect? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich consulted sections of the journal that dealt with the aftermath of severe winters, learning about the social and environmental changes that typically followed periods of extreme cold. Crop failures, food shortages, population displacement, old Aldrich said. Communities that weren't prepared for extreme conditions often face serious problems that can last for years after the weather improves. Thomas was beginning to understand that their emergence from isolation might bring them into contact with communities that were struggling with the aftermath of the severe winter. Their knowledge and resources could be crucial for helping others recover and rebuild. But that also means opportunity, old Aldrich continued. Communities that are struggling will be very interested in learning techniques that can help them become more resilient and self-sufficient. Thomas was excited by the possibility of sharing their knowledge with others who needed it, understanding that the techniques they had developed could help entire communities become more sustainable and resilient. How do we prepare for that responsibility? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich showed him sections of the journal that dealt with knowledge sharing and community development, learning about techniques for teaching sustainable technologies to groups of people with varying levels of experience and understanding. The key, old Aldrich explained, is understanding that different communities will have different needs and different capabilities. We need to be able to adapt our knowledge to meet people where they are and help them develop solutions that work for their specific conditions. Thomas was learning that knowledge sharing was itself a sophisticated skill that required understanding not just the techniques themselves, but how to communicate them effectively to different audiences. But first, old Aldrich said, we need to complete our own preparations for emergence. We need to ensure that our systems are ready for integration with external conditions, and that we have the resources needed to help others while maintaining our own sustainability. Thomas spent the morning helping his grandfather complete the final preparations for their gradual emergence from isolation. They tested their connection systems, verified the stability of their biological technologies, and organized their resources for maximum effectiveness in the changed world they would soon encounter. The most important preparation, old Aldrich said, is mental and emotional. We've been living in a carefully controlled environment for months. Adapting to the variability and unpredictability of the external world will require psychological adjustment as well as technical preparation. Thomas was grateful for this warning, understanding that the transition from their sealed world to the outside environment would be challenging in ways he hadn't anticipated. As they worked, the sounds of melting continued from above, gradually becoming more consistent and sustained. The thaw was clearly progressing, though slowly and with the caution that characterized genuine seasonal transition rather than temporary warming. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, we'll make our first test connection to the outside environment. We'll introduce external air into our system and monitor how our biological technologies respond. Thomas was both excited and nervous about the prospect of reconnecting with the outside world. Their sealed environment had become so familiar and comfortable that the idea of change was both appealing and unsettling. That evening, as they prepared what might be their last meal in complete isolation, Thomas reflected on the transformation they had undergone during their months of sealed living. They had not just survived extreme conditions, but had used those conditions as an opportunity for innovation and development that had pushed the boundaries of sustainable technology. "We're not the same people who sealed ourselves in," Thomas observed. "No," old Aldrich agreed, "and the world we emerge into won't be the same world we left behind. But we're prepared for that change, and we have knowledge and resources that can help others adapt as well." Thomas looked around their transformed living space, marveling at the sophisticated biological systems they had developed. The bioluminescent lighting provided steady, beautiful illumination. The air purification plants maintained perfect atmospheric conditions. The integrated growing systems produced abundant, nutritious food. And the living architecture created an environment that was both functional and beautiful. "But the most important thing we've developed," old Aldrich said, "is not any particular technology, but the understanding of how to work with living systems to create sustainable abundance. That understanding can be applied anywhere, under any conditions." Thomas understood that they were emerging from their isolation not just with specific techniques, but with a complete philosophy of sustainable living that could be adapted to any environment or situation. "The real test," old Aldrich continued, "will be applying this understanding in the complex, unpredictable conditions of the external world. But I believe we're ready for that challenge." As they settled in for their last night of complete isolation, Thomas felt a mixture of anticipation and gratitude. The sealed world that had initially seemed like a prison had become a laboratory for innovation and a school for sustainable living. They were emerging not as survivors, but as practitioners of technologies that could revolutionize how human communities met their needs. In his dreams that night, Thomas saw their knowledge spreading across communities that had been struggling with the aftermath of the severe winter. He saw biological technologies being adapted to different climates and conditions, creating abundance and sustainability wherever they were applied. And he saw networks of knowledge keepers working together to develop and refine techniques that could support thriving human communities while enhancing rather than degrading the natural world. The sounds of melting continued through the night, the music of ice surrendering to warmth, the promise of seasonal transition and new possibilities. Tomorrow would bring their first tentative connection to the outside world, the beginning of their emergence from the chrysalis of isolation into a world that was ready for the transformation they had undergone. The great emergence was beginning, and Thomas was ready to play his part in sharing the knowledge that could help communities everywhere create sustainable abundance through partnership with the living systems that sustained all life on Earth. At the first breath, the morning of their first reconnection with the outside world dawned with the sound of steady dripping and the subtle but unmistakable sensation of rising air pressure that indicated genuine atmospheric change. Old Aldrich had been awake for hours, making final adjustments to their monitoring systems and preparing for what he called the first breath, their initial test of introducing external air into their sealed environment. Thomas watched as his grandfather carefully opened the first of their connection valves, allowing a tiny stream of outside air to enter their sealed world through a system of filters and monitoring chambers that would allow them to evaluate its quality and effects before it reached their living spaces. Slowly, old Aldrich cautioned, adjusting the valve with precise, careful movements. We need to understand what we're introducing before we commit to larger changes. The external air, when it reached their monitoring chamber, carried scents and qualities that seemed almost foreign, after months of breathing only their carefully purified and recycled atmosphere. Thomas could detect the sharp, clean smell of melting snow, the earthy scent of soil beginning to thaw, and subtle fragrances that suggested the first stirrings of plant life responding to changing conditions. "How does it feel?" old Aldrich asked, watching Thomas's reaction carefully. "Different," Thomas replied, trying to analyze the sensations. "Fresher in some ways, but also more variable. Our air has become so stable and controlled that this feels almost chaotic in comparison." Old Aldrich nodded, understanding the adjustment that would be required. "That's normal," he said. "We've become accustomed to optimal conditions. Readjusting to natural variability will take time." They spent the morning monitoring the effects of the external air on their biological systems, watching carefully for any signs of stress or disruption in their carefully balanced communities of organisms. The bioluminescent cultures continued to glow steadily. The air purification plants showed no signs of distress, and their growing systems maintained their productive output. "The systems are stable," old Aldrich observed with satisfaction. "Our biological technologies are robust enough to handle the introduction of external variables." Thomas was relieved to see that their sophisticated life support systems could adapt to changing conditions without losing their effectiveness. It suggested that the integration with external conditions would be smoother than he had feared. "But we need to test more than just air quality," old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to another connection point where they could introduce external water into their systems. Water carries different information about external conditions, and our biological systems need to be tested with the full range of environmental variables they'll encounter. The external water, when they tested it, was dramatically different from their carefully managed and recycled supplies. It was colder, contained different mineral concentrations, and carried traces of organic compounds that indicated the beginning of biological activity in the outside environment. "Spring water," old Aldrich said, tasting the external supply carefully. "Not just melted snow, but water that has interacted with soil and plant roots. The biological systems outside are beginning to wake up." Thomas tasted the external water as well, noting its clean but complex flavor that spoke of interaction with living systems. It was a reminder that the outside world was not just a physical environment, but a living ecosystem that was beginning to respond to changing seasonal conditions. "Our water purification systems can handle this," old Aldrich said after testing the external water through their biological filters. "But we'll need to adjust the balance of our treatment organisms to accommodate the different mineral and organic content." Thomas helped his grandfather make the necessary adjustments to their water treatment systems, learning how to modify biological communities to handle changing input conditions while maintaining optimal output quality. "The key," old Aldrich explained, "is understanding that our biological systems are designed to be adaptive. They can adjust to changing conditions as long as we guide that adaptation carefully." As they worked, Thomas was struck by the flexibility and resilience of the biological technologies they had developed. Unlike mechanical systems that might fail when faced with unexpected conditions, their living systems could adapt and even improve their performance in response to new challenges. "But there's something else we need to test," old Aldrich said, leading Thomas to a section of their underground sanctuary where they had prepared a special monitoring chamber. we need to understand what's happening to the soil and plant communities outside. The soil monitoring chamber allowed them to bring in samples of external soil and observe how it interacted with their biological systems. The samples they collected showed clear signs of biological awakening, increased microbial activity, root development from dormant plants, and the beginning of nutrient cycling that indicated the start of the growing season. The outside ecosystem is coming back to life, Thomas observed, studying the soil samples under magnification. Yes, old Aldrich agreed, but it's also been stressed by the extreme winter conditions. The biological communities outside will need time and support to fully recover their productive capacity. Thomas was beginning to understand that their emergence from isolation would bring them into an environment that was recovering from significant stress. Their knowledge and resources could play a crucial role in supporting that recovery. How can we help? Thomas asked. Old Aldrich showed him techniques for introducing beneficial organisms from their sealed environment into external soil and water systems, helping to restore biological activity and productivity to areas that had been damaged by extreme conditions. Biological inoculation, old Aldrich explained. We can share the healthy, productive organisms we've cultivated with external systems that need help recovering from winter stress. The concept was like medical treatment for damaged ecosystems, introducing healthy biological communities that could help restore natural productivity and resilience. But we need to be careful, old Aldrich warned. Introducing organisms into external environments requires understanding the existing ecological relationships and ensuring that our interventions enhance rather than disrupt natural recovery processes. Thomas was learning that ecological restoration was a sophisticated art that required deep understanding of biological relationships and careful attention to the complex interactions between different species and environmental factors. As they continued their testing and monitoring throughout the day, the sounds from above gradually changed from intermittent dripping to more sustained flows of melting water. The thaw was clearly progressing, and the biological indicators all suggested that genuine seasonal transition was underway. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, we'll open our first visual connection to the outside world. We need to see what conditions actually look like before we make any major changes to our systems. Thomas was excited by the prospect of actually seeing the outside world again after months of complete visual isolation. Their sealed environment had become so complete that he had almost forgotten what natural light and open spaces looked like. But we also need to prepare for what we might see, old Aldrich continued, his tone becoming more serious. The extreme winter may have caused significant changes to the landscape and to any human settlements in the area. Thomas understood that their first view of the outside world might reveal damage and disruption that would require careful response and possibly immediate assistance to others who had not been as well prepared for extreme conditions. That evening, as they prepared for what would be their last night of complete isolation, Thomas reflected on the gradual process of reconnection they were undertaking, the careful testing, the systematic monitoring, the gradual integration. All of it demonstrated the wisdom of approaching major transitions with patience and careful preparation. We're not just opening our sealed world, Thomas observed. We're learning how to bridge between controlled and natural environments. Exactly, old Aldrich replied. And that skill, the ability to work effectively in both controlled and natural conditions, will be essential for everything we do from now on. Thomas understood that they were not just preparing to leave their sealed environment. but learning to operate effectively in multiple environments simultaneously. Their biological technologies would need to function in both controlled and natural conditions, and they would need to be able to move fluidly between different types of environmental management. The real test, old Aldrich said, will be maintaining the productivity and sustainability we've achieved while adapting to the variability and unpredictability of natural conditions. As they settled in for their final night of complete isolation, Thomas felt a deep sense of gratitude for the transformation they had undergone. Their sealed world had been far more than a survival shelter. It had been a laboratory for innovation, a school for sustainable living, and a chrysalis for personal and technological development. In his dreams that night, Thomas saw their gradual emergence as the beginning of a new phase of their work, not just surviving extreme conditions, but helping entire communities develop the knowledge and technologies needed to thrive under any circumstances. He saw their biological systems being adapted and scaled up to support larger populations, their knowledge being shared with communities that needed it, and their techniques being refined and improved through collaboration with other practitioners. The first breath of outside air had carried more than just different atmospheric conditions. It had carried the promise of reconnection with the larger world and the opportunity to share the abundance they had created with others who needed it. The great emergence was beginning, and Thomas was ready to help guide that emergence in directions that would benefit not just their own community, but all the communities that were struggling to recover from the challenges of an extreme winter. Tomorrow would bring their first glimpse of the changed world outside their sealed refuge, and with it, the beginning of their transition from isolated innovators to active participants in the larger work of creating sustainable abundance for all. The New World. The morning Thomas first looked upon the outside world after 112 days of sealed isolation, he barely recognized the landscape that had been so familiar before their winter retreat. Old Aldrich had carefully opened their first visual port, a small protected opening that allowed them to observe external conditions while maintaining the integrity of their sealed environment. What Thomas saw through that small window challenged everything he thought he knew about their familiar surroundings. The world outside had been transformed not just by snow and ice, but by forces that had reshaped the very geography of their region. The great cold did more than just freeze the surface, old Aldrich said, studying the transformed landscape with the careful attention of someone trying to read a complex story written in stone and ice. It changed the fundamental structure of the land itself. Thomas could see what his grandfather meant. Where there had once been gentle hills, there were now sharp ridges carved by wind and ice. Where streams had flowed, there were new channels cut by the massive movement of frozen and melting water. And where forests had stood, there were areas of devastation that looked like battlefields, where ice and wind had waged war against living things. But look more carefully, old Aldrich said, adjusting their viewing apparatus to provide better magnification. The destruction is not complete. Life is already beginning to respond to the changing conditions. Thomas looked more closely and began to see what his grandfather was pointing out. In protected areas, in places where the geography had provided shelter from the worst of the winter's assault, there were signs of life beginning to reassert itself. Patches of green were emerging from the snow, and in some areas he could see the movement of animals that had survived the extreme conditions. How did anything survive out there? Thomas asked, marveling at the resilience of life in the face of such devastating conditions. The same way we did, old Aldrich replied. By finding or creating protected environments, and by having access to resources that could sustain life through the worst conditions. Thomas was beginning to understand that their survival strategy, creating sealed, controlled environments with sustainable life support systems, had been replicated by natural systems throughout the landscape. Animals had found or created sheltered spaces. Plants had developed dormancy strategies that allowed them to survive extreme cold. And entire ecosystems had found ways to persist through conditions that seemed impossible to endure. But there's something else, old Aldrich said, pointing to areas of the landscape that showed clear signs of human activity. Other people survived as well, and they've been busy during the thaw. Thomas could see smoke rising from several locations, indicating active fires and human habitation. But more importantly, he could see evidence of organized activity. Cleared areas, constructed shelters, and what appeared to be systematic efforts to restore damaged land. "Who are they?" Thomas asked. "Probably people like us," old Aldrich replied. Communities that were prepared for extreme conditions and that had the knowledge and resources needed to not just survive, but to begin recovery and restoration work as soon as conditions allowed. Thomas was excited by the prospect of contact with other communities that had successfully weathered the extreme winter. The knowledge sharing and collaboration that would be possible could accelerate the recovery and development work that needed to be done. But we need to be careful about how we make contact, old Aldrich warned. Not everyone who survived may have done so using sustainable methods. Some communities may be in desperate condition and might view our resources as something to be taken rather than shared. Thomas understood the caution. Their sealed environment had protected them not just from environmental extremes, but from the social disruption and resource competition that extreme conditions could create among human communities. "How do we evaluate whether contact is safe?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich showed him techniques for observing and evaluating other communities from a distance, learning to read the signs that indicated whether a group was organized and self-sufficient or desperate, and potentially dangerous. Smoke patterns tell you about fuel availability and management, old Aldrich explained. Construction activity indicates planning and resource allocation. Agricultural activity suggests long-term thinking and sustainability focus. Thomas studied the distant signs of human activity, learning to interpret them as indicators of community health and stability. The communities he could observe all showed positive signs: organized activity, sustainable resource use, and evidence of planning for long-term recovery rather than just immediate survival. "They look like communities we could work with," Thomas observed. "I think so too," old Aldrich agreed. "But we still need to approach contact carefully and gradually. We'll start by observing their activities and looking for opportunities to offer assistance or collaboration." Thomas was eager to begin the process of reconnecting with other human communities, understanding that collaboration would be essential for the large-scale restoration and development work that needed to be done. "But first," old Aldrich said, "we need to complete our own transition to external conditions. We can't help others effectively until we've successfully integrated our systems with the changed environment." Thomas spent the morning helping his grandfather continue the gradual process of opening their sealed environment to external conditions. They expanded their air and water connections, tested their biological systems under more variable conditions, and began the careful process of preparing for their eventual emergence from complete isolation. "The key," old Aldrich explained, "is maintaining the stability and productivity of our biological systems while adapting them to work with external variables. We want to preserve what we've achieved while gaining the benefits of integration with natural systems." Thomas was learning that the transition from sealed to integrated systems was not about abandoning their innovations, but about expanding them to work effectively in more complex and variable conditions. As they worked, they continued to monitor the activities of the other communities they could observe. The signs remained positive: organized construction work, systematic land restoration activities, and what appeared to be coordinated efforts between different groups. "They're working together," Thomas observed, noting that the different communities seemed to be coordinating their activities rather than competing for resources. "That's the best possible sign," Old Aldrich said. "Cooperation indicates that these communities have moved beyond survival mode and are focusing on recovery and development. Those are the kinds of communities we want to work with." Thomas was encouraged by the evidence of cooperation and coordination among the surviving communities. It suggested that the extreme winter had not just tested individual survival capabilities, but had also strengthened social bonds and collaborative relationships. "But there's something else we need to consider," Old Aldrich said, pointing to areas of the landscape that showed signs of significant environmental damage. "The recovery work that needs to be done is enormous. Individual communities, no matter how skilled or well-prepared, won't be able to handle it alone." Thomas could see what his grandfather meant. The landscape showed evidence of erosion, habitat destruction, and ecosystem disruption on a scale that would require coordinated effort by multiple communities working together over many years. "This is where our knowledge could make the biggest difference," Old Aldrich continued. "The biological restoration techniques we've developed could help accelerate the recovery of damaged ecosystems throughout the region." Thomas was excited by the possibility of applying their biological technologies to large-scale environmental restoration. The techniques they had developed for creating productive ecosystems in controlled environments could potentially be adapted for restoring damaged natural systems. But that kind of work requires more than just technical knowledge, Old Aldrich warned. It requires understanding the social and economic factors that will determine whether restoration efforts are sustainable over the long term. Thomas was beginning to understand that their emergence from isolation would involve not just technical challenges, but social and political ones as well. Creating sustainable restoration programs would require building relationships, establishing trust, and developing collaborative frameworks that could support long-term projects. "How do we prepare for those challenges?" Thomas asked. Old Aldrich showed him sections of the journal that dealt with community development and collaborative project management. Learning about techniques for building the social infrastructure needed to support large-scale restoration and development projects. "The key," Old Aldrich explained, "is understanding that sustainable restoration requires not just technical solutions, but social solutions as well. Communities need to be organized and motivated to support long-term projects that may not show immediate benefits." Thomas was learning that their role in the post-winter recovery would involve not just sharing technical knowledge, but helping to build the social and organizational capacity needed to implement that knowledge effectively. As the day progressed, the signs of activity in the outside communities increased. Thomas could see people moving between different locations, coordinated work activities, and what appeared to be regular communication between different groups. "They're getting ready for something," Thomas observed. "Probably planning for the main phase of restoration work," Old Aldrich replied. "The early thaw is the time for assessment and planning. The real work begins when conditions stabilize enough for large-scale projects." Thomas understood that they were witnessing the early stages of what would likely be a massive, coordinated effort to restore and rebuild after the extreme winter. Their knowledge and resources could play a crucial role in that effort. Tomorrow, old Aldrich said, we'll begin preparing for our first direct contact with the outside communities. We need to decide what knowledge and resources we can share, and how to approach collaboration in ways that will be most beneficial for everyone involved. Thomas was excited by the prospect of finally making contact with other survivors and beginning the collaborative work that would be needed for large-scale recovery and restoration. That evening, as they prepared for what would be their last night of complete isolation, Thomas reflected on the transformed world they were preparing to rejoin. The landscape had been changed by forces beyond anything they had experienced, but life was already beginning to reassert itself, and human communities were organizing for the massive work of recovery and restoration. We're not just emerging from isolation, Thomas observed. We're emerging into a world that's ready for the knowledge and technologies we've developed. Yes, old Aldrich agreed. The extreme winter created conditions that make our biological technologies not just useful, but essential for successful recovery. We're emerging at exactly the right time to make the greatest possible contribution. Thomas understood that their months of isolation had not just been about survival, but about preparation for a role they were uniquely qualified to play in the post-winter recovery. Their knowledge of biological systems, sustainable technologies, and ecosystem restoration would be crucial for the work that lay ahead. In his dreams that night, Thomas saw the Great Emergence not as an ending, but as a beginning. The start of a collaborative effort that would transform not just their immediate region, but the entire approach to human settlement and environmental management. He saw communities working together to create landscapes that were more productive and more resilient than anything that had existed before the Great Cold. The new world outside their sealed refuge was indeed transformed, but it was transformed in ways that created opportunities for innovations and improvements that would benefit generations to come. The Great Emergence was about to begin, and Thomas was ready to play his part in creating a future where human communities and natural systems worked together in unprecedented harmony and productivity. Makunat. End of Part 5. The Great Emergence. The sealed world that had been their chrysalis for over 100 days has prepared Thomas and old Aldrich not just for survival, but for leadership in a transformed world. Through the small window of their first visual connection to the outside, they have glimpsed a landscape reshaped by forces beyond imagination, yet already showing signs of life's irrepressible urge to recover and thrive. The communities they observe in the distance show the same spirit of cooperation and innovation that has characterized their own work during isolation. The stage is set for collaboration on a scale that could revolutionize not just recovery from the Great Cold, but the entire relationship between human settlements and the natural systems that sustain them. Tomorrow will bring their first direct contact with the outside world. Not as refugees seeking help, but as bearers of knowledge and technologies that could transform the massive work of restoration into an opportunity for creating abundance and sustainability beyond anything previously imagined. The Great Emergence is not just about leaving their sealed refuge, but about sharing the innovations that could change the future of human civilization itself. The spring beneath has become the spring beyond, and the knowledge that flowed in the depths of their isolation is ready to flow into the world, carrying with it the promise of communities that enhance rather than degrade their environment, technologies that work with rather than against natural processes, and abundance that grows from understanding rather than exploitation. The greatest chapter of their story is about to begin. Part 6. The Flowering First Contact. On the morning of the 115th day, Thomas stood beside old Aldrich at the threshold of their sealed world, preparing for their first direct contact with the outside communities they had been observing. The careful process of environmental integration had been successful. Their biological systems were stable under external conditions. Their resources were organized for sharing, and their knowledge was documented for effective communication. But as they prepared to step outside their transformed refuge, Thomas felt the weight of responsibility that came with the knowledge they carried. They were not just emerging as survivors, but as bearers of innovations that could reshape how human communities responded to environmental challenges. "Remember," old Aldrich said, adjusting the pack that contained carefully selected samples of their biological technologies. "We're not just sharing techniques, we're sharing a completely different approach to the relationship between human communities and natural systems." Thomas nodded, understanding that their first contact would set the tone for all future collaboration. They needed to demonstrate not just the effectiveness of their innovations, but the philosophy of partnership with natural processes that made those innovations possible. The world outside their sealed refuge was both familiar and utterly transformed. The landscape they had known before the Great Cold was still recognizable in its basic geography, but everything else had been reshaped by forces that had carved new patterns into the earth itself. "It's like seeing the bones of the land," Thomas observed, marveling at how the extreme conditions had stripped away surface features to reveal the underlying geological structure. "But look at how life is responding," old Aldrich replied, pointing to areas where new growth was emerging in patterns that followed the newly revealed contours of the landscape. Thomas could see what his grandfather meant. The plants that were beginning to colonize the transformed landscape were not simply trying to restore what had been there before, but were adapting to the new conditions and creating entirely new ecological communities. "The land is healing," Thomas said, "but it's healing into something new." "Exactly," old Aldrich agreed. "And that's the opportunity we're walking into. We can help guide that healing process using everything we've learned about working with biological systems to create abundance and sustainability." As they made their way toward the nearest signs of human activity, Thomas was struck by the evidence of coordinated effort he could see throughout the landscape. Cleared pathways connected different areas of activity. Systematic restoration work was evident in multiple locations, and there were signs of resource sharing and collaborative planning on a scale that suggested sophisticated organization. "They've been busy," Thomas observed. "And successful," old Aldrich added, noting the evidence of effective resource management and sustainable practices in the work they could observe. The first community they encountered was engaged in what appeared to be a systematic restoration project, working to stabilize an area where the extreme winter had caused significant erosion. The work was being done using techniques that Thomas recognized as sophisticated and sustainable. Not just quick fixes, but long-term solutions that would improve the land over time. "Excuse me," old Aldrich called out to the group of workers, approaching with the careful courtesy that was appropriate when making contact with unknown communities. "We're neighbors who weathered the winter in a sealed refuge nearby. We'd like to offer assistance if it would be helpful." The response was immediate and welcoming. The workers stopped their activities and gathered around with expressions of curiosity and interest rather than suspicion or defensiveness. "Sealed refuge?" asked a woman who appeared to be leading the restoration work. "That's impressive. We've heard stories of people who prepared for extreme isolation, but we haven't met anyone who actually managed it successfully. We were fortunate to have access to knowledge and resources that made it possible, old Aldrich replied. But more importantly, we developed some techniques during our isolation that might be useful for restoration work like what you're doing here. Thomas watched the interaction carefully, noting that the community members showed immediate interest in learning about new techniques rather than focusing on what resources they might be able to obtain. It was a positive sign that suggested these were people who were focused on long-term solutions rather than short-term survival. What kinds of techniques? The woman asked. Old Aldrich opened his pack and carefully removed samples of some of their biological technologies. Bioluminescent cultures that could provide sustainable lighting, beneficial bacteria that could accelerate soil restoration, and plant varieties that had been selected for rapid establishment in damaged environments. The reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. The community members gathered around to examine the samples, asking detailed questions about how the technologies worked and how they could be applied to their restoration projects. These organisms, said a man who was clearly knowledgeable about biological systems, they could revolutionize how we approach ecosystem restoration. How did you develop them? Thomas found himself explaining the principles of controlled environment cultivation and selective breeding that they had used to develop their biological technologies. The community members listened with intense attention, clearly understanding the implications of what they were hearing. But the most important thing, old Aldrich added, is that these technologies are designed to work with natural processes rather than replacing them. They enhance and accelerate natural recovery rather than imposing artificial solutions. The woman who was leading the restoration work nodded with understanding. That's exactly the approach we've been trying to take, she said. But we've been limited by the biological resources available to us. These technologies could help us achieve much better results. Thomas was encouraged by the immediate understanding and enthusiasm the community showed for their biological technologies. It suggested that these were people who were already thinking along similar lines and would be able to implement advanced techniques effectively. Would you be willing to share these techniques with our community? The woman asked. And would you be interested in seeing what we've been working on? I think you might find our approaches interesting as well. Old Aldrich and Thomas exchanged glances, both recognizing that this was exactly the kind of collaborative opportunity they had hoped to find. We'd be honored to share our knowledge, old Aldrich replied, and we're very interested in learning about your work as well. The community leader, who introduced herself as Elena, led them through the restoration project, explaining the techniques they had been using and the challenges they had been facing. Thomas was impressed by the sophistication of their approach and the clear evidence of long-term planning and systematic implementation. We've been working on this restoration for 6 weeks, Elena explained, ever since conditions stabilized enough for large-scale work. But progress has been slower than we'd like because we've been limited to natural recovery processes. Thomas could see the careful work that had been done. Terracing to prevent erosion, strategic placement of rocks and logs to create microclimates for plant establishment, and systematic soil improvement using composting and other organic techniques. Your approach is excellent, old Aldrich observed. Our biological technologies could accelerate the processes you've already established without changing your fundamental methods. Elena was clearly excited by the possibility. Show us how, she said. Thomas spent the next several hours demonstrating how their biological technologies could be integrated with the restoration work that was already underway. the beneficial bacteria could be introduced to accelerate soil development, the selected plant varieties could be established to provide faster ground cover and erosion control, and the bioluminescent organisms could provide lighting for work that needed to continue after dark. But the most important application, old Aldrich said, might be in scaling up your restoration work to handle larger areas more effectively. He showed Elena and her team how their biological technologies could be used to establish restoration systems that would continue to improve the land even when human attention was focused elsewhere. Self-sustaining restoration, Elena said, understanding the implications immediately. Systems that continue to heal and improve the land without constant human intervention. Exactly, Thomas replied. And because the systems are biological, they adapt and improve over time rather than requiring maintenance and replacement. Elena was clearly excited by the possibilities. This could change everything about how we approach large-scale restoration, she said. Instead of being limited by human labor and attention, we could establish systems that work continuously to heal damaged landscapes. Thomas was thrilled by Elena's immediate understanding of the potential applications. It confirmed that they had found collaborators who could help them scale up their innovations to address challenges much larger than anything they could handle alone. But there's something else, Elena said, leading them to another area of the restoration project. We've been working on innovations of our own that might interest you. What Elena showed them was a sophisticated water management system that used natural processes to capture, store, and distribute water throughout the restoration area. The system was elegant and effective, using gravity and natural flow patterns to move water exactly where it was needed without requiring any mechanical devices. Brilliant, old Aldrich said, studying the water management system with obvious admiration. This is exactly the kind of integration between human engineering and natural processes that creates truly sustainable solutions. Thomas was equally impressed by the sophistication of the water management system and the clear evidence of deep understanding of natural processes that had gone into its design. We could integrate our biological technologies with your water management system, Thomas suggested. The beneficial organisms could be distributed through the water system to enhance soil development throughout the entire restoration area. Elena's eyes lit up with excitement. That would create a completely integrated restoration system, she said. Water management, soil development, plant establishment, and ecosystem restoration all working together as a single, coordinated process. Thomas was thrilled by the collaborative possibilities that were emerging from their first contact. Instead of simply sharing their knowledge with communities that needed help, they were finding opportunities for true collaboration that could lead to innovations neither group could have achieved alone. But there's something else we need to discuss, Elena said, her tone becoming more serious. The scale of restoration work that needs to be done throughout the region. Individual communities, no matter how skilled or well-equipped, won't be able to handle it alone. She led them to a high point that provided a view of the broader landscape, showing them the extent of the damage and the scope of the restoration challenge they were all facing. The Great Cold affected hundreds of square miles, Elena explained. There are dozens of communities working on restoration projects, but we need to coordinate our efforts and share our innovations if we're going to be successful on the scale that's required. Thomas could see what Elena meant. The landscape showed evidence of damage and restoration work extending far beyond what any individual community could address. Success would require coordination and collaboration on a scale that would challenge the organizational capabilities of all the communities involved. That's exactly why we wanted to make contact, old Aldrich said. The innovations we've developed are most valuable when they're shared and adapted by multiple communities working together. Elena nodded with understanding. We've been planning a regional gathering, she said. Representatives from all the communities working on restoration projects, sharing knowledge and coordinating efforts. Would you be interested in participating? Thomas felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a regional gathering that could facilitate knowledge sharing and collaborative planning on the scale that would be needed for successful restoration. We'd be honored to participate, old Aldrich replied. And we'd like to contribute not just our biological technologies, but our experience with large-scale system integration and sustainable resource management. Elena was clearly pleased by their willingness to participate in the larger collaborative effort. The gathering is planned for next week, she said. It will be the largest coordination meeting since the Great Cold ended. Your knowledge and experience could make a crucial difference in what we're able to accomplish. As they prepared to return to their refuge to prepare for the regional gathering, Thomas reflected on the success of their first contact. They had not only found communities that were interested in their innovations, but had discovered opportunities for collaboration that could lead to restoration and development work on a scale they had never imagined possible. This is just the beginning, old Aldrich said as they made their way back through the transformed landscape. The regional gathering will show us the full scope of what's possible when communities work together using the most advanced sustainable technologies available. Thomas looked forward to the regional gathering with excitement and anticipation. Their months of isolation had prepared them not just to survive extreme conditions, but to contribute to collaborative efforts that could transform the entire approach to environmental restoration and sustainable community development. The flowering of their knowledge was about to begin, and Thomas was ready to help nurture that flowering into abundance that could benefit communities throughout the region and beyond. The Great Gathering. The regional gathering that Elena had described exceeded even Thomas's most optimistic expectations. Representatives from 23 communities had assembled in a natural amphitheater that had been carved by the Great Cold itself. A bowl-shaped depression surrounded by terraced seating areas that the communities had worked together to prepare for the meeting. Thomas stood beside old Aldrich at the edge of the gathering space, marveling at the diversity of people who had come together to share knowledge and coordinate restoration efforts. There were communities that had survived using techniques similar to their own sealed refuge approach. Others that had developed sophisticated underground shelter systems, and still others that had created mobile strategies that allowed them to follow optimal conditions throughout the extreme winter. Look at the knowledge that's represented here, old Aldrich said, studying the various displays and demonstrations that communities had set up around the amphitheater. Each group has developed innovations that could benefit all the others. Thomas could see what his grandfather meant. Every community had brought examples of their most successful technologies and techniques: water management systems, food production innovations, shelter designs, and restoration methods that represented months or years of development and refinement. But the most impressive thing, Thomas observed, is how organized and collaborative this gathering is. This level of coordination suggests sophisticated communication and planning capabilities. Elena, who had been instrumental in organizing the gathering, approached them with a smile of welcome and obvious excitement about the knowledge sharing that was about to begin. "Welcome to what we're calling the Great Gathering," she said. "This is the largest collaboration between communities that anyone can remember, and it's happening because the challenges we face require innovations that no single community could develop alone. Thomas was struck by Elena's emphasis on collaboration rather than competition. The extreme conditions had apparently strengthened cooperative relationships rather than creating conflict over scarce resources. "How did you manage to coordinate something this complex?" Old Aldrich asked, clearly impressed by the organizational achievement the gathering represented. "Necessity," Elena replied, "and the recognition that our survival and success depend on sharing knowledge rather than hoarding it. The communities that have thrived are those that have been most willing to collaborate and share innovations." Thomas understood that the Great Cold had created conditions that made collaboration not just beneficial, but essential for success. Communities that had tried to survive in isolation had been less successful than those that had maintained communication and mutual support. "But let me show you what we've accomplished," Elena said, leading them toward the center of the amphitheater, where the most significant innovations were being demonstrated. The central display area was organized around major categories of sustainable technology: food production, water management, energy systems, shelter design, and ecosystem restoration. Each category included innovations from multiple communities, creating a comprehensive showcase of the most advanced sustainable technologies that had been developed in response to extreme conditions. "This is incredible," Thomas said, studying the food and production displays. "Some of these techniques are more advanced than anything we developed during our isolation." Old Aldrich was equally impressed by the sophistication of the innovations on display. "And look at how different communities have solved similar problems using completely different approaches," he observed. "The diversity of solutions creates opportunities for integration and improvement that wouldn't be possible if everyone had developed the same techniques." Thomas spent the morning exploring the various displays, learning about innovations that ranged from ingenious mechanical devices to sophisticated biological systems. But what impressed him most was the clear evidence of systematic development and testing that had gone into each innovation. "These aren't just survival expedients," Thomas observed. "These are carefully developed technologies that have been refined and improved over time." "That's exactly right," said a man who had been demonstrating an advanced water purification system. "The extreme conditions forced us to develop solutions that weren't just effective, but sustainable over the long term. We couldn't afford to create systems that would fail or require constant replacement." Thomas introduced himself and Old Aldrich, explaining their own background and the biological technologies they had developed during their sealed isolation. "Biological technologies," the man said with obvious interest. "We've been working on some biological approaches ourselves, but nothing as sophisticated as what you're describing. Would you be willing to share your techniques?" Thomas was pleased by the immediate interest in collaboration rather than competition. "Of course," he replied, "and we'd like to learn about your water purification innovations as well." The morning was spent in exactly this kind of knowledge exchange. Communities sharing their most successful innovations and learning about techniques that could enhance or complement their own work. Thomas was amazed by the generosity and openness that characterized all the interactions he observed. "But the real work begins this afternoon," Elena announced as the communities gathered for a shared meal. "We're going to begin planning coordinated restoration projects that will use the best innovations from all our communities." Thomas was excited by the prospect of large-scale planning that could integrate the diverse innovations they had been exploring. The potential for creating restoration systems that combined the best techniques from multiple communities was enormous. The afternoon planning session was as impressive as the morning's knowledge sharing. Elena had organized the communities into working groups that focused on different aspects of the restoration challenge: soil restoration, water management, ecosystem establishment, and long-term sustainability. Thomas found himself in the ecosystem establishment working group, where communities were sharing techniques for accelerating the recovery of biological communities in damaged landscapes. The diversity of approaches was remarkable, ranging from sophisticated seed collection and propagation programs to innovative techniques for establishing beneficial soil organisms. But the most exciting possibility, said a woman from a community that had specialized in ecosystem restoration, is integrating all these different approaches into comprehensive restoration systems that address multiple aspects of ecosystem recovery simultaneously. Thomas immediately saw the potential for applying their biological technologies to the integrated restoration systems being discussed. Our bioluminescent organisms could provide lighting for restoration work that needs to continue after dark, he suggested. And our beneficial bacteria could accelerate soil development throughout the restoration areas. The response was enthusiastic. That could allow us to work on much larger areas much more quickly, said another member of the working group. Instead of being limited by daylight hours and natural soil development rates, we could establish restoration systems that work continuously. Thomas was thrilled by the collaborative possibilities that were emerging. The integration of innovations from multiple communities was creating opportunities for restoration work on a scale that would have been impossible for any individual community to achieve. But we need to think about more than just technical integration, said an older man who had been listening to the discussion with careful attention. We need to consider the social and organizational challenges of coordinating large-scale projects across multiple communities. Thomas recognized the wisdom in this observation. Technical innovations were only valuable if they could be implemented effectively, and large-scale implementation required sophisticated organizational capabilities. What kinds of organizational challenges should we expect? Thomas asked. The older man, who introduced himself as Marcus, had clearly given considerable thought to the challenges of large-scale collaboration. Resource allocation, decision-making authority, conflict resolution, and long-term commitment, he said. Technical problems are often easier to solve than social and organizational ones. Thomas was grateful for Marcus's perspective, understanding that successful restoration would require not just advanced techniques, but effective collaborative frameworks that could sustain complex projects over time. But we have advantages that make large-scale collaboration more feasible than it might normally be, Marcus continued. The extreme conditions created shared challenges that have strengthened cooperative relationships and demonstrated the benefits of collaboration. Elena, who had been moving between different working groups, rejoined their discussion with obvious excitement about the progress being made. The working groups are developing integrated plans that could transform the entire approach to regional restoration, she announced. Instead of individual communities working on separate projects, we're planning coordinated systems that will create benefits for entire watersheds and ecosystems. Thomas was amazed by the scope of the planning that was taking place. The communities were thinking not just about restoring damaged areas, but about creating integrated systems that would be more productive and more resilient than the original ecosystems. But the most exciting development, Elena continued, is the proposal for establishing a permanent collaboration network that would continue the knowledge sharing and coordination beyond the immediate restoration work. The concept of a permanent collaboration network was revolutionary. Instead of treating the Great Gathering as a one-time event, the communities were planning to create ongoing relationships that would support continuous innovation and improvement. How would such a network function? Old Aldrich asked, clearly intrigued by the organizational innovation the proposal represented. Marcus, who had been instrumental in developing the network proposal, explained the basic structure: regular communication between communities, systematic sharing of innovations and improvements, coordinated planning for large-scale projects, and mutual support during challenging conditions. Thomas was excited by the potential of a permanent collaboration network. It would create opportunities for continuous learning and improvement that could accelerate the development of sustainable technologies far beyond what any individual community could achieve. But there's something else, Elena said, her tone indicating that she was about to share the most significant development of the gathering. The communities have agreed to establish a regional center for sustainable technology development, a place where innovations from all our communities can be tested, refined, and shared. The proposal for a regional technology center was breathtaking in its scope and ambition. It would create a permanent institution dedicated to developing and sharing the most advanced sustainable technologies available. Where would such a center be located? Thomas asked. That's still being discussed, Elena replied. But there's strong interest in locating it near your sealed refuge, since you've demonstrated some of the most advanced biological technologies and have the infrastructure that could support expanded research and development work. Thomas felt a surge of excitement at the possibility of their refuge becoming the center for regional collaboration and innovation. It would transform their isolated sanctuary into a hub for knowledge sharing and technological development. We'd be honored to host such a center, Old Aldrich said, speaking for both of them. Our facilities could be expanded to accommodate collaborative research, and our biological technologies could provide the foundation for even more advanced innovations. Elena was clearly pleased by their willingness to participate in the regional center proposal. The final planning will take place tomorrow, she said. But I think we're looking at the beginning of something that could change the entire approach to sustainable community development. As the formal sessions of the Great Gathering concluded for the day, Thomas reflected on the extraordinary developments he had witnessed. What had begun as a regional meeting for coordinating restoration work had evolved into planning for permanent institutions that could support ongoing innovation and collaboration. This is far beyond anything I imagined when we first made contact, Thomas said to Old Aldrich as they prepared for the evening's informal knowledge-sharing sessions. It's exactly what should happen when communities with advanced knowledge and strong cooperative relationships come together to address shared challenges, Old Aldrich replied. The Great Cold created conditions that made this level of collaboration both necessary and possible. Thomas understood that they were witnessing the emergence of new forms of social organization that were specifically adapted to the challenges and opportunities of sustainable community development. The collaboration networks and technology centers being planned represented innovations in social technology that were as important as the technical innovations being shared. That evening, as communities continued their knowledge sharing around fires that burned throughout the amphitheater, Thomas felt a deep sense of gratitude for the transformation that had brought them to this moment. Their months of sealed isolation had prepared them not just to survive extreme conditions, but to contribute to collaborative efforts that could reshape the entire approach to human settlement and environmental management. The Great Gathering was demonstrating that the future of sustainable communities lay not in individual self-sufficiency, but in sophisticated collaboration networks that could support continuous innovation and improvement. And Thomas was ready to help build that future. contributing the knowledge they had developed while learning from the innovations of communities throughout the region. The flowering of their knowledge was becoming a garden of collaboration that promised abundance beyond anything any individual community could achieve alone. The Living City. 3 months after the Great Gathering, Thomas stood in what had once been the simple underground sanctuary of their sealed refuge, marveling at the transformation that collaborative innovation had made possible. The space had been expanded into a sophisticated research and development center that served as the hub for a network of communities spanning hundreds of miles. The regional technology center that had been proposed at the Great Gathering had become a reality that exceeded even the most optimistic projections. Communities from throughout the region had contributed resources, knowledge, and personnel to create a facility that was advancing sustainable technology development at a pace that would have been impossible for any individual community to achieve. "Look at what we've accomplished," Old Aldrich said, gesturing toward the expanded complex of chambers and laboratories that now extended deep into the earth beneath their original refuge. "This is what becomes possible when communities pool their knowledge and resources for collaborative innovation." Thomas could see what his grandfather meant. The facility now included specialized laboratories for biological technology development, testing chambers for large-scale system integration, workshops for mechanical innovation, and living spaces for researchers from communities throughout the collaboration network. But what impressed Thomas most was not the physical expansion, but the integration of innovations from dozens of communities into systems that were more sophisticated and more effective than anything any individual community could have developed alone. The bioluminescent lighting system, Thomas observed, noting the beautiful and efficient living light that now illuminated the entire complex, combines organisms from 6 different communities, each contributing unique characteristics that make the overall system more effective. And the air purification system, Old Aldrich added, integrates plant varieties from 12 communities to create atmospheric conditions that are actually better than natural outdoor air. Thomas was amazed by the sophistication of the integrated systems that had emerged from collaborative development. Each system combined the best innovations from multiple communities, creating results that demonstrated the power of cooperative innovation. But the most remarkable achievement, said Elena, who had become the coordinator for the Regional Technology Center, is what we're calling the Living City Project. Elena led Thomas and Old Aldrich to a new section of the complex that contained detailed plans and working models for what appeared to be a completely new approach to human settlement design. "Living city?" Thomas asked, studying the models with fascination. "Human settlements that are designed as integrated biological systems," Elena explained. "Cities that produce their own food, energy, and materials while actually improving their environment over time." The living city models were breathtaking in their scope and sophistication. Instead of traditional buildings and infrastructure, the designs showed human settlements that were indistinguishable from carefully designed ecosystems, with every structure serving multiple biological functions while providing optimal conditions for human habitation. "How is this possible?" Thomas asked, trying to understand the principles behind the revolutionary settlement designs. "By applying everything we've learned about biological technology integration," Elena replied. "Buildings that are living systems, infrastructure that is based on biological processes, and resource management that uses ecosystem principles to create abundance rather than scarcity." Thomas studied the living city designs more carefully, beginning to see how the various innovations they had developed could be integrated into complete settlement systems. The bioluminescent lighting could provide illumination throughout the city. The biological air and water purification systems could maintain optimal environmental conditions, and the integrated food production systems could provide abundant nutrition while contributing to the overall ecosystem health. But the most important innovation, Elena continued, is the integration of human activities with biological processes in ways that make human settlements beneficial to the broader ecosystem rather than destructive. Thomas was beginning to understand that the living city concept represented a complete reimagining of the relationship between human communities and natural systems. Instead of human settlements that consumed resources and produced waste, these would be settlements that enhanced ecosystem productivity while providing optimal conditions for human flourishing. "Show me how it works," Thomas said, eager to understand the practical implementation of such revolutionary concepts. Elena led them through detailed explanations of the living city systems, showing how each component was designed to serve multiple functions while contributing to the overall ecosystem health of the settlement. The buildings themselves are living systems, Elena explained, showing models of structures that were grown rather than built, using techniques that combined advanced plant breeding with architectural design. They provide shelter and workspace while also producing food, purifying air and water, and creating habitat for beneficial organisms. Thomas was amazed by the sophistication of the living architecture concepts. The buildings were designed to grow and adapt over time, becoming more effective and more beautiful as they matured. And the infrastructure is based on biological processes, Elena continued, showing systems for transportation, communication, and resource management that used living organisms rather than mechanical devices. Transportation through living tunnels that maintain themselves, communication through biological networks that adapt and improve over time, and resource management through ecosystem processes that create abundance while eliminating waste. The concept of biological infrastructure was revolutionary. Instead of mechanical systems that required constant maintenance and eventual replacement, the living city would use biological systems that improved and adapted over time while requiring minimal human intervention. But the most remarkable aspect, Elena said, is the integration of human activities with ecosystem processes in ways that make human communities beneficial to the broader environment. She showed Thomas designs for human settlements that actually enhanced the productivity and diversity of their surrounding ecosystems, creating benefits that extended far beyond the boundaries of the settlements themselves. Human settlements as ecosystem enhancers, Thomas said, understanding the profound implications of the concept. Exactly, Elena replied. Instead of human communities that degrade their environment, we're designing communities that improve their environment while providing optimal conditions for human flourishing. Thomas was thrilled by the revolutionary potential of the living city concept. It represented a complete transformation of the relationship between human communities and natural systems, creating possibilities for abundance and sustainability that had never existed before. But how do we move from models and plans to actual implementation? Thomas asked. That's what we're working on now, Elena replied, leading them to another section of the complex where teams of researchers and designers were working on practical implementation strategies. The implementation planning was as sophisticated as the conceptual design. Teams were working on everything from site selection and preparation to the complex biological processes that would be needed to grow living city components. We're planning to establish the first living city demonstration project within the next year. Elena announced. It will be a small settlement that incorporates all the major living city innovations, serving as a proof of concept for larger implementations. Thomas was excited by the prospect of seeing living city concepts implemented in a real settlement. The demonstration project would provide crucial experience and refinement opportunities that would be essential for larger-scale implementations. Where will the demonstration project be located? Old Aldrich asked. We're considering several sites, Elena replied. But there's strong interest in locating it near this facility, where we can provide ongoing support and monitoring during the establishment phase. Thomas was thrilled by the possibility of the first living city being established near their original refuge. It would allow them to participate directly in the implementation and refinement of the revolutionary settlement concepts. But there's something else, Elena said, her tone indicating that she was about to share information of particular significance. The demonstration project will also serve as a training center for people from communities throughout the region who want to learn living city techniques. The concept of the demonstration project as a training center was brilliant. It would not only test and refine living city concepts, but would also create the knowledge and skill base needed for larger-scale implementations throughout the region. How many people could be trained? Thomas asked. Hundreds, Elena replied. We're planning training programs that could prepare people from dozens of communities to implement living city techniques in their own areas. Thomas was amazed by the scope of the training programs being planned. The knowledge sharing that had begun at the Great Gathering was evolving into systematic education programs that could spread living city innovations throughout the entire collaboration network. But the most exciting possibility, Elena continued, is what this could mean for communities beyond our immediate region. If the demonstration project is successful, we could share living city techniques with communities throughout the continent and beyond. The prospect of living city innovations spreading to communities far beyond their immediate region was breathtaking. The techniques they had developed in response to local challenges could potentially benefit human settlements everywhere. But that raises important questions about responsibility and stewardship, Old Aldrich observed. Knowledge this powerful needs to be shared carefully, with attention to the wisdom and ethical frameworks needed to use it appropriately. Thomas understood his grandfather's concern. The living city concepts represented knowledge that could transform human civilization, but that transformation could be beneficial or harmful depending on how the knowledge was applied. We've been thinking about that, Elena said. The training programs will include not just technical instruction, but education about the ethical and ecological principles that make living city concepts sustainable and beneficial. Thomas was relieved to hear that the training programs would address the wisdom and responsibility aspects of living city implementation. Technical knowledge without ethical frameworks could indeed be dangerous when applied to innovations as powerful as those they were developing. As they concluded their tour of the expanded facility, Thomas reflected on the extraordinary transformation that had taken place since their emergence from sealed isolation. What had begun as techniques for surviving extreme conditions had evolved into innovations that could revolutionize human settlement and create abundance and sustainability on scales never before imagined. We've moved far beyond survival, Thomas observed. We're now working on innovations that could transform the entire relationship between human communities and natural systems. That's exactly what should happen, Old Aldrich replied. Knowledge grows and develops when it's shared and applied collaboratively. The innovations we developed during our isolation were just the beginning of what becomes possible through collaborative development. Thomas understood that they were witnessing the emergence of new forms of human settlement that could create abundance while enhancing rather than degrading their environment. The living city concepts represented the flowering of collaborative innovation into possibilities that could benefit not just their immediate communities, but human civilization as a whole. That evening, as Thomas walked through the bioluminescent gardens that now surrounded their expanded facility, he reflected on the journey that had brought them to this moment. The great cold that had initially seemed like a catastrophic challenge had become the catalyst for innovations that could create unprecedented abundance and sustainability. The sealed refuge that had once been their isolated sanctuary had become the hub for a collaboration network that was developing technologies that could transform human civilization. And the knowledge that had begun as techniques for individual survival had evolved into innovations that could benefit communities throughout the world. The living city was more than just a new approach to human settlement. It was a symbol of what became possible when human ingenuity worked in partnership with natural processes to create abundance that enhanced rather than diminished the web of life that sustained them all. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities as they worked to implement the revolutionary concepts they had developed. But Thomas was ready for those challenges, understanding that he was participating in the creation of a future where human communities and natural systems worked together in unprecedented harmony and productivity. The flowering of their knowledge had become a garden of possibilities that promised abundance beyond anything their ancestors had ever imagined. And Thomas was honored to be one of the gardeners tending that growth toward a future of sustainable prosperity for all. End of Part 6. The Flowering. The Great Gathering has blossomed into something far beyond what anyone imagined possible. A permanent collaboration network that has transformed isolated innovations into integrated systems of unprecedented sophistication and effectiveness. The Regional Technology Center has become the hub for developments that could revolutionize human settlement itself. The living city concept represents the ultimate flowering of the knowledge that began with techniques for surviving extreme conditions. Human settlements designed as integrated biological systems, communities that enhance rather than degrade their environment, and abundance created through partnership with natural processes rather than exploitation of resources. Thomas has witnessed the transformation of survival techniques into civilization-changing innovations, of individual knowledge into collaborative wisdom, and of scarcity-based thinking into abundance-creating systems. The demonstration Living City will soon test these revolutionary concepts in practice, with training programs that could spread the innovations to communities throughout the world. But the greatest transformation has been in understanding itself. The recognition that human communities can be beneficial participants in the web of life rather than destructive forces. That abundance flows from partnership with natural processes rather than domination of them, and that the future of human civilization lies not in conquering nature, but in learning to dance with it in ever more sophisticated and harmonious ways. The seed that was planted in the depths of winter isolation has grown into a tree whose branches could shelter communities throughout the world, whose fruit could nourish generations yet to come, and whose roots reach deep into the eternal wisdom that connects all living things in the endless dance of creation and renewal. The flowering is complete, but the harvest is just beginning. Epilogue. The Eternal Spring. 5 years later, Thomas stood on the observation deck of New Eden, the first fully realized living city. watching the morning sun filter through the canopy of the great mother tree that formed the central structure of their revolutionary settlement. The tree, now over 200 feet tall, served simultaneously as the city's primary air purification system, its central communication network, and its most important source of both food and building materials. Below him, the city awakened with the gentle rhythms of a living organism. Bioluminescent pathways dimmed as natural light increased. The walls of the living buildings began their daily cycle of photosynthesis, converting carbon dioxide to oxygen while producing the sugars that would feed the city's integrated biological systems. And throughout the settlement, the 10,000 residents who called New Eden home began their daily activities within a community that had achieved something unprecedented in human history: complete integration with natural processes. "Hard to believe it's only been 5 years," said Elena, joining Thomas on the observation deck. As the first director of Living Cities Development, she had overseen the establishment of 12 living cities across 3 continents, with dozens more in various stages of planning and construction. "Sometimes it feels like a lifetime," Thomas replied. "And sometimes it feels like we're just getting started." He was right on both counts. The transformation that had begun in their sealed refuge during the Great Cold had accelerated beyond anyone's most optimistic projections. The collaboration network that had emerged from the Great Gathering now included over 300 communities, sharing innovations and coordinating projects that were reshaping the entire relationship between human civilization and natural systems. "The morning reports," Elena said, handing Thomas a tablet that displayed updates from living cities around the world. Thomas scanned the reports with the satisfaction that came from seeing innovations succeed beyond their original scope. New Geneva, in the European Alps, was producing 40% more food than its population required, while actually increasing the biodiversity of its mountain ecosystem. New Sahara, in North Africa, was transforming desert into productive landscape, while providing abundant resources for its growing population. And New Amazon, in South America, was demonstrating that human settlements could enhance rather than threaten even the most complex and delicate ecosystems. But the most exciting development, Elena continued, is the request from the Global Climate Council. Thomas looked up from the reports, recognizing the significance of what Elena was suggesting. The Global Climate Council represented the coordinated response of world governments to the environmental challenges that had been accelerated by events like the Great Cold. They want to discuss scaling up living city concepts to address climate restoration on a planetary scale, Elena explained. They're talking about transforming the approach to human settlement worldwide. The prospect of planetary-scale implementation of living city concepts was both thrilling and sobering. The technologies they had developed had proven successful at scales ranging from individual communities to regional networks. But planetary implementation would present challenges of coordination and complexity that had never been attempted before. "Are we ready for that?" Thomas asked. "The technology is ready," Elena replied. "The question is whether we're ready for the responsibility that comes with it." Thomas understood the weight of what Elena was describing. Knowledge that could transform planetary civilization carried responsibilities that extended far beyond technical implementation to questions of wisdom, ethics, and stewardship that would affect generations yet to come. "What does old Aldrich think?" Thomas asked. Elena smiled, knowing that Thomas's grandfather had become the informal philosopher and ethical guide for the entire Living Cities movement. "He says it's exactly what should happen when knowledge is developed and shared with proper attention to wisdom and responsibility." Thomas wasn't surprised by his grandfather's response. Old Aldrich had always understood that knowledge grew through sharing, and that the ultimate purpose of innovation was to benefit the largest possible community of life. But he also says, Elena continued, that planetary implementation will require not just technical scaling, but the development of new forms of governance and social organization that can coordinate complex projects across cultures and continents. Thomas nodded, understanding that the social and organizational innovations would be as important as the technical ones. Creating planetary-scale coordination would require forms of collaboration that went far beyond anything that had been achieved before. "Show me what they're proposing," Thomas said. Elena led him to the planning center of New Aden, where teams of researchers and coordinators were working on projects that spanned continents. The center itself was a marvel of living architecture. A space grown rather than built, with walls that provided computational capacity through biological processes and communication systems that used the same networks that coordinated the city's biological functions. The Global Climate Council is proposing a 50-year program, Elena explained, showing Thomas displays that illustrated the scope of the planetary transformation being considered. Systematic conversion of human settlements worldwide to living city principles, coordinated restoration of damaged ecosystems, and integration of human activities with natural processes on a scale that could actually reverse climate damage while supporting unprecedented human prosperity. The scope of the proposal was breathtaking. Instead of trying to minimize human impact on natural systems, the plan envisioned human settlements that would actively enhance ecosystem health while providing optimal conditions for human flourishing. But the most remarkable aspect, Elena continued, is the recognition that this transformation could create abundance rather than requiring sacrifice. Living cities produce more resources than they consume, enhance rather than degrade their environment, and become more productive over time rather than requiring constant inputs. Thomas studied the planetary transformation plans, marveling at the integration of technical innovation with ecological wisdom that characterized the proposal. It represented the ultimate flowering of the knowledge that had begun with techniques for surviving extreme conditions. What would our role be in such a program? Thomas asked. Training and coordination, Elena replied. The Global Climate Council wants to establish a network of living cities development centers that could train the thousands of specialists who would be needed for planetary-scale implementation. Thomas was excited by the prospect of expanding their training programs to meet the needs of planetary transformation. The knowledge sharing that had begun with individual communities could evolve into education systems that could prepare entire generations for life in harmony with natural processes. But there's something else, Elena said, her tone indicating that she was about to share the most significant aspect of the proposal. They want to establish the primary coordination center here, at New Eden, recognizing this as the birthplace of living cities technology. The prospect of New Eden becoming the coordination center for planetary transformation was both thrilling and humbling. Their small community, which had grown from a sealed refuge designed for surviving extreme conditions, could become the hub for innovations that would reshape human civilization. That would transform everything about what we do here, Thomas observed. It would, Elena agreed, but it would also fulfill the ultimate purpose of the knowledge we've developed. Instead of being innovations that benefit a few communities, they would become the foundation for planetary abundance and sustainability. Thomas understood that they were being offered the opportunity to participate in the greatest collaborative project in human history. the transformation of human civilization from a force that degraded natural systems to one that enhanced them while creating unprecedented prosperity for all. "What does the community think?" Thomas asked, knowing that such a decision would need to be made collectively by all the residents of New Eden. "We're holding the community discussion tonight," Elena replied. But the initial response has been overwhelmingly positive. People understand that this is the natural evolution of everything we've been working toward. Thomas was not surprised by the community's positive response. The residents of New Eden had chosen to live in a settlement that was dedicated to pushing the boundaries of sustainable innovation. Participating in planetary transformation was consistent with the values and commitments that had drawn them to the living city in the first place. As they concluded their review of the planetary transformation proposals, Thomas reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought them to this moment. The great cold that had initially seemed like a catastrophic challenge had become the catalyst for innovations that could transform human civilization itself. That evening, the community of New Eden gathered in the Great Assembly, a living amphitheater that had grown from the roots of the mother tree. The space could accommodate the entire population of the city while providing perfect acoustics and environmental conditions for large group discussions. Old Aldrich, now in his 80s but still vigorous and sharp, opened the discussion with reflections on the responsibility that came with the knowledge they had developed. "We have been given the opportunity," he said, his voice carrying clearly throughout the assembly, "to share innovations that could benefit not just our own community or even our own region, but human civilization as a whole. The question we must answer is whether we are ready for that responsibility." The discussion that followed was thoughtful and comprehensive, addressing not just the practical aspects of hosting the Planetary Coordination Center, but the ethical and philosophical implications of participating in civilizational transformation. "The knowledge we've developed," said one community member, "was always meant to be shared. Keeping it to ourselves would be contrary to the collaborative principles that made it possible in the first place." "But we also need to ensure," said another, "that planetary implementation maintains the wisdom and ethical frameworks that make living cities beneficial rather than potentially harmful." Thomas listened to the discussion with deep appreciation for the thoughtfulness and wisdom of his community. The residents of New Eden understood that they were being asked to participate in something that could affect the future of life on Earth, and they were approaching that responsibility with appropriate seriousness. "I believe," said Elena, speaking for the coordination team, "that we have both the technical capability and the ethical framework needed to support planetary transformation responsibly. Our training programs already emphasize wisdom and stewardship alongside technical knowledge." Old Aldrich nodded with approval. "The key," he said, "is understanding that we are not just sharing techniques, but sharing a complete philosophy of partnership with natural processes. That philosophy must be preserved and transmitted along with the technical innovations." The community discussion continued for several hours, exploring every aspect of the proposed role in planetary transformation, but the conclusion was unanimous. New Eden would accept the responsibility of serving as the coordination center for the global implementation of living cities technology. "We accept this responsibility," Thomas said, speaking for the community. "Not because we believe we are uniquely qualified, but because we understand that knowledge grows through sharing, and that the ultimate purpose of innovation is to benefit the largest possible community of life." The decision was celebrated throughout New Eden with a festival that lasted until dawn. as the community recognized that they were embarking on the next phase of a journey that had begun in the depths of winter isolation and had grown into possibilities that could reshape the future of human civilization. As Thomas stood once again on the observation deck in the early morning light, watching the city awaken for another day of innovation and growth, he reflected on the extraordinary transformation that had brought them to this moment. The sealed refuge that had once seemed like a prison had become the birthplace of innovations that could transform the world. The techniques that had been developed for surviving extreme conditions had evolved into technologies that could create unprecedented abundance and sustainability. And the knowledge that had begun with individual survival had grown into wisdom that could benefit all life on Earth. The eternal spring, Thomas said quietly, remembering the words old Aldrich had used to describe the endless creativity that flowed from understanding and working with natural processes. The spring that had begun beneath the earth in their sealed refuge had become a fountain of innovations that could nourish communities throughout the world. The knowledge that had flowed in the depths of isolation was ready to flow across continents, carrying with it the promise of abundance that grew from partnership rather than exploitation, sustainability that enhanced rather than degraded natural systems, and prosperity that benefited all life rather than just human communities. The greatest chapter of their story was about to begin, and Thomas was ready to help write it with the same spirit of collaboration, innovation, and reverence for life that had guided them from the beginning. The eternal spring would continue to flow, carrying life and abundance to every corner of the world, transforming scarcity into prosperity and separation into connection, until all human communities learned to dance in harmony with the endless creativity of life itself. In the distance, the first transport pods were arriving, carrying representatives from communities around the world who had come to learn Living Cities technology and carry it back to their own regions. The great work of planetary transformation was beginning, and New Eden stood ready to serve as the spring from which that transformation would flow. The flowering had become a harvest, and the harvest promised abundance beyond anything their ancestors had ever dared to imagine. The end.